saw my show and now you see just what you lack. Girl, I know you want me back. No. May I have your attention please, 'cause I'm not singing to myself. You understand if it's not me, it must be somebody else. I'll let you guess. Oh, bravo, now you know that these songs are about you. I'm glad you figured it out. Oh, bravo, you saw my show and now you see just what you lack. Girl, I know you want me back. No. Bravo, now you know that these songs are about you. I'm glad you figured this one out. Oh, bravo, you saw my show and now you see just what you lack. Girl, I know you want me back. No. Listen, understand the reason why I'm sitting here, playing notes with these hands, singing words that I have planned to sing to you for oh so long. May I have your attention please, 'cause I'm not singing to myself. You understand if it's not me, it must be somebody else. I'll let you guess. Oh, bravo, now you know that these songs are about you. I'm glad you figured it out. Oh, bravo, you saw my show and now you see just what you lack. Girl, I know you want me back. No. May I have your attention please, 'cause I'm not singing to myself. You understand if it's not me, it must be somebody else. I'll let you guess. Oh, bravo, now you know that these songs are about you. I'm glad you figured it out. Oh, bravo, you saw my show and now you see just what you lack. Girl, I know you want me back. No. one out. Oh, bravo, you saw my show, and now you see just what you lack. Girl, I know you want me back. No. Listen, understand the reason why I'm sitting here, playing notes with these hands, singing words that I have planned to sing to you for oh so long. May I have your attention, please, 'cause I'm not singing to myself. You understand if it's not me, it must be somebody else. I'll let you guess. Oh, bravo, now you know that these songs are about you. I'm glad you figured it out. Oh, bravo, you saw my show, and now you see just what you lack. Girl, I know you want me back. No. May I have your attention, please, 'cause I'm not singing to myself. You understand if it's not me, it must be somebody else. I'll let you guess. Oh, bravo, now you know that these songs are about you. I'm glad you figured it out. Oh, bravo, you saw my show, and now you see just what you lack. Girl, I know you want me back. No. Oh, bravo, now you know that these songs are about you. I'm glad you figured this one out. Oh, bravo, you saw my show, and now you see just what you lack. Girl, I know you want me back. No.
We're here. What's up, guys? Welcome to Game Club Discussion, Chapter 7 and 8. We're going to catch up to Jolie and I's playthrough tonight. I's playthrough, Jolie and my playthrough. I always get that wrong in English, you know. It's like they drilled it into you so long. It's like Jolie and I. But it doesn't make sense in certain contexts because it's like Jolie and I's play through this. Hey guys, okay, enough about that. What's going on? Jolie and I's works for me. Dustin's here. Toolman's here. We got Alex in chat, Dustin in chat, Javier's in chat. Rob was here, but now he's gone. Did you chicken out, Rob? Just kidding. It's totally fine. You guys do not have to join the Discord if you don't want to. Sorry for the late announcement. I didn't get anything ready for tonight's stream. I literally just like came down here and slapped something together. Jolie was like, don't do that next time. I'm like, I'm tired. We just have a lot of stuff with the kids. We've got a birthday party coming up on Saturday, and I worked really hard on that video that we released on Tuesday. And yeah, then I was just, procrastinating. What can I say? Sometimes it's just a little bit late. Woolman says, "Oh, it's too late the show started." You can go get some coffee, Tool Man. We're not gonna get started too soon. I know that Dustin said you're going to grab some too, but Biggles is here. He says, "I've created the Final Fantasy Files Guild on Dissidia Delia mobile app. If anyone would like to join." Thanks for asking us before you could do that, Biggles. I'm just kidding. You'll be hearing from our lawyers, which is Jolie. Kidding. Dustin says, "I will join. I play that off and on. Cool. Search the exact spelling above." Nah, I don't. Oh, Steven says, "I don't play Dissidia. Mission accomplished. Coffee acquired." Cool. Well, yeah, we're going to get started soon because we've got lots to get through. And I'm really excited because then we'll be caught up with Jolie and my playthrough. Robert says, "Coffee this late?" Oh, I know, man. Can't do that. Caffeine makes my heart go crazy. My mom had some things where she was dealing have you guys heard of AFib, where your heart's out of rhythm and it's not correctly? And so she's had to go in and get that taken care of. They had to do called an ablation or something, where they go and they kind of shock the heart to get it back on the normal rhythm. And every time I drink large amounts of caffeine, I go crazy. So yeah. Anyway, so I don't do it, and because it trips me up. I also have a very low resting heart rate. When I'm just sedentary, my heart rate's in the 40s, and I'm not a marathon runner. Jolie always gets mad because Jolie's a marathon runner and she's run the Boston Marathon and stuff, and I'm just this schlubby gamer, and I have this really low resting heart rate, and she's like, "You don't deserve that lower in resting heart rate, right?" Robert's mom also has AFib. Okay, yeah, so you get it. Anyway, so yeah, I avoid the caffeine if possible. I'm the same as Toolman says, "I'm in the same boat, Dustin. I could fall asleep with the mug in my hand." My wife is a nurse, says Dustin. AFib is a constant conversation piece in my house. Okay. Yeah, I don't know much about it. I think my heart's okay now, but I know my mom, we don't really know if she went through a bunch of stuff, and she doesn't really communicate super well with us, so I don't know what's going on. She's like, "Oh, my heart's fine now," but I'm like, "I thought it was out of rhythm and you were doing all this stuff." She's like, "No, don't worry about me." So I don't know. I should be a little bit more in tune with that. But Dustin, you can give us some pointers because your wife's a nurse. That's cool, man. Okay, so it's never too late for me. I can drink 3 cups and sleep like a baby, which is weird. Good for you, man. Zage says, "Yeah, I don't drink coffee because I don't want heart palpitations." Yeah, that's what it does to me. It freaks me out. So I just don't do it. And Separate Gaming, Steven says, I not drink coffee anymore. Indigestion. Okay. Well, cool. You guys got your coffee. If you got your coffee, great. Oh, thanks, Robert. You liked my squall piece. It's so funny because I was making that video. And usually I just take a clip from the, deep dive that we've already done, and I'll cut it up or whatever and do a thumbnail. And I'm like, well, we could do kind of a little bit different. I can show off the squall figure that I created for you, but I don't know. It's the lowest performing video on our channel, which is totally fine. I didn't expect people, because people came here for our discussions and stuff. They weren't coming here to be like, "Oh, Spencer, makes these little art crafts," so, which is fine. So I was making it, and I'm like, I'm staying up so late to get this right or whatever, because I had to make most of the video, right? Rather than just cutting something together that we'd already made. And when we released it, like hardly anybody watched it, which was fine. But Jolie's like, it's great, sweetie. It's like real good. She was like giving me a big old pat on the shoulder, like, I'm proud of you for doing this, regardless of its views. And I was dying. So thank you, Robert. I have fun. I'm gonna make more of those. I'm making Alyssa one right now, which is cool. She's been like so supportive of us, but I always feel bad because I'm like, I can't give you anything. But I'm making a Aerith figure that she says that's her favorite Final Fantasy character. So I'm working on making her one, but I'm also recording it and I'll like upload the video too. See, Jelly's like, it was a good video. It was fine. It was fine. But anyway, very funny. Javier says, do you guys know that coffee is a natural pesticide? I bet Ernest AI didn't know that one. You should sell them. Well, no, that's the thing. It takes so long for me to make one. Like, for me to sell them to people that would want them, I would have to charge so much money for it to be worth it, and I wouldn't want to do that. And like, I have one printer, and the printer is like kind of broken right now. It's not broken. I just need to put it back together. I was doing some things that I'm supposed to change out, but then 3 of the screws stripped, so I can't. 3 of the screws stripped, so I can't put it back together. Anyway, so it's been this whole thing. I don't know. Just trying to figure it out. Anyway, not a big deal. I'll get the printer back up and working, but yeah, I could not pump them out fast enough. If I took orders and if 2 people ordered one, I'd be like, the first person who ordered will get theirs in 6 months, and the next person will get it next year. So yeah, it just doesn't make sense for me to do it. But you could. Alex says, don't sell yourself short. I could not do that in a million years. You guys could do it. The printers are pretty incredible. It just takes time. That's the problem, you know. The painting stuff, like if you're not an artist, then yeah, the painting might be a little bit tricky. But the printing the figures themselves, like, you know, you just have to wash them off and then put them together. But dude, that's awesome, Robert. Squall's your favorite. I've never played 8, but that was Jolie's first Final Fantasy game, so. And I did it mad fast. I didn't do it mad fast. I did it before Jolie's birthday, but it took me a little while. Jolie says, haven't played Dissidia, but I have been watching all the character intro vids. Oh, nice, Joe. Hop on that, Joe. Join Biggles' his guild. He named the guild the Final Fantasy Files. What'd you name it, Biggles? I'm not sure, but okay. If you guys want to join, we're gonna get started here. Let me see. I'm a fantastically mediocre cloud, says Dustin. Right on. Putting the link in chat one more time if you guys want. That's the Discord link if you want to join. And then we'll get started because we're going to be talking tonight's topics of the show. We're going to be talking about Chapter 7 and Chapter 8. Chapter 7 is at the beginning of... It starts right after you finish the Sun Lamps, like Maze chapter, and you go into, you know, the second Mako bombing reactor. My brother's calling me right now. Should we answer on stream? No! Go away, brother. Yeah, so it starts with the second Mako bombing reactor. Obviously, Shinra sets a trap, and then they, you know, Barrett gets on TV, and then he starts working their way up, and then they're prepping the airbuster to fight you, and at the end, you fall from the top of the plate down, and then Chapter 8 begins with meeting Aerith. So if we can finish those 2 chapters tonight, then we will be caught up with Jolie and my playthrough. So anyway, always answer your brother's calls, says Robert. He calls me so much. Jolie can attest. Jolie, how often do my brothers call me a day? It's like I have one sister, and my brothers call me way more than my sister does. And I know that's like stereotypical, but usually girls call each other more than brothers. But my brothers call me like 2 or 3 times a day, I swear. I've already talked to both of them. Call him back. Also, Zage was I went live. I talked about this if you watched my Squall video, but I went live when I was recording my lines. I should have hit, because I use OBS to stream and I also use it to record myself. So I hit start streaming instead of start recording. And I was just like practicing my lines and I was stopping. And then all of a sudden Zage was there chatting on Twitch. Just somebody's like, oh, you must not know that I'm here. There was someone else, Zage. I can't remember who else was with you, but you guys were. Yeah, you were so confused. You're like, what is going on? Final Fantasy Files has totally lost it. They're polished edge is just disappeared. Jolie says he talks to his brothers 12 times per day. Oh, sweet. Robert talks to his brother every day. That's good. More than any woman calls any other woman, says Jolie. Very good. Cool. By the way, Jolie, this is Javier. Ever Crisis has acknowledged problems with iOS systems, but not Pixel phones. Sorry. Yeah. Jolie's been on and off again, but with that game. Toolman says, my brother called me earlier to beat a boss in Demon Souls for him. Wait, he called you earlier to beat a boss in Demon Souls? Is that the thing where you can like join him and fight with him? Or is that something you just like coached him through? Because how did you beat it for him? Or like tell him the secrets? Oh, he's calling me again. I have to do it. Okay, we're gonna answer. Hey man, what's up?
Hey.
You're live on stream with everybody. Do you want to say anything?
What, Tyler, you have Minecraft?
Well, we're gonna get him that for his birthday. Do you want to get that for him? Yeah, the chat says hello, brother. We've been talking about you.
What's up, fellas?
They say it's. I say that I talk to you like a lot. Like you guys call me usually every day, and Jolie says that his brothers talk to him 12 times per day, more than any woman calls any other woman. Do you think that's true?
I get told no about 12 times a day from you.
To like do stuff with you. He invites me to all these things, and I always tell him no. He's the fun brother, and I'm like the lame one.
What about Animal Crossing? Do you have that?
We have that. You want to buy him a video game? I can send you a video game that you could buy him. Chat, what should my brother buy my 7-year-old son for his birthday?
Kitty Big City.
Don't buy him Little Kitty Big City.
Why not?
I don't want my son playing that game.
Exploration, humor, kids who love animals, low pressure game.
Where are you reading this from?
ChatGPT.
Oh yeah, it's telling you all the things. If you want to buy him a game, that's really generous. I was thinking like getting him something for like $15-20.
About Power Wash Simulator.
I'm interested in that game actually. Yeah, I don't know. Just don't buy him Minecraft. Because we're getting him that one. Okay, thanks, bro. Bye. I should have let him say one more thing. He does sound like the cooler brother. He is way cooler than me, man. He's like always out. Every chance that he can get out of his house, he's like off fishing in the Green River or rock climbing or doing something. He's like, what are you doing tonight, Spencer? I'm like, I am playing video games and streaming. And he's like, ugh, come bowling with me. Come do this. Come play disc golf in the park in the middle of the night. So very funny. We can't let our son like his uncle more than his parents. That's funny. I like that. Is your brother a Claudia or a Claire? He doesn't even know Final Fantasy, man. He would like think we're like the nerdiest people. He knows that we're into this and he thinks we're nerds, but we're like, dude, he would never be caught dead playing this game. The only games that he plays are Call of Duty. He's like one of those bro. He's cooler than like a bro gamer, but he is kind of like a bro gamer. Plays Call of Duty, and then he played like GoldenEye on the N64. He like didn't play any games from N64 until like Call of Duty, and then he was into that. And he always wants me to play Warzone. And I'm like, I don't want to play that. Oh, now he wanted me to log into his account and use his cloud save. Okay, Toolman, that's how you're trying to figure it out. Did you beat it for him? You can't beat the Demon Souls boss for him. You got to let your brother suffer through the Demon Souls. That's the Demon Souls. That's the From Software experience. He's got to get through those games himself. I talk to my siblings maybe 2 times a year. Alex, that's all right. Cool. Unless his uncle works at Square Enix, then it's okay. Yeah, he's not going to give us any deep stuff. What's up? Crime Fighter says Mixtape is his game of the year. I've heard like the dumb drama online about Mixtape is so dumb, but I hear that people really like it, and I also hear like, oh, you don't even play the game, so whatever. I don't care. I think an interactive experience is all it needs to be. So if it was interactive, then cool. Let's see here. Oh no, that was Robert was mixtape is. I gave him the year. I gave Crime Fighter's probably yelling in chat because I was like, Crime Fighter gave mixtape game of the year, and he's like, don't buy it. It's just a walking sim. And then because I read Robert, he says mixtape was my game of the year. Dude, doesn't matter. See, Crime Fighter. I will tell you this. I think that if it's an interactive experience, then it qualifies as a game. You might not like that type of game, and that's totally cool. Then whatever. But like, I don't think you need to yuck anybody's yum if you don't like it. Cool, don't play it. But if someone else likes it, then shout out. I know that it's like a very specific demographic, coming of age, like older millennial targeted game where it's about like what teenagers growing up and finding themselves. Anyway, yes, Roosevelt, he is the cooler brother. Dark Souls 2. I've never played Dark Souls 2. I've played Dark Souls 1, and I've started playing Demon Souls, and I want to play Elden Ring. I've only played Dark Souls, like all the way through. No, he's the older brother. He's older than me. I'm the younger brother. I'm in the middle. I'm the middle brother. That's why I'm so weird. Zage says, I'm the homebody brother with refined game taste as well. Zage, my man. Love it. He should get the new 007 coming out soon. That's true. Maybe that'll get him back to it. He doesn't play story games. He just doesn't. I don't think he has the desire to sit down and play through a story, which is kind of sad. But Dustin says start him on Final Fantasy 7. No lead in. Just start him at either Wall Market, hand massage scene, or Costa del Sol. He'll be hooked. Yeah, man. Bro gamer. Just make his wife like divorce him if he's playing through Costa Cell. What are you playing? Just kidding. Yeah, okay, I finally caught up with chat. Crime Fighter's like, I did not say that. That was Robert. I'm sorry to attribute that to you, Crime Fighter. No big deal. You're asking what to get your nephew. Okay. Yeah, don't get it. You're saying don't get that for him. Nah, I think mixtape's a little too old for him. He's asking what to get my son, because my son's birthday's coming up. But anyway, I said I'd jump right into it, and I'm just like, what am I doing, guys? Jolie says, did you buy chips from the store? I did buy chips from the store, but they're all gone. I just bought a small bag of Doritos, and we had most of them for that night. Sorry. She's like craving chips right now while she's editing. Are you the sandwich? Now I'm hungry. Anyway, okay, cool. Let's get started. We've got Alex in chat, Dustin in chat. When I say chat, I'm talking about Discord chat, and Javier. Seppu Gaming was here, but he's gone. So I was going to start with him because we always make him wait, but then I just had to go off. My brother had to call me. Divorce for no chips. You ate all the chips? I didn't eat all of the chips. We had them for dinner. I just bought a small bag. Yeah. And Jolie did ask me the other day. She was like, I'm craving chips. So, my bad. Next time, Joe, I'll get you some chips. Okay. Anyone want to go first? Alex, Dustin, Javier? Let me switch on over here. Okay. Chapter 7. A spring trap is sprung. Tell us about the lamp, Spencer. We already talked about lamps last time, Toolman. I don't care. Cool. The lamps. What are you guys talking about? We already talked about the lamps last week. I'm gonna bring in Javier because if I save him for last, then we'll go forever. Let's see here. I am joining the call. Javier, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, man. What's up?
Let me mute the stream.
Yeah, get that stream muted so I don't have that echo.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I have the audio in the background of the game. Let me know if that sounds terrible, chat. But what's up, Javier?
What's up, brother Spencer?
Yeah, you got to hear my brother. He's cool. He's a good brother.
We never imagined to have a cameo for your brother.
Wait, you never imagined what?
having a cameo from your brother.
Oh, Cameo. Yeah. No, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
He just he calls me a lot. He's just trying to get. He's probably trying to buy the present right now. And I didn't give. I was like, you can buy any game but Minecraft because we have a whole Minecraft themed birthday party that we're doing for our kid. Here's the joke. Actually, I told him that we couldn't get Minecraft until he was 8, and all his friends have been playing for like a year. And okay, Joe, I'll get those chips. She's talking about chips in chat. But we're gonna try to surprise him. It's like it's that forced surprise that we're trying to get our son to be like, you can't play till you're 8, so his expectations are set. But really, we're gonna be like, here's Minecraft, And I don't know if he's gonna be like, but you said I couldn't play till 8. But it's probably just gonna be. He's probably just gonna look at us confused, like why, Anyway, so
It would be really funny if he's like, I'm not gonna touch it until I'm 8.
yeah, he just leaves it there. It's so hard to buy games now too, because I buy everything digital. It's so funny because last time Ernest got on to talk about the importance of physical games, which I think is great. Totally, awesome. What's up, David Walters? He says, new here. Jolie and I were friends in Anaheim, California. It's so fun to find your channel. Get out of here, David. Walters. I know David. What's up, man? Welcome to the channel, dude. Anyway, so
we're full of surprises today.
Yeah, sorry. But so anyway, yeah, we're that forced surprise. But yeah, I'm not a physical games guy. I buy everything digital. I lived in California, and the rest of my family lived in Utah, right, before we moved back here. And what we would do is we would buy a digital game, and then we would share our account with each other. Because, there was that whole argument where, like, if you buy digital games, you can't share your games with, like, your friends. But I was like, no, if you buy digital games, you can just sign in the other person's account, and then you get all their games. So, what we would do
that's
is...
what I do, yeah.
Yeah, that's what we would do. So I would give my account to my brother. He would, give me his, and then we would, share the games that he wanted to buy, he would have, and then he could play my games. It worked out great, I understand the arguments for physical media, but my son wants Minecraft, and I'm like, do I buy it digitally, or do I have to go and buy, a Switch cart, and then anytime he wants to play that one, I guess we just leave it in the machine, It's not a big problem, actually, but anyway.
But also... Nobody mentions that. I mean, it's cool to have physical media, but physical media can, what's the word I'm looking for? It could be scratched, could be damaged.
Yeah. And then it's like...
and bye-bye. Yeah, and you have to find it again. And you got to be really, really careful with them, right?
Yeah, and I had those issues with our NES carts and stuff. When we were kids, we didn't take good care of them. And some games, the pins got all, scratched up
stuff,
or whatever, and they stopped working. So, I understand the argument for physical media. It's like you're just buying a license when you buy the digital copy, and then you're just up to the, whoever owns the license. You're just leaving it in their hands to promise that they'll give you access to that game, right? There's the whole, if you bought a Wii virtual console game, that, you bought whatever, Ocarina of Time on the virtual console, the N64 game, right? But then you don't have that game if you don't plug in your Wii, right? Because they've closed down the virtual console, the eShop in those stores. So you can have it if you have that one, I guess. You have to break out your, I don't know. But I know, but they can just take things away where it's the Switch. It's you think everything you buy on the Switch, it's I'll be able to play it in 20 years, right? Right, Nintendo? But... I don't know. Hopefully
how does that work in Nintendo? Because, for instance, in Xbox, license expires and you don't find the games on the shop. But if you purchase it, you can just download it anytime.
Yeah, that's kind of the idea, right? But then if the whole store closes, like the Wii U store and the Wii store did, then you're kind of left wondering. Because it was weird because you can't re-download it. That's the whole problem, right? I played the game Xenoblade Chronicles X on the Wii U, and that's the Gundam game that I've told you about, Javier. Yeah, it's not really a Gundam game, but you can fly around in mechs.
It's the one that you show on. Jolie's still in the chat. Never mind.
No, it's good. But yeah, can't talk about it. I'm kidding. But yeah, it's the it's that game, and I bought, like, there were certain things that you couldn't get when they closed down the store if you were still playing on the Wii U. So they're like, you have to download it now. If you've purchased it and you didn't download it when they closed down the eShop, you just couldn't get it anymore. So now going forward, Switch is like the main online console they've kind of rebooted. But there's no future proofing that. You just have to trust that Nintendo will give you access to those games always, which is a risk, you know. But I'll take that risk. I know that sounds bad, but I'm kind of they've got me. I'm bought in. I'm gonna just buy digital from now on. I can't with young children, them swapping out games. I can't deal with the fact of them losing one of my favorite games or something. Alyssa just joined the chat. She says, "Woo, made it." Say hi to Alyssa, Javier.
Hey, Alyssa. I was wondering why she wasn't in there.
The pre-chat lobby. Well, what's up, Alyssa? Welcome to the thing. So, anyway,
we're waiting for you on Discord, Alyssa.
Oh yeah, Alyssa, if you want to join the chat, you can. Here, I'm posting the chat.
Dustin is alone in the.
Oh, Alex is there.
The Discord.
That's the funny thing is, Alex and Dustin could be having their own conversation in the other room if they wanted to.
Yeah, well we are mute there.
Yeah, they could unmute themselves, right? They could just be hanging out.
Yeah, but we're going to miss the streaming.
What if we're boring and they don't want to hear what we're saying and they just start chatting with each other on Discord?
Talk about chipping on Discord.
Yeah. So, man. Well, anyway, Javier, what's up with these chapters, man? I mean, I know you're excited to talk about Chapter 8. That's your favorite chapter, right? You just recently played through a remake, right? When it came out on Xbox. So that's like earlier this year.
Yeah. Quite easy, quite, and I have finished it 3 times now.
That's amazing. So, before I get you to gush about Chapter 8, tell me what you thought about Chapter 7, where they're doing the second Mako bombing run, and now we're getting some. It's like Shinra is on to our plans, and they're trying to spring a trap. They're trying to make sure that we get framed for this. Not framed for it, we're actually doing it, but they want to let people know that Avalanche is up to this. And then they prep the airbuster and all that stuff. But we get some cool flashbacks like we're seeing right now where Tifa, Cloud is seeing stuff that happened in the past or maybe not. He's glitching out and he's experiencing memories that are kind of interesting.
That we won't fully understand until Rebirth.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. I didn't understand what was going on there until I played Rebirth, but that is something that we learn about in Rebirth.
Yeah. I mean, story-wise, it's a really good chapter. I mean, I did like it.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of like going to, telling the story by layers, and we are in the layer of who is Shinra, right?
Yeah.
What they're doing, what's their plan, what is their lack of morals. So they're selling us that they are the villain of the story, right? Because Sephiroth might be a little bit intimidating, but he's not doing much as a villain right now, right?
Right, we're getting little glimpses of him, but yeah, they're showing that Shinra is, they're very like ha ha ha, like we see them in the first Mako bombing. I keep calling it the Mako bombing or the reactor bombing, right?
Yeah.
And they're the ones that make it explode. Like that wasn't in the original, but now this one they're putting us on TV.
It was in the original. It was just not that.
It was implied.
Obvious. Yeah,
okay.
It was not obvious.
Gotcha. Okay,
so
cool.
that's why I'm a little bit like what's the word? Angry.
Okay.
That with the OG players, well, some of them, that they get angry that why
they do get angry at that, yeah.
Why they do that? I mean, like, dude, it was always there, and the devs have always been saying that this is an opportunity to have resources to tell the story they wanted to.
Yeah.
Right. And be clear. Well, that's to be seen, right? But for the most part, some things are getting more clear than in the original.
Yeah. Okay, cool. So, I mean, I hear that a lot, so maybe I'm wrong, right? So you're saying that was implied in the original. So that's cool. So they're painting like, but then I mean, Shinra is using all their resources against Avalanche, right? They own the news, right? They're having the reporters right now. If you're watching on screen, they're like,
Yes.
they're reporting that Avalanche. These are the people that are causing all the mayhem, the stuff that happened in Chapter 2, where we saw the fallout of the bombing. Now they're all mad because it's like Avalanche, they're like this guy's screaming, "No more violence," and then I like how Barrett kind of flips the script on it, and he explains it where, obviously Shinra's the bad guys to us as the players, but to the general population, they think that we're the bad guys. Which, I mean, I guess we kind of are, in a way, if they accept Shinra as like the people that, give them energy and give them a life.
Well, this game was released in 1997. Well, the original the story was released in 1997, but it was in work since 95, I believe, or something like that.
Yeah.
And it's the culmination of the trope in movies from middle 80s, late 80s, about the evil corporation, right?
Yeah.
And I always associate Shinra as OCP from the movie RoboCop.
Yeah.
The big enterprise that has his fingers on everything and that owns unofficially the government.
Right.
They are the government, and how people are fine with it.
Right.
They don't know they're shady.
Do you think like they do a good job of? I mean, to me, I'll just tell you how I feel a little bit. It feels kind of on the nose at times, where they're just like, Shinra's really bad. You have Heidegger, who's like a cartoonish villain, which is fine. Like, these games have cartoonish villains, but they're, so it's not as nuanced, right? Where they're, it's not as nuanced where they're just kind of being like, well, Shinra's really bad because they're killing the planet. I feel like that message is a little heavy-handed, but it's okay because there's other mysteries and unique things that are happening to make me excited, I guess. But do you like the way that they portray Shinra and how they kind of frame Avalanche and the crew?
I don't mind how they do our cartoon, like you say.
Yeah.
But because we're going back to that, they're making it stupidly clear and obvious, right?
Yeah.
These are the bad guy because they are two-dimensional villains.
Yeah.
What you see to President Shinra and you go like, so what's the motivation for this guy? He's just like, right?
Exactly.
He's laughing when the spoiler alert people. When he drops the plate, he's watching with this grin on his
he's
face,
just
like
eating it up.
Come on! Or when spoiler alert, when Barrett picks him up, he's about to fall, and he's like acting like, "Oh, I'm scared," and he goes for the gun, and then he's like really macho. So there are cartoons.
Yeah.
Heidegger, it's 3 times a cartoon. Hojo is also really a cartoon, right? An exaggeration. All of them. Maybe Rufus is not that much, but I attribute this that they want you to be, 100% with no doubt, sure these are the bad guys,
right?
But it's only temporary because spoiler alert,
right.
They're not the actual villains, right?
Well, yeah. So, and I don't have a problem with that. Like, I know a lot of people want like everything to be like a Christopher Nolan epic or something, where you've got like,
serious, right?
It's like these couple layers deep or whatever. I'm okay with just having a villain that's like, these are the bad guys or whatever. You know what I mean? But
black and white.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with it. And it's like, give me something to chop, give me something to go after, and then give me the mystery of like the story in other ways. And I think that Final Fantasy VII does that, because I think, like, okay, if we were to boil it down, I haven't played the OG, I don't know how it ends, but it does kind of have like a theme of environmentalism. It's like, we have this planet, we got to protect it, from either, you know, evil corporations or like, you know, aspiring, you know, maniacal psychopaths that want to become God and kill it with a meteor. You know, it's like either way, or you have Genova, who's some foreign alien that wants to destroy the planet. It's like other ways. I mean, but the overall core is like you have these people that want to save the like just the planet from these, you know, threats.
I mean, and like I said, I mean, and partially that's what I love about the story of Final Fantasy VII once I got into it. But it takes a lot of elements from a lot of stories that have been told many times. Like I said, Shinra, OCP, Robocop, all that stuff. And they do this with the... I remember the Matrix, although the Matrix came way after. But when Agent Smith, you know, says that humanity is a virus, right?
Right.
And basically, that's what's going on in Final Fantasy VII. Humanity is a virus. It's killing the planet. It's getting it sick, and needs to be cured. So that's what we are looking here, and we are learning about this because of the party, right? Because of Barrett,
right?
And his vision of saving the planet. But I mean, it's nothing new, right?
Yeah. No. It's not like super fancy, you know. It's well, I mean, like, it's a pretty tropey story, but what I would say that, I mean, the overall, but I think the cool thing about Final Fantasy VII that's super unique are its characters. And Dustin has talked about this a lot, you know. Because Cloud, I mean, we're saving the world, and that's how every JRPG is, right? From like certain threats.
We're gonna fight God.
Right. But the
anti-God.
Sure. Or the person, but then it's the characters you meet along the way and how they deal with it. And you're also dealing with the party's issues and troubles, especially with Cloud and the stuff that happens to Aerith and the dynamics with Tifa and Barrett and their motivations, and they're all clashing together to make a story interesting, right?
And that's the same thing on all of these, you know, stories that have been told previously in movies and stuff like that. At the end of the day, it's the characters, the ones that really make us appreciate the story, right? Because OCP is an element in Robocop, but what's cool about that movie is the human factor, about how this cyber man who has been resurrected recuperates his humanity. So it is the characters, the ones that draw us the story, right? And it's no different here. They're really good characters.
Right.
At least the main party, right? Not the villains.
Yeah. I mean, the characters are the thing. Like, imagine playing Final Fantasy VII story without Cloud, Tifa, Aerith, and Barrett. Like, just remove them and, like, reskin them as people that you don't care. It's like, the reason people love Final Fantasy VII is because... I don't think it's because... I mean, you have iconic villains. You have iconic, you know, protagonists as well. But I think if you reskin them as people that people don't recognize, that's kind of a weird thought experiment, because obviously if they played it with other people, they would like them as well. My point being is, like, the thing that you remember about Final Fantasy VII are the characters. It's not necessarily like the live stream and the story so much. At least is what I've gotten from people, right? But
I don't know if Alyssa is going to join later, but on behalf of her, there is a game, Final Fantasy VII, without these characters. It's called Crisis Core, Spencer, and it sucks.
More Crisis Core slander. I love it. Okay, so you say, I mean, but it's got Sephiroth in Crisis Core. You got Cloud in Crisis Core. You got Zack.
It has element. Yeah, but you don't play as them. You play as Zack. Yeah, but Zack is like a copy of Cloud, a happy copy of Cloud.
Sure.
What's going on in chat?
Biggles is putting links to Jolie's reaction to meeting Kid G. I don't know what that's for. I haven't read chat. Jolie and them are saying all sorts of stuff, but yeah. No, I get it. Robert in chat says, I loved Crisis Core. We're not going to slander Crisis Core 2, says Roosevelt.
will you play Crisis Core, Spencer?
Yeah.
Will you play Crisis Core? Is
Will
the
I? Yes.
question.
Yeah, I'm going to play it. But I'm not going to play it
It's
until...
cringe. It's cringe.
Sure, I'm sure it's cringe. But it's like, okay, Jolie played it, and I kind of watched her play. She played the PSP version before they did the remaster.
The OG? Ooh, that was even worse.
Right. But so she was playing that one. And then I kind of... She hates, like, the really bad dialogue with Angel and the Genesis nonsense and the whole Loveless where he talks in poetry. Yeah. But like, as far as like Zach was apparently popular in the OG, so they were like, we need to expand this out. And this was Final Fantasy's popularity. Just
I don't know. I don't know if Zach was popular. I think it's more like Boba Fett thing. It's like the Boba Fett effect.
Oh, I see what you're saying. You were like, he was a popular character, but then when they expanded him out, it was like maybe we should have done that.
It wasn't a popular. Boba Fett wasn't a popular character, but it was a mysterious character. So people start to, make this. Oh, he's so cool. It kind of goes with Zack in the same way, and then so they launch Crisis Core and make him the protagonist so that they can give his story to us. But his story is basically Cloud scenes. It's a rehash.
Yeah, Biggles is giving some rebuttal in chat to your slander of Crisis Core because he just posted a video of us that says Crisis Core explained, proof that Zack Fair is awesome. That was from Jolie.
I mean,
I don't. Well, it's okay. I can disagree with Jolie too. It's not like it's just funny that he's posting our own content to.
I mean, the thing is that, for instance, if we go by the OG, by Final Fantasy VII, Zack was retcon. It's not the same. It's not the same Zack. The Zack that you if you get to get him, because you need to push him out on the original in order to see some lore of him with him. He's very different from the Zack that we get from Crisis Core and from Rebirth and all that stuff. It's a completely different character, and the character they retcon it for it's your stereotypical, go lucky. Well, you see him in Rebirth. He's a likable character because he's designed to be that way. Right.
Yeah,
and a lot of people, it pisses me a lot that a lot of people hate on Cloud because of the way he is. And it's
but that's like the shipping stuff, right? Where it's like, Zack
No.
Oh, you're not saying
not
that?
shipping. The character.
Why would you hate it? Why would they hate on Cloud because of the way Zack is? Just because Zack is super chipper and happy?
Yeah, they hate on the way Cloud behaves with people, how he's close and all that stuff. And then when they got to see Zack, they go, I love this guy. This guy should be the protagonist, not the other annoying blonde guy,
I have heard that too.
Regardless of any shipping, just because of their personalities. A lot of people want to see their heroes like Zack.
Yeah.
That's what I have,
That makes
and I
sense.
think Cloud, at least for me, Cloud is more interesting than Zack. I mean, Zack doesn't have any problems because he's so shipper. Right?
Yeah. Alex and Roosevelt say, I strongly disagree. I disagree with the fact that those are two different characters. I think they were so little of him that people have different interpretations at that time. So, okay, that's...
Listen to Toolman. Check Toolman, what he said.
Check Toolman. Javier is kind of right. That's what those Kotaku videos convinced me of. I don't know what those Kotaku videos are. See, we're split.
I'm sure he will post them.
Some people will. Alex is in. We can have Alex go next, and he can talk about his love for Zack.
He can elaborate, yeah.
No, but see, here's the thing. I get it. Like, I've heard both sides, right? Jolie actually really loves Zack, and maybe she gets a little bit of that.
Because he's a cool character, like I said, but it's not as interesting.
But are you saying it's like at the expense of Cloud? I don't know.
In order to appreciate Zack, I think you need to have the contrast with Cloud.
Yeah, sure. I think that would make sense.
Right.
Like having someone who isn't chipper, who isn't super like positive and being like, we're gonna take on the world and we're gonna save it
I
with a
want
smile.
money, not
Yeah.
interested, you know,
Yeah.
all that stuff. Oh, he's really obnoxious. He's really rude to people, you know. So people
Right,
just
but
like him.
that's what makes Cloud
That's the
interesting.
point.
If you,
You know
I
that.
understand. I
And
understand.
he has an arc, right? He has
Right.
an arc for it.
Sure.
But what is the arc of Zack?
I don't know. I
He-
haven't. I
well,
haven't
in-
played. I haven't played Crisis Core. I just know him. The only thing I know Zack from is from Rebirth, and it makes no sense to me
Yes,
because
But,
I haven't
yeah.
played Crisis Core and I haven't played the OG. I know I've seen the polygonal model of Zack, like his long mullet, you know,
Black hairs, yeah.
black hair. But
Spiky
that's
hair,
all
yeah.
I know of him. So all I know of Zack is of what people say. Like and what I've kind of seen Jolie play a little bit, you know. But yeah.
Yeah,
So.
Zack starts as a dreamer,
Hmm.
and he finishes by being
Spoilers?
a realistic.
Okay, I didn't know if you were gonna say something.
No, not specifically, but
Okay.
he starts like this dreamer that I want to be a hero. He
Yeah.
has these dreams of grandeur and stuff like that, and he's really naive. You know, he believes in Shinra, like, you know, the people here that we are watching on television in the scene that was shown.
Mhm.
He's on board on it, and then he starts to open his eyes, and okay, that dream becomes, you know, more grounded.
Mhm.
He still is hopeful and shipper.
Sure.
He's a really loyal guy, and he has only good attributes. The only bad attribute that most people would
Yeah.
say about Zack is, and it was retcon, it was watered down in his new version, but in the OG he was a player, like woman. He liked women.
Yeah, that's right. That's when
He
we were
was
when
the
we were
player.
doing the
The deep dive.
translation or whatever. Yeah, that when we were doing
Oh,
the
yeah.
Tim Rogers video, and it talks about Zack
Yeah.
being. It's like he loved women.
That's the OG Zack. That's
Yeah.
the OG Zack.
Right.
So that was watered down in the new version of him.
Mm-hmm.
He is like because he's so they call it gold retriever.
I don't
Gold
know.
retriever
Gold
the-
Retriever.
energy.
Like
yeah,
gold,
that he's like a dog.
He's like a golden retriever. Yeah,
A
that's the
golden
type.
retriever.
Yeah, the type of a dog is a golden retriever who's always happy to see you. He's like, yeah.
Yes.
But I mean,
Very
like,
positive energy.
they literally call
Puppy.
spoilers, yeah, Puppy or Zack, but it's actually, you know, when Cloud is Zack in Rebirth,
Oh yeah.
and Sephiroth calls him such a puppy, right?
Yes, because it's talking about Zack.
Yeah, yeah,
And so he has that personality.
Yeah.
So obviously, and he's good looking. He's a really good looking character. So obviously,
Jolie, do you
everyone is
think?
going to
Hang on
be-
one second. Do you think Jolie, sound off in chat if you think Zack's hair is good looking? She hates Zack's hair. She
well,
hates.
he
She hates
changed
all
the-
mullets. She's
he
always like,
changed the hair.
Yeah.
His hair was different originally, and then it was
yeah,
the boiler exploded in front. So it's-
yeah. Now it's just like the one strand that comes down, and then it's all down the back of his neck. Anyway,
yeah,
sorry.
and I
catch
don't know
up.
why they did. Well, that was a design. No,
It's fine.
That was a design. That was a design, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, but because of that personality, that energy,
yeah.
you know, women go nuts for him, right? So
I mean,
It's
women go nuts
logical.
for Cloud too,
Mm.
though. Even though we say that like he's only positive energy, Cloud is this brooding
Yeah.
like whatever who hasn't got. But all the women in this game love him. Are you talking about
Yeah,
just
but-
fans, like outside the game?
but Cloud is a pretty boy, and in real life, Spencer, I don't know if you know this, but I
Yes,
have
Cloud looks like a
seen
girl.
it. yeah, but I mean, in real life, outside there, I'm an average-looking male. Okay.
No, Hey, me and you can relate on that. All right.
Yeah.
We're just
average.
normal
We're
guys.
average.
Yeah. No, I know.
We're average. And if you see a good-looking guy, and he's an ass, he has a lot of women pinning behind them. They don't
Sure.
care,
Yeah.
right? So in that regard, Cloud is really realistic.
Yeah, there you
If
go.
Cloud would be ugly, no one is gonna take its you know.
Yeah. I like
For
this.
sure.
I like this chapter 7 analysis from you, man. That's so funny. Because like I have this theory. I always would tease Jolie, because she'd be like, they're so cool looking, you know. She always loved the Final Fantasy characters, but when I was first meeting Jolie and I was teasing her, I used to tease Jolie like relentlessly, and I'd be like, those guys just look like girls, Jolie. Not like Cloud, you know, Tidus, Vaughn, like, or not, like all the main characters, Zidane or Zidane or however you pronounce his name. Like all the Final Fantasy characters, Squall, they're all just like these hot, pretty boys, right? That look like girls.
Yeah.
And I came to this theory, and this is like gonna sound silly, but I'd always be like, girls like boys or men who look like girls. And they're like, no, that's not true. But if you look at like Brad Pitt or like Chris Hemsworth or like, you know, like these
Handsome dude.
these handsome, like, you know, pretty boys, I'm like, look at their eyelashes, look at their look at the way that like their eyebrows are, right? Like all this stuff. As an artist, I like realize this because I'm someone that would like, this is gonna sound really weird, but when I draw female attributes, right, I draw their eyelashes, and I would draw like, you kind of draw their makeup. You understand what this is like, right? So you get this as an artist, but there's certain qualities that girls have that guys don't typically associate with. Like
Softer lines.
Right. So like Cloud, if you look at Cloud, he has like eyelashes that go out for days, man, and they're dark, like he's wearing mascara, and then he's got these perfectly like trimmed eyebrows, and he's got this soft face. And every Final Fantasy protagonist has this. I'm like, this is like the hot boy, right? And it like Sephiroth has this thing too.
And he has
Sephiroth has these pretty eyelashes and this long hair, and I just started teasing Jolie relentlessly. I'd be like, girls like guys who look like girls, you know. And like another point why I think this is true, because I guys like notice girls that were wearing makeup, and it's like, that's pretty or whatever, but most of the time it's other women who look at other women and they're like, oh, like she looks really good, or she's got like, you know, or like or her eyebrows are bad or something. This is totally going off the rails, by the way, but I always think it's hilarious.
No, it's on point. It's on point.
But right, so it's always funny to see like the hot boys from Final Fantasy that are just like a bunch of, you know, girl protagonists that they're boys, but you know, the boys and you're not getting someone that's like, I don't know, who's like a Russell Crowe or like a Barrett is like
rock looking.
Barrett
is the most male.
But even Barrett is like pretty, you know, to a certain extent. So it's very funny.
Well,
it's very Japanese.
He's rock, you know.
Robert in chat says Clive.
And...
Yeah, Clive is definitely one of those guys. But anyway, sorry to go off on that tangent. But
we're not jealous. We are. I lost my train of thought.
Oh, I'm sorry. I talked over you.
I was reading Ectogama. Someone's jealous, he says. We're not jealous.
I'm so mad. You're right. I do wish I looked like a woman.
Yeah, right. And to add to your theory, well, take a look at the Korean invasion.
Mm-hmm.
All of them look like ladies.
Wait, who?
You know, the Korean invasion.
Like the
BTS
K-pop guys.
Dudes, the K-pop dudes.
Yeah.
And not only the dudes, the actors.
Sure.
There's a lot of K-dramas on Netflix and stuff like that. They all look like women. I'm like, okay, who's the girl in this, in this show? And another thing, all those actors that you mentioned, Brad Pitt and all those, they all have had long hair at some time.
Sure, yeah, they have that.
And Chris and all, they have, long hair, luscious.
Who's the guy? Oh, I can't remember. Anyway, me and Jolie always joke about like, because like I'll have like my celebrity crush and I'll talk about it, but then when we went and saw a movie like a year ago, we went and saw that Twisters movie and has Glenn Powell in it. He's the voice
Oh,
of
yes,
Star
yes.
Fox or whatever. But he's another one of those like I mean he's an attractive man, right? But I'm like yeah, he looks like a girl. That's why he's attractive. He's like okay, and everyone's like, well, how can you look like a girl? He's like this buff dude. I'm like, well, yeah, of course. His body. Jolie says he is hot in chat, right? But yeah, because he looks like this.
He looks like a buff.
Yeah. you get what I'm saying. Anyway, yeah, he is, but he is attractive, you know. Toolman says Glenn Powell looks like a capybara. Oh, that's funny, man. He's got that more smushed in face with his teeth. Come on, Toolman. He's attractive. Let's give him it.
That chisel face, you know, geometric.
He's got but see the one thing, it's like girl features with the jawline, and then you're a dude, you know. Google it, says Toolman.
Yeah.
We've gotten off the rails for sure.
and there's science behind it. So the most geometric and symmetric faces, the most attractive it is. So.
Right. And Cloud's like perfectly symmetrical.
Look at the guy. We're looking at him.
Yeah, I know.
Right now.
Totally, man.
And he has the I'm not gonna go deep into this because it's a little bit spoiler, right? Okay. But the persona that Cloud has right now is like, you know, I'm really mysterious.
Yeah.
Stone face. He kind of moves slowly, looks you with a side eye, you know?
Yeah.
I'm so cool. He's selling it so cool, right?
I still am so. I mean, you don't need to spoil it for me, but I'm still fascinated by this whole thing because I know we've talked about it a little bit because it's like, is it an act or is he totally just? Does he not know who he is? Don't tell me, you know. But
okay,
that's kind of my question because
hopefully
it's like an act, but then is it like how could rebaked when they tell us, right?
They tell us, yeah. Well, they tell you because I know.
Well, they need to. If they don't tell me, then I'm going to be mad because I will play Crisis Core and I will go play the OG, but that should not be required for me to understand what's happening.
But this is the thing. I'm going to try to be vague. Okay. But if they in Remake, if they show you in some way, in a really obvious way, what is going on with Cloud.
Yeah.
To me, it's a little bit. Cloud has been in the remakes. In some scenes, Cloud shows himself.
Right.
You see a lot of the real Cloud. You might not notice it.
Well, no, I noticed that stuff. People say like, "Oh, look, Cloud's coming out," you know. Yeah.
So that situation gives away that mystery if he knows or what, because you are, you know.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm getting the idea through because I don't want to blatantly, you know, say.
Oh, it's okay. No, I know what you're saying.
What's going on. But yeah, I mean, so it's kind of like, it's not going to be a lot of difference because you have seen that Cloud, right?
Right. Okay. So now we've talked about how Zach is a puppy, golden retriever boy, and that like now the girls
about how Final Fantasy
wait.
male guys are girls.
Yeah, but this is important. This is totally a tangent, but we might as well talk about this. Okay, this is going to sound silly, and I don't mean to be rude. This is like, there's nothing wrong with this. This is actually a draw. I think this is a good thing because a lot of video game audience is very is very male populated. It's like 95% men, if not more, right? But the cool thing about Final Fantasy is that they have these like hot protagonists that women usually like to talk about. You know what I mean? It's rare to have a game like Final Fantasy where I think the demographics are a little bit more skewed to, I mean, majority men still, right? But I think it's cool that like these games attract women players, you know, in a way.
Oh yeah, Final Fantasy. Well, modern Final Fantasy games, modern, I must specify, are eye candy for directed at women. But you know, the thing with male gamers is that we tend to overlook that stuff if the story is cool, right?
Sure.
It's like, I know this is a women's game.
Right. I mean, like, it's a male game, but it's also like, it's like they're catering to both audiences. Because, like, when I play this, I'm not thinking to myself, like, oh, like, I have to play as Pretty Boy Cloud. Like, I think he's cool. Like, I think Cloud is cool. And I do think, like, I've been someone who's gone on the record who says, I like the romance. I like the relationship building that happened in Final Fantasy. I love the love stories. I think those are good things because in like male dominated games, you don't get a lot of that kind of, relationship stuff in games. It's mostly just like, can you, like Dark Souls or whatever, like awesome game. But like most women like don't play that game and think, yeah.
Well, there's a lot. I have seen a lot of women play Dark Souls.
I know. I'm not. Like Call of Duty.
Dark Souls is not a game that I like. It's not a series that I like. I don't play Dark Souls, but I have seen that there's a lot of women that are really interested in that game.
Jolie just says should have made Cloud buffer and Cold Still. So the problem with Cloud is that when she sees Cloud with his shirt off, she just thinks he's like a 12-year-old boy.
Well, maybe he is.
His face might be pretty. Maybe he is 12.
Well, he's not 12. He's more like 14.
Oh, no.
16.
He's in his 20s, right? Anyway, so...
Well, physically.
Right. So Roosevelt says Yakuza is like 40% female, and you can... Oh, and you can... I would definitely see why. Well, that's cool. Like, that's cool that we're... catering to a female audience. I'm not saying that games just have to do this. Like, games can be whatever they want. I don't think that they should cater to an audience if that's not the game that they're trying to be. But I think it's cool that Final Fantasy has, like, the romance elements, that they have, the, aspirational hot characters. You've got Tifa, you've got Cloud, you've got Barrett. Like, they're all extremely hot in their own ways. You know what I mean? Like,
but Spencer, that's right. Our games... And like mine and yours. I mean, The Witcher.
Yeah.
It has those elements also. There's the romance in it, and Mass Effect also.
But they have hot characters in those games too.
Well, yeah, but I mean that they are like they have that element of romance and adventure and everything like that. So I think it's universal topics.
Well, yeah, that's why girls like those series too.
Yes,
right. Like,
because
I know a lot of girls that love Mass Effect. Jolie would freaking start a whole new podcast about Mass Effect if she played Mass Effect. She doesn't have any time to, but like she always clamors for Western storytelling, and I'm like, play freaking Mass Effect. It's basically a JRPG with a Western skin. You have literally like this hub base. You have your different characters that you meet along the way. You grow your party, and like it's a literally like, I mean, the combat is something that she would get over or whatever. Jolie says that's why I can't play it, because she would never have time to work on Mass Effect. But like, Mass Effect is that sort of Western.
The new version, what's called Legendary, right? The remakes, the remasters.
We have
Effect.
it. Yeah.
The gameplay has been standardized on the 3 games, right?
Good call,
because
Dustin.
the first game was different.
Yeah. No, it was. They upgraded the first game a little bit. It's not like a full remake, but they're trying to make it more in line with the other 3
more
games.
Accessible. Yeah. And it's a really cool game. Jolie should give it a time. I don't know if I'm misremembering this, but maybe you know better. Mass Effect was originally to be a Star Wars game. And it was rejected.
I don't know. I know that Casey Hudson worked on a Star Wars game before, so maybe they were like in the development of like a new Star Wars. So if you played Knights of the Old Republic, that was Casey Hudson and the team that made Mass Effect. That was like them doing it. And I could see it could probably be a real possibility where they were working on a Star Wars game, but then they shifted to their own IP, right? And then, anyway, they ended up making Mass Effect.
They had to create their own universe.
But it's so good. That's the best part about Mass Effect. The universe that they created freaking rules. It's so good. Anyway, we don't need to talk about Mass Effect. Jolie will get mad at me if I only... The Mass Effect file says Robert.
She's gonna type divorce.
yeah, we should get back on track. But no, I think that there's so what we've talked about mostly. Yeah, obviously, it's been interesting to kind of see them flesh out Zack and make him his own character. That wasn't really the case in the OG, but then the remake series comes along, and then they're throwing Zack on the cover of Rebirth.
Again.
They're putting him into these games, right? Obviously, they want you to play Crisis Core Reunion because they were like, play this game. They put it out in between the remake games, right?
Money.
Yeah, money, but they also want you to know because if you don't know what happens at the end of Crisis Core, then the ending of Remake doesn't hit as hard, right? I would argue that's true. Because obviously if you don't know what's going on with Zack, then why would you ever assume, like, oh, it's cool that there's this guy with black hair and the Whispers did something and he's still around, That doesn't make any sense if you don't know what happens to him. But anyway, yeah, Zack, they're fleshing people out. They're expanding more on the characters, and you're not maybe the best fan of it. Do you like Zack? You haven't played Rebirth yet, but you've spoiled yourself on it, right?
Yeah, I know what happens.
Yeah, so we won't talk about that right now because we're not there yet. But what I'm saying is that Zack is the type of person where it's like he's obviously important to this remake, and I don't think that they've really earned it in Rebirth, but we'll see.
The problem is that we know what that important is yet, right?
Right.
He's clearly being. I mean, he's clearly showing us something, but because it's not blunt and straightforward,
okay,
we don't know what it is that he's showing us, right? It's kind of like it's like a visual language, but it's too big. It's too big.
Alyssa says that they did explain what happened to him in the OG. I'm just thinking about that shot, Alyssa, like the literal cutscene at the end of Remake. Maybe they explain what happened to him, but like the Remake cutscene is like one for one of like the instead of him, whatever happens to him at the end of Crisis Core, know.
But that scene you're talking about, it's the retcon of Crisis Core because in the OG wasn't that way.
Right. Okay.
It wasn't that way.
But Alyssa's saying that they explained
it was
very,
very different. Very different. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Stop asking questions as to why. That's my favorite quote that he says. Yeah.
I don't know if they're going to explain. Maybe that's why they want people to play Crisis Core. Because I don't think they're going to. I mean, they need to explain so much.
Yeah, they want you to.
And put, Zack's story on top of everything.
Yeah.
When you can go and see Crisis Core, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know if they're going to revisit that on Remake.
Well, I guess we'll find out, right? I don't know if you saw the quote that's been going around from the Hamaguchi interview, which is so hilarious to me because it's like it's saying the exact same shiz that he's been saying forever. It's like we can't tell you everything, but but we've made a decision, but we don't know. We can't spoil the. It's just hilarious. I'm not even going to get into it because it's like Hamaguchi has not said anything new for like 5 years.
Hamaguchi hasn't said anything.
But like everyone that makes content around this game will go off and like make an entire video around it, which is like hilarious because it's just saying the exact same. Yes, it's true, but it's not true. We'll wait till the end. Anyway, so. Okay, Javier. Airbuster fight. How'd you like the Airbuster fight? You played it 3 times. Did you like fighting this guy? Did I lose you? I don't hear you now, Javier. I tried to bring it back, and when I tried to get it back on the rails, he left. I'm kidding.
I'm here.
Okay, you're here. Okay, we can hear you now.
Maybe it's the Discord that
yeah, you're here now.
Activates
you're live.
The microphone.
Yeah, I don't know.
The AI activates the microphone only when you're talking, and if it doesn't detect you, it doesn't turn. Maybe it was that.
I talked too long. Okay, tell me what you think about the Airbuster fight before Cloud falls from the plate.
It's a cool fight. It's a very different fight than the original.
Okay.
And I said a little bit on the when Ernest was here, and we kind of mentioned about the Airbuster. The annoying thing about the handicap, the chips, That that's going to change your battle, right?
Yeah.
Depending on what you are, changing on the terminals.
Yep.
So that's cool. You
Alright.
can kind of shift a little bit the
where you can weaken
fight,
it
right?
as you go up, and you get to pick the things that it does. I do like that, and it makes replayability. Like if you didn't know the difference, right, and you like picked a certain thing, then you could try it again another time.
I think the first time I removed the bombs, for instance,
Yeah.
and well, you don't have the bombs in the first time I fight him, and then the
Yeah.
rest one is something completely different.
Yeah. Which
It's
is
cool, and all the interaction, with the cartoon villains. Now there are holograms. In the OG, they were President Shinra was there in the flesh.
Right.
Now here there are holograms.
Yeah.
And well, yeah, it's cool, and it's cool that there is like this catwalk, and everyone has kind of like
Stay on it, and there's these options
On-
where
on-
Barrett
on
has to
one- on
shoot
their
from
one.
far away, and yeah.
yeah. So it's a
Range.
creative, it's a great, and the music nerds,
Yeah. No.
it's
yeah. Everybody.
bonkers, man.
What's
I mean, if you have put attention to that song, it goes like, tango goes everywhere.
Yeah.
Rock and roll, heavy metal, everything is in it.
Yeah, it's awesome. This was one of the famous battle themes from the original. I know they went hard with it.
You can tell they pour their love into this key moment of the OG, right? This key, like the scorpion
Yeah.
in the start, in the first one.
Yeah,
This
no,
is
it's
one of
awesome.
those.
And that's throughout the
And there's
entire
not
games,
many.
right? Like but you fight amazing, so many different bosses throughout Remake. We're in the stage where we fight Rude and Reno, but then I remember going through the Shinra building and all the other fights that you do with the different parties. Just incredible. This game rules.
Yeah.
So,
And in the remake, well, in remake, you said you fight Rude and forgot the name. Reno.
Reno, yeah.
In the OG, you didn't do that
I know.
till much later. So that's new. But
Yeah.
the classical ones, the Scorpion is
Yeah.
one. What other one? The one with the motorbike at the end.
Mhm.
What's that called? That one's another one. And the one the one that Eris and Barrett fight. Those are the
Gotcha.
classic ones.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know what was in the original or not, but
Well,
okay.
version of those.
Gotcha. Well, let me
A cheaty version of those.
let me skip ahead because I know you probably want to talk more about the next chapter, and I've already we got to get other people in. We got more people coming in to chat. So let's get your thoughts. This is the end of the chapter. You beat the airbuster, it blows up, and then you get tossed down. They can't save you, and you fall from the plate, and you get to go,
Yeah.
do your thing. How you feeling about this next section here, where you fall here from the sky, and then you at the beginning of chapter 8, you've got a little bit of your white background, trippy Sephiroth stuff, and then you see Aerith. This is
That's
kind of
the only thing that's like, what?
I know that I can't tell if you're someone who's really into the whispers, or if you're just kind of accept them that they're trying to do something here, or are you do you get all excited when these moments happen?
Well, not excited, but I'm intrigued. Well, originally the first time I saw them, I was intrigued. Now I kind of have my headcanon of what's going on.
Okay, cool.
So, but I need part 3 to corroborate my
Sure.
headcanon. Hopefully.
Yeah.
But the first time you see them is like, hey, dude, what? I mean, in the OG, he just falls and he's in black screen, and we get this dialogue. There was no,
Yeah, I don't.
pre-fall transition or anything like that. Nothing. So now we got this. When you guys were playing on chat, I was mentioning that I don't like what they did in this scene, because in the OG, air quotes here, Real Cloud appears as a kid, like the one from the water tower.
Wait. Everyone look at the screen right now. If you wouldn't know any better, you could say that this is a girl. Look at those eyelashes. Look at those.
Yeah.
Look at those. If you didn't,
Girl without
you don't see the
makeup.
chin. You don't see the lips, so there's like no lipstick. You just look at this. Dang, girl, you're so pretty. Okay, sorry about that. Moving on.
You couldn't resist.
I couldn't do it. Sorry about that.
She needs a little bit of makeup.
No,
She'll be more pretty.
No.
And this thing, Sephiroth, I'm your everything. It's like, what?
Yeah, I'm still confused. Like, what I want to do, what I should have done when we were doing our stream, I need to have like a big whiteboard back here, and every time like we have Sephiroth moments. Oh, I'll pause it for you. Unless you want to talk about Aerith here.
Pause it.
Unpause it. Is that what you said?
You can pause it here. You can pause it there.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, there's a delay. It's the video is pausing until now. I don't know. You pause it.
There you go. Just for you. Just in case anybody knows, Javier's girl is Aerith. He's a big Aerith fan, so we'll pause it for him.
It was just, but well, we know what happened.
Yeah. Okay. So talk to me about Chapter 8. We meet Aerith. The whole thing. We just played this recently, so it should be fresh in our minds. Jolie and I just completed it. Tell me the things that you like about Chapter 8, and if you would change anything about it. Or if it's perfect.
If I would change? Well, it's not perfect, right? There's some side quests that are like, wah.
Yeah.
And just like we have been mentioning on other chapters, they could have synthesized or been more productive with the way they are. I mean, there's a point for all these side quests, right?
Yeah.
To flesh out their dynamics.
Yeah.
With Cloud.
But you saw me and Jolie being frustrated with the side quests. We were kind of like, all right, here we go. Working with the kids around I like it because it fleshes out Sector 5 and lets you kind of know that Aerith, is part of the community and that she's helpful and people know who she is.
And not just Sector 7. The same happens with with Sector 5. Same thing happens with Sector 7, and I get it. I know. I like stories. I'm a storyteller. I know they're doing all that so that it hurts when the plate falls.
Yeah.
Right? Because that's one of the shitty poor things the OG couldn't properly transmit.
Yeah.
It needed to be a really empathic kid. To be like, oh, that people, they died,
Yeah.
Some were, depending on the age.
Right.
But it was vague, right? And then they look like cartoon Lego, so I just can take serious that, right? So here, you kind of get to see that, it's people, it's normal people that are living in the slums,
Yeah. No, I get it.
Hard.
Yeah.
And they function. Well, if the party functions in order to flesh out who Cloud is, the sectors do the same in order to flesh out the girl in question.
Yeah.
They flesh out by telling you who Aerith is and what she does for the community and all that stuff. And the same thing with Tifa, right?
Yeah.
They same thing. The sector works in order to flesh out their characters, not much Cloud. And you only have the interaction with Cloud and the new character that we are.
Yeah, well, I would say that it does flesh out Cloud in a way, right? Because it's like it does show. It's obviously you're in Tifa's environment in Sector 7, and then you're in Aerith's environment in Sector 5, right? But at the same time, you have like how Cloud interacts in those moments, right? Where you have Sector 7 where he's like, oh, like he's always complaining like this sucks. He literally says like this sucks, like, oh, I'm hurting cats, right? And he's like he has to go and get filters for people, and he's like, do these things, right?
I'm no salesman, man.
Right. Or he goes off to Johnny. Like, I mean, he's doing it to help Tifa out, but like you can tell he's not really into it. And he kind of is not really into it either in Sector 5, but Aerith kind of brings out that more playful nature of Cloud that, you know what I mean, that's not present in the Sector 7 Chapter 3 version, right? Which I think is cool. So it's showing kind of like the dynamics of how he interacts with the two different girls and like their spaces, which is cool.
Yeah, and well, you like Eris, and you know that you like her because what she brings out in this jackass, right?
Hey, those are
She
your
does
words,
it
not mine.
naturally.
I know.
Yeah, I mean, she does it naturally. You
Yeah,
know,
yeah, for
it's
sure.
the kind of person that makes you want to be better, right?
Yeah. Well, I feel bad because we've been talking for an hour, and I know that we've got more people in the chat, so if we want to go to bed.
An hour, Spencer?
It's been an hour with me and you. So I know. Sorry. Okay, tell me your favorite part of Chapter 8. I know I don't want to cut you off because I know that you love this chapter.
Chapter 8. When,
Which was with
chapter
Aerith.
9 starts with the.
We'll get Steven then.
With the one you just played, right?
Mm-hmm.
The chapter 9 starts with when they go to.
Yeah, when they're making their way to Walmart.
The collapse way, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
when we're going to go through like that.
Ooh, tough question. What is my favorite part of chapter 8?
Or just if it doesn't have to be your favorite.
Simple.
Yeah.
No, it's simple. It's simple. I mean, I like many scenes of the chapter 8, but I think a standing ovation must go to the rooftop walk.
Yeah. Okay. So it's right after the church when you're just.
Yeah, that's the scene that sets the tone, that sets the dynamic, that sets because they are strangers, but it doesn't feel like they're strangers, right? And from that point on, you got like a base in which everything comes after, right? And it's just like candy on top of it.
Right.
That scene is the one that, that's Mosey, Spencer.
That's Mosey. They do that. That's true. The little callback, right? That's cool. I know. I mean, I love that moment. I think it's fascinating what Aerith kind of can bring out of Cloud in those moments, but there's so much mystery behind Aerith too, right? Where it's like Tifa just feels like it's like Cloud glitches out a couple times, but it kind of feels like where he's trying to remember his past. But she's someone that like where Aerith is this brand new element in his life, right? Which is very cool. So I really enjoy.
It's the new girl in school, Spencer.
Sure. But okay, man. Well, yeah, we went for an hour. I got to get some of these people in. Steven's clamoring to get in, so we'll get Steven in, and then we'll work our way. But good job.
Talk about Frag. Talk about Crisis Core.
I didn't know that we were gonna go off on the Crisis Core.
I didn't know either.
You never know.
But I'm glad we did.
Well, thanks, Javier.
It needed to be
man.
said, and it was said.
Well, some might disagree with you, but that's okay. We can do that here in a respectful manner. All right, man. We'll talk to you later, Javier.
Yeah. See you, Spencer.
Bye. Okay, guys. I'm gonna get Steven in. Is he still here? All right. What is up, Steven? Yeah, I can hear you. Okay. What's going on, man?
I'm good, my friend.
Good. I'm gonna turn this
maybe
down.
I want to continue what Javier thinks about pretty character and you. I think is most of the RPG and Japanese game like that. Maybe I will change this channel about Fire Emblem a little bit.
Okay.
As you can see, Dimitri is very pretty, and all other characters is very pretty. Pilot is also pretty. If we not see her face on the eyes, and another is very pretty. I think it's maybe for the Japanese game and anime as very common
it's
for,
very anime.
It's
very anime. So what you're so if you guys don't know, what Steven is saying is Fire Emblem is another series, right? It's a Nintendo series, but it's very anime, and what he's saying that characters in that game are very attractive, and even the male characters, right? Like they are very attractive looking, and it's very anime, right? Whereas you have anime characters like Reno here. Reno's got more eyeliner on right now than any girl I've ever dated in my life. That's fine, Shout out to Reno and their designs. It's fine, But yeah, that makes a lot of sense. That's funny, Steven.
All right.
Yeah. Artsy Vanty's in chat. He says, "What up, nerds?" Hey, Artsy Vanty. We're just talking about chapters 7 and 8 of Remake, and we've got Steven on the line from Indonesia. So what's new, Steven? What's your favorite part of these chapters? Do you like the Airbuster chapter or do you like the Air chapter? Which ones are your favorite?
I think I most like is Erit because as you can know, I love Erit than Tifa.
Do you love both of them?
Yeah, but I love Erit more.
Yeah, that's all right. I feel like we get a lot of those people in this channel. That's my fault. I always tell Jolie, I'm like, I scared all the Tifa lovers away. That's my fault.
Yes,
But
because before the remake, I think most of us Final Fantasy fan is like Tifa more because he more has in media maybe has more crossover in another game than Erit. But after the remake, we can already see it. I think Erit is prettier than Tifa and has more personality than Tifa because Tifa is always like say yes to Cloud, but the Erit always not like that because
yeah.
you know like Tifa is like a trophy for the Cloud, but the Erit is like the real character for us the player, not like oh we Tifa love us, not like that.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, like, so I think it's fascinating. The online discourse around these two will break my brain if I get into it too much. I mean, I know we've crashed out about shipping and all this stuff, right? I think it's perfectly valid for you to prefer Tifa over Aerith, and I think it's perfectly valid to prefer Aerith over, Tifa. And I think that there's lots of different options. I didn't even know that in the original game that there was like affinity system where you could go like on a date with Barrett and you could do all these other things and Yuffie. Like I didn't know these things, right? I just think it's cool. Like if you're gonna have romance in a game, right? Where we talked about Mass Effect a little bit, or if like you're talking about Fire Emblem, there's romance in Fire Emblem, right? Yeah, those romances and stuff in Fire Emblem, you can have a bunch of different people, and some people prefer this character and their love story, and some other people prefer, this character. I just think I think it's cool that you have options, and that there is no, canon relationship. It's all how you interpret the game, and the events of the games, like kind of, lead things to a certain way. I don't want to spoil too much, but that it kind of can be taken as like, oh, well, this person ends up with this person, and that's totally fine, right? But you're saying you like Aerith. Now, let me ask you, can I ask you a sensitive question about whether or not you wish Aerith to return or not?
No. So I think Aerith is died at
okay.
the end of story of Aerith because maybe I read about the Aerith died because the Aerith die is catalyst for Cloud to move on, right? To the party to move on, to us as player to move on. Like there is no immortality in this game. There is no immortality in this story. Everyone can die. Like maybe if you know Claire Obscure.
Yeah, I know I didn't play it. So well, don't spoil Claire Obscure because I haven't played it. So yeah, don't spoil it for me. It's okay. I've stayed away from Claire Expedition. Well, sorry, whatever. It's Claire Obscure Expedition 33 spoilers pretty well. The discourse has died down enough. I don't really know what happens. So, but yes, as far as like, you're saying that there's no one's immortal, that you have to make hard choices or whatever, right? So that's what makes the story better. Do you feel like that's true though with the way the remakes are going? Do you still feel like there's, do you feel like that people can't come back because you haven't played Rebirth yet, right? I can't remember. We can't really spoil it.
Yeah, I not really played because I don't have strong device.
That's right. You're saying that your computer can't play it. Now, as far as do you know what happens in the story? I won't spoil it if you don't know.
Yes, and because I have spoiled myself about the original, and now know about the Rebirth.
Okay.
I die and sex and now return in Rebirth, but that's the problem of the part 3, right? This is like we have multiverse now.
Yeah.
And sex return, but I think sex that is for catalyst for Cloud too, because if spoiler alert, of course, Cloud is symbolic for the Zack. We play as Cloud, but his Zack personality in the Cloud mind. That's why I think it's very difficult for me to know how the story unfolds in part 3.
Yeah, that's the question that everybody has, Steven. So it's very interesting, right? Because some people say that fate could change, and Remake is very heavy on that, where Rebirth kind of walks that back a little bit, and they're like, well, not really. But then they have things where they're showing things that maybe shouldn't be possible, but then you have the fans arguing over whether or not certain things can come, can be reality or not.
Yeah.
So yeah, it is tricky. It's very confusing. Toolman says, "Stop asking questions, Steven." But I mean, I look forward to seeing what they're going to do. But you like Aerith. You're saying you prefer Aerith, but you also say that death is final. So kind of from the original and the things that you know about Aerith is that you're saying like you like her the best, but at the same time you understand that her death in the original or potentially in these games is the catalyst or the motivating factor that makes Cloud who he is. Is that kind of what I'm getting?
Yeah. And I think the sense of the part 3 is not totally bad because, as I said before, this is the multiverse now, right? Marvel, the example, there are many type
Right.
of Doctor Strange, there's many type of Spider-Man, and many type of another. Maybe
You're
in
right.
this
There's
reality,
so many multiverse stories right now. Yeah, I
yeah,
understand.
in this reality, maybe Eric die, maybe after 5 years or maybe 10 years, Squares want to remake it again, and
Yeah.
then Eric live is whatever they can, right?
Right. Yeah, no, it's I'm just gonna say it's interesting. The multiverse story theory. It's because I'm a newcomer, and to me, my Marvel, brain, that conditioned brain. We've been seeing all the Marvel stuff, and like from if I didn't get into the weeds, and if I hadn't been talking to the Final Fantasy VII community and experiencing what people's theories were, I would say definitely that that there's stuff that's happening. They're blatantly showing you stuff like Zack is alive in this universe, and it's a different stamp than the stamp that they've been showing us in remakes. So one's a beagle dog and one's a Yorkie, and all these different things are happening, and we're going in between worlds, right? And so things are possible, right? But then you hear a big section of the fan base is saying like, no, like it's not a multiverse story. It's all taking place within the memories of the live stream that are happening, which is like, I think that's like a big catch-all, like whatever. They can just explain anything away by saying the live spring made us, or the live stream made us do it, or it explains all the reasons, This is my opinion coming as like from a newcomer. I get that I might be wrong and there's things that I might learn, but I don't know if you feel this way because you've only played Remake. You played the OG, but do you feel like the direction that they're going with the remakes is like leaves it open to interpretation, or do you feel like they're just doing a different version of the original game? You said that they're doing a multiverse theory, or multiverse game.
I not played the original, but
Oh, you haven't played it. Okay.
Heard a lot about the original, and I deep dive about the theory and another, and I think it's very, very interesting about the live stream story or another. But
sure,
you know about this theory, right? About Final Fantasy VII is actually equal of Final Fantasy X. So maybe about
I don't know that, but
you don't know.
No.
Maybe about live stream and foreplay is same, right?
Mm-hmm.
And maybe I don't know about that, but if Square Enix want to make live stream theory about half right or maybe half wrong, maybe we can have a game about between them, Final Fantasy VII and Final Fantasy X, because as you know, spoiler alert.
Spoilers, okay.
The Inra in the company in Final Fantasy VII is a boy in Final Fantasy X too.
Oh, I didn't know that.
The crew boy.
Interesting. Cool. Yeah, see, I don't know. I haven't played Final Fantasy X. There's lots of things that I don't know. But like, yeah, okay, cool. So maybe there's these other options. My favorite thing about the remake is that there's possibilities that everyone could be wrong and everyone could be right. It just makes me excited for part 3, I don't get why people have such a interest in being completely right when it's just anyone's best guess right now, I like that these new ones have gotten people talking and wondering. It just has been so long that we're getting tired of all the interviews. Like I was talking about, Steven, earlier, that Hamaguchi, the director of the game, has been doing another interview, and he's doing that marketing speak where some people take his words and they're like, "See, it was a sequel all along," or "See, it was nothing changed." It's just like, whatever. I want them to stop talking and just give us part 3. We're less than a month away from probably the trailer reveal. We think the first trailer reveal is going to be on June 5th, right? So we'll find out a little bit more. But anyway, kind of interesting. Steven, tell me a little bit about, these chapters. As far as like Aerith, she's your favorite. Do you like spending time with her in the Sector 5 slums? How do you feel about the side quests and kind of the relationship building that they give us?
I think the side story is same like another game, right?
Uh-huh.
Like Ubisoft game. Give me a cat or give me this to that person, or I have this mail, please give that to another NPC. That's
Yeah.
red set quest. I think it's very very simple set quest if I remember it correctly.
Uh-huh.
And I think it's very very basically general for the game had.
Gotcha.
And I think that's about this. I don't think I enjoy it well because, as you know, I likely the combat for this
Uh-huh.
game and not about the side story general. All the game I not like that because I usually rush in until main story. After main story finish, I never played it again. Maybe if I want to play it, maybe another 5 year on another.
Okay.
And maybe that's that. And I love about Airbuster boss because
Yeah.
that have a gimmick about if we can remove this ability and remove that ability. I love that.
Yeah, that is cool. I mean, I do like that so in chapter 7 is what you're talking about, when you can kind of strategically remove the pieces of the Airbuster and make the fight, easier for you in some way, right? I guess technically, do you have to take stuff away? Maybe you can, maybe you can't. I don't know. I haven't played it that way, but it's just a really cool mechanic where it makes it more, instead of just a boss fight, it makes, they foreshadow it. They show the Airbuster. They say this thing would really mess us up if it tried to fight us, but then you can weaken it. Very cool, very cool. And then the side stuff with Aerith in chapter 8 just fleshes out the world. But so which chapter did you like more? You said you liked the combat, so did you like chapter 7 more than chapter 8, or are they just different in your mind?
Yeah, I love chapter 7 more than 8, but maybe I want to speak about Crisis Core, right? Because Xavier like speak it before that. I think they make Aerith more lovable in this because when I played Crisis Core, he likes not very lovable at all. He's very annoying and another like that. Very very different type of people. I think I like this Sam Aerith, right? I think until I say that.
Yeah, okay. So you're saying they made her like, I don't know what she's like in Crisis Core. I know Aerith is in Crisis Core, right? And then like it's kind of explains the Zack story and stuff, but so you're saying you don't like it as much as the way that they portrayed her in this game.
I love it more in the remake. And
in the remake, yeah.
I think the Crisis Core is all about Zack, and we can see another NPC fighting. Maybe we can see spoiler alert Disney in Rebirth, how she fighting, and if we can play her, and we cannot see Aerith fight. And if I correctly remember, we not even see hold her staff and fighting. There's no scene at all.
So Aerith is just like, she's like a total side character, not a party member in Crisis Core. She's just there to she's around, and it kind of I've seen a few clips of that Jolie was editing with her and Zack, but that's it.
Yeah, she like damsel in distress.
Oh, gotcha. She's the typical like, I need help girl. Okay, interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, some people like it, some people don't, but I think it's fine. I can't say, once I play it, then I can be like, oh, this is hot trash or this was great, But I understand why it was made because Final Fantasy VII was so popular, right? They wanted to expand these stories, and then but now I feel like they are held hostage a little bit by their own compilation. So all these extra things like Advent Children and Crisis Core and the things that they made because Final Fantasy VII was so popular. Now they kind of have to like fit all that stuff in, which is very interesting. That's why Cisne's in this game. That's why you have the expanded Zack stuff and all the lore or whatever. And maybe like, some people would say those games aren't great. Some people in this community, like Alyssa and Javier and other people, but then you've got Roosevelt and Alex saying, no, Crisis Core was good, So it's cool. Like, I mean, people are divided on it, and that's fine. That's what art does to us, So we've got more people in the Discord chat. I don't know some of these people. So Steven, I'll let you go. Let me tell me like tell me your favorite parts of chapters 7 and 8. And then we'll try to get some of these new guys in here, so we can maybe hear some of them because we've got people that I have never seen before. So I think Chocobro is in the Discord, and we've got someone else in the Discord here too. So, but anyway, yeah, tell me about your favorite moments from these two chapters.
Maybe my most favorite is fighting Airbuster.
Airbuster, okay.
In chapter 8, when we meet Aerith, and as we know, she is a healer. So I can heal myself efficiently. And before I leave, I want to ask you 2 questions.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Why we always get kicked out on Discord? Why you do that?
I kick everybody out on Discord because it's a dumb reason. But we have Discord set up. But we think we're going to maybe use it as like a Patreon perk. I don't know if you know. Yeah. So we always are like, maybe eventually this will be something that we can give the community. Long story short, Jolie and I are just we don't have a lot of time in our life to make the community, and grow it out, right? So if we were ever to like launch a Patreon, we don't want people to like, this is going to sound so markety and so business minded, but the idea is like, that's something that we can give people that they might like, and we could give it to them for like the $1 or $2 tier or something, like the lowest tier that if we set up a Patreon, and then that would give them value, something that they could experience with a community for them to talk in. I know some people give it away for free, but me and Jolie are just like, what are some things that we could do that wouldn't take as much effort, right? So that we usually kick everybody off of Discord once we invite you on, and then I send out another invite to have you come back, right? We're not mad at you guys. We're not trying to like say get out of here. It's just that's just kind of what we've decided to do, And if maybe we'll end up giving it away for free, or maybe we won't. We don't know, right? So that's why we do it. It's not because we don't like you guys.
Okay, my second question is about as you know, Soccer World Cup is maybe next month or maybe 2. Maybe are you want to watch it on Stadium Live, or maybe will you want it on television, because this World Cup is being held in US, United States.
Oh yeah, the World Cup. So the World Cup is awesome. I love the World Cup. I'm actually a huge soccer fan, or football, right? And I know that it's like in Canada, United States, and Mexico, right? It's in those 3 countries.
Yeah.
My sister actually tried to get tickets to go to a few games, but it was really hard to find the tickets. But so I'll be watching it. Yeah, I'll be watching it on TV. I used to be like way into sports. My buddies from college we'd watch the NBA playoffs. We'd be watching like the World Series. We'd be watching like every single thing that there could be, obviously the NFL playoffs and stuff. But as I've gotten married, Jolie and I are the nerdy ones. Like, I like sports, and we grew up like, we're from Utah, so we loved like the Utah Jazz. There's a soccer team called Real Salt Lake. But we just don't have a lot of time to invest that, But anytime America, plays in the World Cup, I get super excited. We never win, and it's fine. But it's like my national pride like swells whenever we, fight, contend in the World Cup and inevitably lose once we get out of the group stage. So, yes, I plan on watching it, but it will be, nothing too fancy. I'm sure, like, I don't know how many people on the on the podcast or the gamer side of us that are excited for it, but we are. Jolie probably won't care, but I'll watch it.
Right, and
Yeah.
it's for me. And maybe if I had time, or maybe I have want to make a conversation with you, I will chat you on Discord because we have friend in Discord for.
Yeah, so I mean, like, you can always call in for sure, but like we'll do these call-in shows. These are something that's fun, and like we would never, like, if we did these call-in shows, we would open it up to the community like we always do. We wouldn't put that behind like a Patreon or whatever, because we never want to like take something away that we've already given away for free or whatever. We can't be like, oh, now you got to pay for it. It's just like if people wanted full-time Discord access and you wanted to talk to us or whatever, then But we're super busy. Like, I set apart time to talk to you guys on these nights, but like no joke, like real life IRL stuff, like all I'm thinking about is like getting my yard under control. I'm trying to get the weeds taken care of. I want to like get my flower beds looking nice. That's what I would be doing if I wasn't streaming. I'd be doing a bunch of yard work, and then I'd be working on finishing the basement here. So Jolie and I want to put in like a theater room, which is like something that we've like dreamed about doing our whole lives, right? And it's something that we're excited about, but just the time, this is obviously our hobby. We love doing this, or else we would do that instead. But I would, even if we had you guys, if we didn't kick you out on Discord, I would not be on talking with you guys all the time. I would just be popping in like I do occasionally. So, but anyway, great questions, Steven. Thanks for asking them.
Right.
You're awesome, man. Keep practicing that English, dude. You're getting better, and I think it's cool that you have a chance to talk with us. So, thanks for calling in.
Yeah, because you guys only have my time to have conversation with foreigner, because as you know, I really live in the very, very rural place, and never a single foreigner comes here. And
well, I understand how valuable it is to practice English. I lived in Lithuania for 2 years, and I taught English there, right? And people loved coming and talking to us because I was an American, and they wanted to speak English with me. So I get it. I understand. You're always welcome to call in, Steven. I appreciate it. And I think it's so cool that thank you, Toolman, for the Toolman gave us a super chat. He says, help Spencer's flower beds fun. Thank you, Toolman. Yeah, I understand how valuable it is to talk to a native English speaker and how hard it must be when you're in rural Indonesia, right? But yeah, you're always welcome to call in, and we appreciate it, man. It's cool. You give a cool perspective that a lot of people don't see. So thanks for calling in, man.
It's very rural. If I want to watch a movie in theater, I need 2 hours train to theater.
Yeah, that's true. Well, you can talk to me, and then that's a way for you to practice your English. I'm happy to do it, and the community likes talking to you. So thanks, Steven. We'll talk to you next time, buddy. Okay, cool. Steven, man, from Indonesia. That blows my mind. The power of the internet. So cool. Thanks for calling in, Steven. Okay, I want to bring in... Let's see. I know Alex is here, but we have... Alyssa's showed up too, but we've got Chocobro. I've seen Chocobro a lot. Can I pull you in, Chocobro? Are you cool if I snag you if you're in? And I know I feel bad. Dustin has been in here from the beginning, and Alex has been waiting a while, but give a chance to meet some of the new people that we haven't heard from in person. Is that okay? If that's okay with you guys, I'm gonna pull in Chocobro. I've seen him a lot. Hello, Chocobro. You are live on the Final Fantasy Files. Alex says, don't worry about it. You said you had the house all to yourself, Alex, but Alyssa says, flower beds and basement buns. Stop. I'm just saying I don't need money to finish those things. Yeah, we can hear you, Chocobro. One sec. Sorry. No, you're good. You're good. We don't need money to finish those things. I just need time. What's up, Chocobro? How's it going?
Hey, what's up? What am I doing?
What are you doing?
Let me mute myself. I'm here, but it's so weird. Okay, no, that's great.
Cool. Awesome, man.
Hi.
How's it going?
Hey, what's up? Everything's fine.
We gotta get to know you a little bit, because the other people that have called in before. So Chocobro, tell us like where you're from, what your favorite game is, and then we'll jump into like the chapter.
Sure. So I'm good to start here. I'm from Brazil, so just
Awesome.
letting everybody know. This is not my first language, of course.
Oh, cool.
Will be mistakes. I will make mistakes, so I'm preemptively apologizing for anything.
No, that's totally fine, man. Like I said, with Steven, it's cool that you guys call in, and I'm used to talking to people, you know, that are learning English, so it's not a big deal.
And I'm from Brazil, but currently I'm living in Japan, so it's
that's cool.
1 p.m. here. Yeah, it's 1 p.m. And
Okay.
yeah, I love this thing you guys are doing. I always miss a bit of it because it always starts at lunchtime, and I can't take everything. So usually I catch up with the VODs later. But yeah, it's fun.
Well, that's cool, man. And so okay, so now I gotta know. You live in Japan, but you're from Brazil. So
I'm
first
from
of all,
Brazil, but I live in Japan.
Yeah, but I talked about the World Cup now. Now I'm embarrassed because an actual contending country, Brazil. You know, they always have a good.
I know. Yeah, I used to like soccer way more. Many years ago. Lately, I'm not watching so much, especially since I moved to Japan.
Right.
World Cup here is not as big as in Brazil. So
in Brazil,
I'm not following so much. Yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
very cool.
I love the soccer.
But then you're in Japan, so what brings you to Japan? Does that just work, or you always wanted to live there, or what's going on?
I'm working now, but I came as a foreign student.
Okay.
I used to physics at school at university.
Yeah, that's awesome.
And now I'm working here. Yeah. It's about 10 years. Yeah, it's a long time.
You've lived there for 10 years?
Yeah.
Do you speak Japanese?
I speak a little bit. You know, I get enough to get myself around here. Yeah.
So
not native level, but I speak a little bit.
Oh, yeah. So whenever we're talking about the Japanese translations on the podcast, you're just rolling your eyes because we don't know anything we're talking
about. No. Yeah, no. I like when you guys talk about the Japanese translations because that's one thing in Final Fantasy that I really care about.
Okay.
Translations are always a big thing with Final Fantasy 7.
Well, let me ask you this, because this is where my arrogant like American comes through, right? Because I mean, like I love America. I'm not like apologizing for it. I think it's a beautiful, wonderful place to live. But at the same time, I understand that we are kind of full of ourselves, right? Because like so much of entertainment and media is centered around America. So whenever we play games like this, like even though this is a Japanese game, a lot of times we're like, well, you know, you got to make it sense for the American audience and the translations and stuff. But you not only are you from Brazil and like Japan, you know, you're seeing it from so like someone who speaks, you know, Portuguese, and you speak a little bit of Japanese, and you speak English really well. You probably like, I always am like, oh, like the translation, if they don't do it right for me, then it's dumb, right? Whereas you're probably like, like I just want them to speak well in all the different languages. Do you play these games in English? Do you play them in Japanese, or what do you like to do?
Yeah, this is something I used to think about. In case of Final Fantasy in particular, I like to play it in English.
Yeah, okay.
Both Final Fantasy 7 and 16 also is another game that I played. I go for the English version.
Okay.
Even though, yes, I'm usually the guy who watches animes in Japanese, in original, because I think the original is the one that truly conveys the original message, the original intentions, and all of this.
Right.
But with Final Fantasy, I don't know, something feels like it fits much better in English than in Japanese. I think it's because in Japanese it looks like too much with an anime. The Japanese voices, they feel too much like an anime, and it's kind of weird for me.
Yeah, that's a good point though, because Final Fantasy was always kind of like a Western. I mean, it's Japanese, right? But it feels kind of more Western than maybe like your Dragon Quest, where Square Enix had like, you know,
exactly.
Right, Dragon Quest feels very Japanese
okay
to
with playing in Japanese.
Right.
Also, it's unrelated to Final Fantasy, but Japanese language in games, in particular in RPGs, is a little bit difficult for me. I don't understand.
Right. Okay.
So In English is much easier. There is a lot of weird expressions and RPG vocabulary that I don't know in Japanese.
See, if I were you, Chocobro, I feel like I would. I always talk about how I won't watch animes in Japanese because there's a big argument online that's like, no, you got to watch the subtitled version. And I've talked about this on the podcast before, where I don't like watching anime or playing games in Japanese because I need to look at the visual stuff. I'm an artist. I want to see the animations and things like that. But if I was like you and if I'd lived in Japan for many years and I could if I watched a show and I could kind of understand what was going on and then I didn't have to look at the words constantly, I think I would try out the Japanese because we talk about that a lot. There is stuff that's lost in translation and that always happens, right? So,
Exactly. And if you have to read subtitles all the time, then you miss half of the action. So you keep focusing on the bottom of the screen, so it's not so good. But I mean, watch the way you prepare to watch.
Yeah, cool.
Sometimes when I'm in the mood, I watch animes in English as well. So it's not. Don't have any gatekeeping with regard to languages.
Well, no, I think
Fantasy.
Oh, go ahead.
With Final Fantasy in particular, I play in English at first, but then later I replay in Japanese to pick up the differences. I like to check the differences and see where they screwed up here and there. So it's a little bit of fun thing that I like to do.
Well, that's cool that you can do that, right? Because a lot of people, I just unless I started to learn Japanese, I could never have any authority to speak on the translation, right? So very cool that you have that. So you've been there for 10 years. That's so fascinating, man. Very cool. So tell me, as far as Final Fantasy, tell us about your favorite game now that we know kind of where you're from. Are you is Final Fantasy your favorite series, or is there some other type of stuff? What type of gamer are you, Chocobro?
Certainly, Final Fantasy is one of my favorites. I think you could say that I'm a Square Enix fanboy because I like Final Fantasy, Kingdom Hearts, Nier, Dragon Quest. I don't play Dragon Quest. I didn't play Dragon Quest so much, but I got the latest 7 Reimagined. So I'm getting to Dragon Quest as well.
Cool. Okay.
But the GOAT for me will be forever Chrono Trigger.
Okay, so that's your favorite.
Yeah, that's a favorite. I hope they make a remake of this someday.
Dude. I want to play that game. It's so funny because I know it's not technically Final Fantasy, but I feel like Jolie, if we ever got to the point on stream, I feel like that's a game that I want to experience. I just, with my limited time, and for doing the channel, it's only Final Fantasy stuff. But I know that Chrono Trigger is obviously not a Final Fantasy game, but it's not a Dragon Quest game. It's kind of like you've got Akira Toriyama's art and the Dragon Quest influence, but then you have your own unique story, but Square Enix owns that. So I know a lot about it, and people say it's the greatest game ever. So
it is. They aren't lying then.
They are right. And but I will experience that someday for sure. And maybe we could do it for the channel. I don't know, but it's kind of adjacent, not necessarily Final Fantasy, but
I think it's a great game to replay if you are into retro games. If you don't like the pixel style of Super Nintendo games, it's great.
No, I've been playing through. I mean, we played it on stream. We played Final Fantasy 1, right? And I had so much fun playing that. I will play through Final Fantasy 1. I'm saving it now because we're doing game club discussions, but maybe when we finish these, maybe we'll get back to the adventures of Zage, Franco, Dustin, and Sparkle Zone. It's so funny. I named one of the characters Sparkle Zone because she was in chat or he was in chat, and I haven't seen them since, but I've seen the rest of the others are still around, which is funny, but
immortalized.
Yeah, they're forever with me in that game. Awesome, man. Okay, cool. So tell me a little bit about. Obviously, we're in chapters 7 and 8. The game's really. I feel like the game starts to really move right here. We talked a lot about kind of, where it slows down. You're turning on the sun lamps and you're kind of going through the train stuff. But now we're fighting the Airbuster and then we're meeting Aerith. How are you feeling about this? I don't know how you feel about the games overall. I know some people's opinions about certain characters, but tell us how you feel about. Maybe we'll start with chapter 7 with the Airbuster and stuff. But how do you feel they do a good job? Do you think they do a good job, or Or was that kind of a frustrating chapter?
I think they are doing a great job with the remake and the trilogy entirely in general. I think they are doing a great job. I know that some people they like Ernest only play games for the story, and then you have the other side of the spectrum. People who say things like, "Oh, if I want to watch a movie, I'll go to the theater," or something like that.
Yeah.
I think I'm in the middle, but in a way that for me, both the story and the gameplay are really, really important. So I'm not a 50-50 guy. I'm a 100-100 guy. I think the game needs to have a great story and a great gameplay. And I think this remake trilogy is so far is fulfilling.
Yeah, that's why you like Chrono Trigger so much, because the story rules and you love the characters, right? And the gameplay is awesome. Yeah, very cool. Okay, so you think that they're doing a good job. Do you have any, like, are you totally on board with, like, the changes? Were you someone that played the original first, or are you someone that is playing these ones for the first time?
I played OG back in the days. Like, I'm 40 years old now, and
okay, we're like the same age.
In the middle of the
I'm 39.
I'm right there in the target audience of Final Fantasy. I've played the OG back in the days, but it's been a long time. I don't remember much of it. And I went to college. When I went to college, I stopped playing games altogether for a long time. And then I missed all the PlayStation 2, 3. I almost missed PlayStation 4 generations.
You're studying physics, man. You were serious. You had to buckle down. Right?
Then when I went back to gaming, I met 7 Remake. It was meant to be. Like I played 7 OG, stopped playing games altogether, and then when I went back to 7 Remake, and I was like flabbergasted by the the graphics and wow.
Oh yeah, I mean, if you hadn't played a game, if you hadn't played a game in that long, man, imagine going from skipping all those generations and then coming in on this. Crazy, dude.
Yeah, it was amazing. And I'm not the kind of person who rewatch movies or reread books, replay games. I usually don't do these kind of things.
Yeah.
So I'm totally on board with they making a remake that's completely new, that has new things in the story.
Yes. Okay, cool.
I really like what they're doing here. I really, maybe I would be slightly disappointed if the remake were just, the plain remake, like Nintendo level of remake. So I really like what they're doing with the new stuff.
Cool. Okay, so I mean, that's so funny. It's so funny that that's so controversial. It's like, I get it. Like, we've had 3 games to build up to this final chapter, but it's like obvious. It's like, why do people care if it's like a 1-to-1 remake? It's already different enough, like in these next 2 games, But so many people get upset about it.
It's internet. That's internet for you. That people will be complaining about literally everything.
That's true.
I think after I join a lot of channels. I follow those discussions a lot, and I see a lot of people complaining. So it feels like people. They have a singular complaint about some, cherry picking something, but they don't know how to elaborate that too much. So they end up complaining about literally everything. So it becomes it derails the discussion a lot.
Yeah, it's the internet. You're right. Well, we can't expect more of them. We always want them to be better, but then it devolves into, just a mess and a shouting war of like who's right or wrong. And I'm like, it doesn't matter who's right or wrong. Let's just go see what happens,
I think if you're having fun, I mean, it's all that matters. I really don't like when people start saying things like this remake trilogy is destroying Final Fantasy VII or whatever. It's not, right?
No.
Game is done. It's in the past. It exists. There's literally nothing they can do.
Right.
Will destroy the original games. The original games will be there.
I agree.
But I understand that. I kind of understand the concern. I mean, if you are playing this new trilogy, you don't like the direction of the new trilogy. then you can kind of predict that in the future, the next Final Fantasy games, they will kind of be on the same tone. So if you're a fan of those games, of the original Final Fantasy, you have this, this feeling that they are not going to make a game for me in the next 10 years or so. So I kind of understand the frustration.
No, I get the frustration. Like Red Barrington is in chat, and he always talks about like saying he's like, if you're going to change it, a new game, don't make a remake, right? I've seen Red Barrington, and I think people are frustrated with the remakes, and that's fine. But I think like but like what you said, maybe they're frustrated with the direction Square Enix is going with their new current games or whatever, and maybe they just have to accept they're like, that these games that I loved back in the day are not doing the same things, or maybe aren't going in the direction that I want. Like, and that's a valid. I don't think there's anything wrong with feeling that way, right? But at the same time, that like they're not the ones in control. The people that are in control are the developers, and they've chosen to go this route. So I just say, let the developers, see what what they do, and if you don't like it, sure, express your concerns, right? But then at the same time, you can't. You just gotta like deal or play whatever's in front of you. If you don't like it, then you obviously they're going in a direction that you don't like, and that's just how it works out, But
I also think that pleasing everybody is
it's never gonna work.
Impossible, especially for a remake of a game like this. One thing that I've noticed is the original Final Fantasy. So it's originally in Japanese, of course. It's a Japanese game made by Japanese people, and the translation literally changes a lot of things.
Right.
So I totally get that people back in the days when they play Final Fantasy VII, especially if it's an English audience, they get a different impression from characters.
Right.
Translation, it changes the feeling of some characters, even in the remake. That's why I prefer to play in English.
Yeah.
In Japanese, they feel too much of an anime character for me in Japanese with Japanese audio.
Yeah, that would make sense. I think they would seem like that too. Even though that's like, because I would feel that way too. Whenever I'm not mocking like Japanese people or anything, but in a funny way, I'd always kind of just say some gibberish words. I'd be like, like the way that that kind of the way that they talk in certain ways. It's just like that's like a Japanese voice actor, and it's like they take it seriously. And I'm like, well, that sounds anime to me because that's how I experience that type of that type of language or whatever. Yeah, like Toolman's Nani, like all that stuff. Like it becomes internet culture at a certain time, and that's cool, but I associate that with anime because anime is so widespread, right? I think I agree with you. If I was like listening to the characters speak in Japanese, I would think, oh, this feels like that, Whereas I grew up playing games in English, and I'm not against it either way. Obviously, it's originally a Japanese game, and I'm lucky enough to live in a country where they cater towards my language because we happen to be a big reason why they do well financially, but it makes sense.
I think they have a very difficult task. I mean, to make a game like this in with OG, because you didn't have voice acting, you didn't have motion capture, these kind of things.
Yep.
So you could say, oh, here's the game, and take the game the way that you prefer. So English audience will consume the game and they understand the game in a specific way. Japanese audience, they will do the same in their own way. So everybody's happy in the end.
Yeah.
But with the remake trilogy, now you have voice acting. Now you have motion capture, facial expressions, and all of these super detailed HD graphics, and everything super realistic. So you can't really use much of your imagination to fill the gaps. So you end up the English audience having a Japanese game, and they maybe feel, I don't know if I like this.
Right.
So, yeah.
Well, I think it's funny too because like these games are so big that you have like they're probably localized in Portuguese and in French and German, right? Like I think I was on Twitter the other day and someone was like, there was like one of those viral Twitter moments where they're like the voice actor and the character or whatever, right? And it was it was like I'm the voice actor, and then the character was Clive, and everybody knows Ben Starr as Clive because he was like the he's like the famous one. But it was the German voice actor, and everyone was like, "You're not the voice actor," but that's just our arrogant English version, kind of being like. He's like, oh, I should have said that, like, I'm the German voice actor for Clive, right? Which is, like, totally valid, and that's cool that there's, like, that these games are so popular that they're going to have voice actors in, like, every prominent language, you know? Yeah, it's awesome. I mean, I think these games are incredible. They do incredible things. I do have my issues with it. Like, I'm in the camp where I'm frustrated with the lack of answers, but obviously we're not done with the game, right? So I just kind of have to wait and see, you know, and hopefully we'll get some more of that. But you know, as far as
this is one thing that I like in those games. Also, I said I like Kingdom Hearts, so it's kind of similar in that sense. Like the story is given to you as a puzzle, and I like puzzles, not as in a puzzle game, but in actual jigsaw puzzle. They give the pieces, and then after you take everything, you try to piece them together. So this is something that I like to do. So I understand this is something they do in those games in Kingdom Hearts and also in this one. So if you are not too much into puzzles, so then that may be a problem. So I understand here.
No, okay, very cool. Well, Chocobro, so nice to meet you. Tell me your favorite parts of Chapter 7 and Chapter 8. And it was a pleasure talking to you, man. Airbuster.
Exactly. The music, the sound is a banger. I love the boss fight is super hype, and
totally.
On the next chapter is 8. I like the fights with Rude and Reno as well.
I do too.
Yeah.
My favorite, I like those moments where, like, I like fighting the Airbuster and there's all these, like, different phases, but I'm kind of like, when in games like this, my favorite type of enemies are when enemies are not like these giant robots, or I'm not fighting God. It's like when I'm fighting another capable, like, human.
And like a little human that is in the arena and you can walk around.
It's like a duel. You know what I mean?
In a way. It's quite a different play style when you have this giant boss that stays out of reach most of the time.
And this game gives us a lot of those, right? Where we have we have the Airbuster fights, and we have that. Then we fight Reno Rude. We fight Rufus, you know, later on. Right now we're looking at the stream. We're fighting Shiva and summons. It's just, I don't know. This game freaking rules in a lot of aspects, which I think they crush it in the combat. So, okay, man. Well, Chocobro. From Brazil, living in Japan. What a man. Thanks for joining, and thanks for chatting with me, man.
Hey, thanks for having me.
You're welcome anytime. That's cool to know. You've got some friends there. I don't know where in Japan, but I know that, like, I called him Apethus forever, but it's like Ollie, I think is his name, and he's a photographer, and he's like in.
Oh I saw him.
He's from there, and I know that
you have quite an audience from Japan.
And then DK. He wants to get back to Japan, but you know he's in U.S. right now. He's in Florida or something. But anyway, cool, man. Nice to meet you.
Cool. Well, thanks.
Okay, see you later, Chocobro. We'll talk to you soon. Okay, I'm pulling in newcomers. I'm sorry, and then I'll get like Alex and Dustin and Alyssa. I know you guys are waiting, but I don't know. Let's see. I can't see. I've got somebody in chat. If you can hear, I'm brought you into a call. It just says a ... and then a sword icon with jars. You're on there. You're live. Let me know who you are so I can address you properly. What's up, man?
Hey there. You might know me as Artsy Vanty.
Artsy Vanty, my man. Okay, cool. I got you. What's up? Do I say Artsy Vanty correctly?
I mean, almost.
You can tell me. Artsy Vanty. Okay. Vanty sounds very like American. Like, give me the apple.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, I'm kind of like growing attached to Artsy Vanty, so it's just call me that.
Well, I mean, I can say Artsy Vanty. That's fine. See, that's why that's great when you join the stream and we can talk to you in person. Now I can like be like, all right, this is Artsy Vanty, everybody. Welcome to the chat, man. How's it going?
It's going great. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thanks for coming in. I know it's probably a little, nerve-wracking a bit, but I like when people call in and chat.
I'm like nervous, excited at the same time, so it's all good.
It's just know that it's me, the dumb newcomer to Final Fantasy, and I don't know what I'm talking about. We're just having a good time, so no pressure. So tell us a little bit about yourself. Like we said, you're this is the first time you've called in, so where are you from? Favorite game? Kind of that whole thing we did with why am I drawing a blank? I just talked to you. Goodness gracious.
Okay, well, I'll start. All right, I'm from Illinois.
Okay.
Like near the St. Louis area. You know where St. Louis is?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
And, from Illinois. I am an artist. I do digital, traditional. I do lots of like Final Fantasy portraits or portraits in general, like mostly people.
Yeah.
And yeah, I'm pretty talented.
That's awesome. So I know that your profile picture is like a cartoon drawing, right? So.
Oh yeah.
Do you? Because I studied art and animation forever, and I draw a little bit, so that's cool. But are you like technically a graphic designer or artist? Like what's your profession?
I mean, I don't really do art as a profession.
Okay.
I just do it as sort of a hobby. I'm trying to work my way into putting myself out there.
Mm-hmm.
I just need that motivation and all that.
That's awesome, man.
But for my other hobbies include like gaming and I guess building PCs and whatnot.
Cool, dude. I like doing that stuff.
Yeah, the PC building is sort of a new thing that I discovered over like the summer. And
you got in at the worst time with all the component prices, dude. I'm just kidding.
I mean, actually, I built my PC like somewhere. I think it was last summer before the RAM prices went up.
Okay, you got in at a good time.
I dodged the bullet.
Yeah.
And I was like, I can build a PC again, but it's like, oh wow, the RAM price is bad. I'm like,
yeah. We built Jolie a brand new computer last year March time, so it was because I built my computer here and I built hers and I like doing it. But I remember we went kind of all out with Jolie's rig for the first time ever. We're at that age where we're 40. We finally have enough disposable income where it's funny because she uses it for her job and we should have always gotten her the best stuff. But this was the first time when we were like, let's just get the best things ever, and so she has like 256 gigabytes of RAM and all this stuff, and I think about I'm like, great, we finally got her all this stuff, and I'm like, RAM is like triple the price. The amount of, if we wanted to get that much RAM now, we're lucky that we scored that,
Yeah.
But
talk about lucky.
yeah, we got way lucky. And also Chocobro, that's who I just talked with. I couldn't think of the name, but thank you of course, Chocobro, sorry, I just couldn't remember your name. But okay, cool. So, into PC building, gamer. Tell us about your favorite games. We got to get to know Artsy Vonty a little bit more.
That's a hard answer.
That just means you play a lot, right? So that's good.
I play a lot. I go all over the place with my games.
Cool.
I mean, obviously I play Final Fantasy.
Yeah.
Let's just Final Fantasy. I play a bit. If you've never heard of it, that's okay. If I play one of Tales of games,
I know the Tales.
They're like action RPGs.
Yeah. I played Tales. I played Tales of Symphonia on the GameCube back in the day. I never beat it, but I played it with a friend. And then I played Tales of Arise for a little bit too, but I never beat it.
Yeah, I played all sorts of Tales games. Like Symphonia, I played for a little bit on a PS3 at one point, but then my PS3 broke down years ago, and I never played it since.
Rip
and
PS3.
I could have gotten it. I could have gotten a remastered so many times. I could have gotten it for a PS5, PS4, Switch, but it's like I kind of want to just play on a PS3 if I ever get it fixed,
Right.
I don't want to buy the same game twice. Anyway,
I don't blame you. Yeah, I don't blame you. So what's
I do? I buy thinking the same way. So it's like, man, I need to stop that.
Yeah. So what's your favorite games? I mean, you say you have Final Fantasy you play, but would you say? I mean, if you don't have like a favorite, but like what's a game that that you love that if it's Final Fantasy, cool. If it's something totally different, give us a range of the stuff you play.
Oh boy. I mean, I'll go by genre real quick. I play Mortal Kombat.
Okay.
Tekken,
fighting game.
I play a bit. Man, I'm drawing a blank, but
you're okay.
RPG wise, I love Nier. Nier is like probably my top favorite game.
That's your cool.
On Nier Automata.
Nier Automata is like Nier Automata is like the best one, right? I haven't played any of them, but Nier Automata is the one that everyone loves. Nier Replicant was like before, but then they remastered it or something, and it came out.
Yeah,
I don't know the whole Nier series.
Yeah, and story-wise, Replicant is definitely like the one that comes before Automata.
Yeah. Gotcha.
But honestly, the best one has to be Automata. Like Replicant has like sort of a dated gameplay. Yeah. Even when it's been remastered, the gameplay is still kind of slow.
Gotcha.
For Automata, it's like fast-paced. Like holy cow.
Yeah, I've seen amazing clips of Automata gameplay, and I'm like, that looks like a cool game. And I know it's like got a lot of different genres of game in it, right? Like you have the third-person action game, but then you also have like, isn't there like lots of different gameplay systems in it? And don't you play that game multiple times for like the real story? I don't know. I just have heard so much about it.
Yeah. The thing about Automata, the gameplay, like it's sort of like. Yeah, definitely like hack and slash.
Uh-huh.
There's also like you're shooting down ships. I don't know what game what game is that where it's like a pixel game from back in the day where you're shooting down ships. I forgot what it's called.
Yeah. Like they have, I don't know if it's like a Gradius like game where you have like a ship and you're shooting. That's like, I don't know if that's left or right, is up and down, but you're like you kind of have that bullet storm gameplay, or I don't know what you would call it.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
Yeah, it's something like that. So there's also like you have to hack some, like you have to do a hacking puzzle with a certain character.
Okay.
So it's got like 3 gameplay mechanics all in one game. As for like playing a game like a bunch of times to get different endings, you mainly have to play like 3 times to get the real ending, I believe. I think you have to do ending A, B, C, D.
Is that I can't remember. Is that like the 2B and the like? I know that there's different characters. I've seen stuff online that's like, does that correlate with the different versions of the game you have to play? Like, are you playing as different characters in each one?
Yeah, like first of all, you gotta play as 2B, the main girl.
Yeah.
Then when you're done with her story, you gotta like rewind and play as 9S, the dude, her like sidekick. And then after you're done with 9S, then you finally move on to like the the real game.
Yep.
And then it just goes from there. You don't gotta worry about repeating the story over again. It's sort of a slog.
No, it's good. No, I get it. But I know of like I've never played it, but I know of like the cool intricacies of like the replays, and I know about like the deleting the save and like the kind of cool moments, So very awesome.
Yeah, those are pretty cool. Like the whole save being deleted after you spent all that time grinding.
It's like, but it's cool. I mean, that's a bold choice and pretty rad for.
It really is.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why great game.
Yeah.
In recent years.
Awesome.
Such a masterpiece. But I don't know if it's like my favorite game. That's
but
really hard.
Yeah.
Like I have like a top 10. I can't really choose like an all-time favorite.
Right.
Because
that's cool.
I'll be here all day.
That's cool. Okay, so you're like a capital G gamer, dude. So it's like I never was like a gamer. I mean, it was in me. I always wanted to be, right? But like and I'm not saying that this is like I just like when I got married and all this other stuff when I had disposable income, like, I mean, I guess I technically was. I mean, I had played MMOs and when I was single, and I had done some other things where it's like a lot of my time was gaming. That was like my core hobby, was to play video games for sure. But I always think about the games that I haven't played, and I'm like, wow, there's lots of stuff that I haven't played. And chat will always remind me, they're like, Spencer, you need to play more games. So I'm like, well, that would be great, but I didn't grow up with a PlayStation, and I didn't have these things, and there's these back catalogs that I need to play, and now there's all these new games coming out, and I just can't keep up with everything. So I have to pick and choose the games that I like, but I don't know. It's how life goes.
I wasn't much of a gamer at first. I mean, I think I started becoming a full-on gamer. I think it was somewhere around maybe 2018.
Okay, cool.
Like that's when I first got my job.
Yeah.
I was like, man, I have a job. Oh man, I have money.
You have money.
Oh,
what am I gonna spend money on? Yep.
But the horrible truth is, I buy so many games, and I don't got time to play them because I'm always busy. I'm always working.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, all these new games are coming out, and it's like, what's going on? Why are there so many games?
Right.
Other games.
That's the hard part, right? Because you have the money to buy the games now, you just don't have the time to play them, and that's the sadness of growing up, right? Because when you were young, when you had all the time in the world, you didn't have all the games you wanted. So.
Yes, and I still have games I haven't completed like 5 years prior. Like they're still sealed up. Unfortunately.
No, that's cool though. You're keeping the industry alive, man. You're buying the games because no one else will. I'm just kidding.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, I know. Well, very cool, man. Very cool. Well, awesome. So, what got you into Final Fantasy then? Because you're saying like you like Square Enix games, you're playing some other stuff, but it sounds like you play a wide variety of games. So, what it is about Final Fantasy that attracts you to it? Do you like all Final Fantasy games, or are you just mostly into like the remake stuff or Final Fantasy?
I'm more into the ones that catch my eye.
Yeah,
actually.
okay.
The first time I played Final Fantasy was back in high school. It was with Final Fantasy X. Back in 2016, I believe. Like I came in this kind of late, I guess, but better late than never. But
before me,
like
you came in before me, dude.
Yeah, so I was 16 years old. I was actually into like anime at the well, I'm still into anime, but I was like looking up like an anime music video randomly on YouTube. Then I saw like Final Fantasy X as in an AMV format. I'm like, is this Final Fantasy? Man, this looks awesome. The CGI looks great. What's going on? Who are these characters? So I'm like, I asked my mom, hey, I want to go to GameStop. I want to pick up something.
Like, that's cool.
What? She's like, is it Mortal Kombat? Nah, it's this thing called Final Fantasy. And I'm like, she's like, oh, okay then. So she took me to GameStop. I got Final Fantasy X. I booted up on a PS2, and I was entranced with that game the whole way through. Like I was lost in this mysterious world. Like nothing's being explained to me. I'm like, dude, what's going on? Why is everything happening all around me?
Yeah.
Like I don't know. The main protagonist didn't know what's going on, and that was like the most infuriating thing about that is that you're like in the shoes of the main protagonist who has no idea what the heck's going on at all, and you're just on this journey with him. Like you're like on the same wavelength as the person that you're playing as, and as the journey goes on and things are opening up more, you just can't help but put the game down.
That's so cool, man.
What got me into Final Fantasy.
I've heard so many good things about Final Fantasy X. I've never played it, so like I don't know if you know, I talk about it a lot on the podcast, but my history with Final Fantasy was basically like I started with Remake. Remake was my first Final Fantasy game. I saw Jolie play 15 before that, and like I knew, like when we were friends way back in the day, she was like playing Final Fantasy 10, and she was playing. I knew of Final Fantasy 9 and some other things, right? Jolie always had the strategy guide, so I always looked through them, and I would tease her and be like, "These guys are dumb," but I was just trying to be like a cool guy. And then turns out they were actually really cool, and so I started with Remake, and then I played 15 a little bit, and then I played 14, and then I played 16, and then I played Rebirth. So I've just played like modern Final Fantasy games. I haven't played any of the old stuff, right? But then I've like the Final Fantasies like 10, like legendary ones, like 7, 8, 9, 10, that golden era, and then obviously Final Fantasy 6 that everyone loves. There's lots of history about it, but that's the interesting thing about Final Fantasy is that some people can love it for like certain games, and other people can love the whole franchise. So it's all up in the air, but that's cool, man. So no shade. I think that's awesome that you started with 10. You're gonna be old gamer here soon. If you're playing 10, that means that you're the young kids are now. They're like, what's that? PS2? So
don't worry, I'm working with nephews. But yeah, when it comes to like strategy guides, I never really used them back in the day. I never had like the money or need for them.
Right.
So I was like, I'll use my intuition and figure things out by myself. And that was my thing.
Well, I used to tease Jolie. I would tell her, I'd say, I remember telling her, I'd be like, why do you need a strategy game that just tells you how to play the game? Why don't you play it through your first time? But I didn't realize, because I didn't play games like this, that there were like so many hidden things. And then you have to use the steal, ability on this character to get the Genji gloves that allow you to do all this stuff, right? Stuff that you would never know without the internet. But this was before internet times, right? So yeah, definitely some crazy stuff. But I was the gamer who would just play it through the first time, and I would miss like half the stuff. But I was ignorant and didn't know any better.
Same. I still do that.
Yeah.
I still do. Even when I'm like repeating a playthrough, I'll just be doing like the same thing that I always did in the first playthrough, and it's a lot of stuff because I'm like that guy that likes to stay in my comfort zone. Like I don't want to figure out too much. I just want to figure out enough to where I'm satisfied. Like I don't want to spend like hours and hours and hours going through the same thing over again. Like I just want to figure out some new things, and then I'll be on my way.
Totally. Well, and that's like you'll notice when me and Jolie are playing through the game again, like we're not playing through it like super dedicated. We're not like spending times like I need to level up the materias and I need to go and level up the weapons, and I always play as Cloud and I kind of have my rhythms in routines, and I'll switch over to Aerith and here and there. But there's people online that can just like break open this combat and stuff, and I'm like, I know what works for me. I'm just gonna stick to that,
Yeah, same.
Yeah, cool, man.
But,
okay.
Yeah, man. So when it comes to like Final Fantasy, like getting into Final Fantasy, like if you're ever to like go back to like the old school stuff, like outside of remakes and modern things, I would definitely say go for Final Fantasy. And because that's like masterpiece. That is like Square Enix's Squaresoft at the time, but it's like Square's magnum opus. And
I think a lot of people consider that to be the case.
I mean, but I would also say go back to the OG Final Fantasy 7 when time, because there's so much that you need to know.
Yeah.
See, that's the thing with the remakes and the OGs. Like I'm like that person that I go in between like, oh, remake is pretty awesome, but OG awesome. Like remake it does things OG doesn't do.
Right.
But it's like the story changes, it's like I don't know if I would recommend that for newcomers, because like newcomers they'll be confused on, so why are these ghosts here? Was that a thing in the OG?
Yeah.
It's like, no, that was not there in the first place. Why is Sephiroth here all the time? It's like he was never there at all. It's like you to say that he's like the most annoying character in the game. It's like because he was not supposed to be there at all.
And he won't shut up. He's always bugging Cloud.
because I'm not sure if you're aware, but Sephiroth, he was in the shadows most of the time.
Yeah. I've garnered a lot of that from people telling me and Jolie. So as far as like all the events from now until the end of Rebirth, I kind of have been spoiled on the OG a little bit. Like Jolie has told me about stuff. And we talk about it in our deep dive episodes where I know that Sephiroth, you don't even like see him in the first while, right? Like the stuff where we see him at the very beginning, we see a black feather in chapter 1. We see like, don't you see like his bloody footprints in the Shinra building, but you don't actually see him. You just see like his sword through President Shinra and the OG, and it's like all this mysterious stuff, and you're like, okay, I thought Shinra was the bad guy, but man, they're really opening it up. And yeah, so I understand that that's just kind of been the case, but in the remakes, it's like they will not shut up about Sephiroth. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, that's why I'm like on both sides. Like, yes, remake is really cool. Yes, I am like down for whatever they're doing. Like I want to see it, but it's also like, but I would like that the newcomers kind of experience what we experienced in like modern format.
Yeah,
like go for like the new stuff that they provided, like new lore, new characters. Yes, but please, why can't you just stay with like the original way that the story was told? Like, it's not that hard. Why are you including these ghosts? Why are you showing them so differently?
Like, so you're like whatever, you're cool with them taking the swing, but you think it's kind of silly. Is that what I'm getting at? Like you're not like fully on board.
Like, I'm conflicted.
Yeah, okay.
I'm like, it's wow. Like, why are they doing this? Like, way.
Well, see, that's a really interesting reaction, and I know a lot of people would say like why are they doing that? If for those that think that it's going to be the exact same as the original, then that question holds a lot of water, right? It's like, why would they be doing this if they're not going to change anything, right? So that makes me feel like they're gonna change stuff, and I feel like they already have. But I always say I'm talking out of my butt because I don't know what I'm saying because I haven't played the OG. But that question from people that are saying like, why didn't they just remake it? You know, to me makes like, because they're obviously trying to do something different here. That's like the Occam's razor most simplest explanation that I can come up with in my head as like a newcomer. You know. It's like, hey, this is different than the OG. It's like, why did they try to make it different than the OG? It's like, because they're going to do something different, you know? But maybe I'm wrong or whatever, but.
And there's also the thing with Zack.
Yeah.
Zack present, it like ruins everything.
Yeah. So you're on board with like Javier was talking about this earlier. He doesn't like the whole Zack stuff either.
Like, I love Zack.
Yeah.
And it was like my whole fan fiction since I was a teenager that he would somehow survive.
Yeah.
And now that he's here, I'm just like, do I want this? I know my mind says so, but my heart says otherwise.
Oh, very interesting.
I got everything that I wanted. Now that it's here, I don't want it anymore because it just ruins everything that made the story special in the first place.
Yeah.
But I'm glad that Zack is here. I'm glad I get to see him in all his awesome glory and
Yep.
But it's like, at what cost though? At what cost?
At what cost? Totally, man. At what cost? And that's the question, you know? I mean, that's what they have to answer in part 3, right? Are they gonna go for it? Are they gonna do some drastic change, or are they gonna try and like just say that this was like a retelling and this is how they always, like, they wanted to kind of combine the whole compilation stuff up. So they threw in a lot of Crisis Core stuff into this game. And then they also threw a lot of Dirge of Cerberus into this game. And they threw Advent Children into this game, you know? So I don't know. Well, I guess we'll have to see. But that's the big mystery, right? That we're all looking forward to.
I mean, I do love how they're like incorporating the compilation into this whole series.
Yeah,
it's awesome. Like, when I first saw the remake being announced in 2015, I'm just thinking, are they going to do like an Advent Children look to it? And then I see the characters on screen, and they look exactly like Advent Children. It's like, my dreams have come true, dude.
Yeah. I mean, they're amazing. They look incredible.
Because I played Final Fantasy 7 right after Final Fantasy 10, somewhere. I think I was 20 years old when I played Final Fantasy 7. And I'm just thinking, man, if only I could play Final Fantasy if it looked like Advent Children. And here we are. We have Cloud with his Advent Children hairstyle, Aerith with her Advent Children hairstyle.
Yeah.
Man, we're eating good.
Yeah, we are. You're right. It is Advent Children hairstyle. It doesn't have the spike like the off to one side. It is the Advent Children look. And it's incredible. Like, I will say that as far as the way it looks and the way it plays, I think the gameplay that I'm showing on screen is the PS4 version, not the PC or the new PS5 version. But I mean, they still it's still so cool, so incredible to fully realize that world. Because you say going from Final Fantasy X to Final Fantasy 7, that must have been a big downgrade, right? Because 10 was like incredible at the time, right? And then you were on the PS2, you're like, Mom, let's go to GameStop, let's get this thing. And then you're like, well, now I'm into this whole Final Fantasy thing. Let's see what else they got, going for us. And then you go down, and you're like, oh, Final Fantasy 7.
I wouldn't call it a downgrade because I feel fun otherwise.
So you were cool with it. Okay, cool.
Yeah, I wasn't big into the graphics.
Gotcha.
I was just big into like storytelling and the gameplay.
Cool.
Like, man,
cool,
how
cool.
does Final Fantasy 7 compare to Final Fantasy 10?
Yeah.
And like, is this really a masterpiece of percent it is? And
awesome.
It's like, but it doesn't do Final Fantasy 10 though. That's for sure.
No, I know.
Really
it's
cool.
So is 10 your favorite Final Fantasy game?
Oh, definitely. My all-time favorite. Like, I can talk about it all day.
Yeah,
but I will not because
That's okay. That's okay. I think we will. I think we're gonna play 10 on stream too, or maybe it's something that we'll talk about in the future when the Final Fantasy 7 hype dies down or whatever. But that's the game I look forward to playing the most in the Final Fantasy series is 10, 6, and 9, like in that order too. Like I want to play 10 more than any game in the series, and then I want to play probably 6 because people talk about that a lot, and then 9 just kind of because like there was that rumored remake and to see kind of what they do. But Toolman also says I should play Stranger of Paradise. Yes, I'm actually down to play that too. But
I'm
anyway.
actually in the middle of playing 9. I never got around to it. It's been like 3 years since I don't know. I started Final Fantasy 9, but I never finished it.
Okay.
I haven't played it in like 3 years. I think I am at like disc 2, probably. But yeah, it's been a while. I should get back into it one of these days.
Yeah.
But I want to like, get everybody else a chance. But do you have any questions for me?
No, I was just gonna say, yeah. If you about chapter 7 or 8, tell me what your, like I said, I've asked the other people. What are your favorite moments in these chapters? And once we get done with this community game club, then we'll be on the same. Each Wednesday we'll just review the chapter that Jolie and I play on Friday. So we play on Friday, and then Wednesdays we talk about it. So, but yeah, we're
right.
Yeah.
All right. So, what my favorite moments of each chapter? Is that what you're asking?
Oh, sure. Like, so we're just talking about 7 and 8. So the Airbuster chapter, what was your favorite moments in that, and what's your favorite moments in chapter 8, the Aerith chapter?
Oh, my favorite moment. Okay, you would think that would be the Airbuster fight, but you're wrong.
Okay.
My favorite moment is when they're getting off the train, like when Cloud and Tifa, they jump off the train, and Cloud, he's got his arms around her as they're rolling off the train. And it's like they're like, so close together. It's like, yeah.
No, I know that part. Yeah. Because that's like the end. That's at chapter 5, right? But that's okay. Yeah. So when they jump out of is that the part where like Cloud jumps out and he like kind of protects her and they roll, and then they're about to kiss or something, but that's like it doesn't happen. Yeah, that's like your favorite.
Oh. But wait, is that not chapter 7?
That's okay. That's okay. You can talk about it because you haven't. We've been working our way up here, so that's fine.
Yeah, but if that's not chapter 7, then I guess my favorite part of chapter 7 has to be when they're like, infiltrating the Shinra building. I guess.
Yeah.
Like they're going through like they're like modifying the Airbuster. They're exploring everything in the reactor and whatnot.
Yeah,
cool.
It is cool that they let you have that much freedom to change the outcome. Okay, and then chapter 8, as far as like this is when you fall from the plate after fighting the Airbuster, and then you meet Aerith, you fight Reno, you go on the rooftops, and then you do all the side quests in chapter 8 in Sector 5 slums, right? and then you fight Rude, and then you have those kind of moments where you sneak out from Aerith's house.
Yeah. All right. So I definitely love just exploring, the slums of Aerith.
Yeah.
I love just how Aerith is just like she's like onto Cloud and his charade. She knows that Cloud is not this guy who he's pretending to be. He's just some nerd who's trying to act cool around her.
Yeah.
Like, I love that.
Yeah.
But
she sees through it.
But my favorite moment is when, after Cloud sneaks out of the house and Aerith, she catches him trying to sneak out. Like, they're like at the tunnel, right?
Yeah.
And then Cloud has the vision and he starts tearing up. Like, that was my favorite part right there. Because it got me, like, thinking scenarios.
Same, dude. Like, I thought about it a lot after the stream we had last Friday. But that, like, moment really got to me. I was like, that was, like, that's some next level cool stuff about these remakes, whatever it means, whatever the implications of that moment are, that scene where they're doing stuff, because people have their expectations, of from the original game. They know kind of Aerith's fate. Everybody knows Aerith's fate, right? So that moment where you've spent all this time with her, and just to end the chapter with that little flash forward and him cry, I was like, that's powerful, really cool.
And I got theories. I have theories on why.
Okay.
Like, I think you read my comments. I think.
Yeah, probably. Yeah. What? So talk. You can talk about your theories. What's up?
Oh, definitely. Like it's a a vision from, like, not of the future but the past in some alternate timeline. Like multiverse stuff.
Yeah.
Like,
no, I know. So you're saying that those events have already taken place in his, like, he's not looking forward. Okay, cool.
Yeah. And the reason he's crying is not because, like, he's, like, attached to the girl or anything, because he just met her, right?
Yeah.
It's more like he's connecting, like, with his past, future stuff.
No, you're making sense. Biggles in Ectogamma in chat, he says it's not flash forward, it's a memory. And that stays more in line with all the live stream stuff, because the live stream talks about how it's an amalgamation of, like, our hopes and dreams and memories, right? So if that's how the live stream works, and he's like, it can give visions of the past or something that are memories or whatever. I don't know. This is the tricky part, right? But Toolman says, theories. We're talking about theories. But yeah. So, okay, not a flash forward, but you're saying kind of like of the past.
Yeah, he's, like, connecting to a version of himself in a way. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I also had a theory that he's also, like, a time traveler, just like Eric Roth, because of his connection to the live stream, because he's been through stuff in Final Fantasy 7. Like, he's been exposed to so much Mako. He's fallen into a live stream a couple times in his life. Like, he's fallen in the live stream in OG Final Fantasy 7. He's died.
Yeah.
Kind of. And
children. Yeah, so this makes sense. This is like, I was going to tell you, my biggest problem with the time traveling stuff and, like, the whole sequel theory, it was like, okay, but if that's true, then, like, how is this version of Cloud here, and why is he doing the same stuff? You know what I mean? But, like, that made a little bit more sense to me, because you're like, he's been through some stuff. Like, I would need, for that to make sense to me, I would need it explained well in part 3 if they are going to do that, right? Because if the sequel theory is to be, like, believed or whatever, I needed a good explanation as to why they're reliving the same events that they've already been through. I need a good reason as to, like, I need to know how that they time traveled. I need to know how they got to where they are now. But I do like, but when it comes to, like, he's having this moment where he's remembering Aerith's death or whatever, and he cries at the end of this chapter, like, that's powerful, and that could make sense or whatever, right? But I'm just talking to myself. That's okay, Artsy. If you want to get back on, here's the link. But yeah, sorry, I don't know what happened. You got disconnected. But I'll keep going. But, like, that kind of idea of, the I gotcha. Of the Final Fantasy, you know, whatever the re-trilogy idea is. I need explanations for that to work, and that's where it starts to trip up to me. But they could do it in a live stream way. But you're back on with us.
Yeah, no
yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, yeah, like for sure. Just I don't know. Like after like part 2, I kind of like just gave up on theorizing.
That's what happened to everyone, right?
Yeah, it's just I also had like that theory about Earth's fate. Like if her fate can change, not really.
Yeah.
I had this prediction where she doesn't get stabbed by Sephiroth.
Yeah.
But she somehow still dies.
Yeah.
Because I had this feeling that if she were to ever like summon Holy, if you are aware of Holy.
Yeah, that's her. That's the white materia or whatever. I don't know if that's actually what it is, but yeah.
I felt like if she were to ever summon it, that would cost her life. Like it would just sap her life force. Like she needs to sacrifice her life in order to summon Holy. That was my prediction. So no matter what you do, even if you do save her, she still has to die.
Right.
That's what I was hoping would happen.
I think that's important because if Aerith doesn't die, I mean, don't get mad at me, Biggles. If Aerith doesn't die, then I feel like that's like you need that motivation, you need that driving force. Like the reason why Final Fantasy VII is so memorable is because of Aerith's death, right? So like if you take that away, either you have to come up with like a compelling reason or an argument for that not to exist, and I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. Aerith lives or else. Wrong. I don't know, because like I'm interested, like if they decide to go a different direction, cool. If they decide to keep things the same but in a different way, I kind of thought that too, because they want you to hope that you can save her, but maybe like I kind of like that idea where it's like she didn't get stabbed by Sephiroth like you're saying, but then she dies in a different way, and it's like it's tragic, but there's like in whatever timeline you're in, there's no way to save her because it like needs to happen. Because doesn't like I don't know the ending of 7, but like doesn't Aerith kind of have to die for Holy to get like released and like saved from the meteor? And I don't even know. I think like Holy doesn't work, or like something happens with the live stream. I don't know. I'm all over the place, but Toolman, stop. Yeah, Toolman always makes me laugh. Yes, I am asking questions, but very cool, man. That's what's cool about it. Like, as far as the whispers and like we talked about earlier, when you say like, why did they do this? This is the reason why they did this, And I get why people don't love it, but the fact that you're thinking about these things, that wouldn't have happened if it was just a 1-to-1 remake,
Yeah, it's like I'm glad that we're having discussions about this, and I'm happy that we have stuff to talk about for years and years and years.
Yeah.
But I still would like a 1-to-1 remake.
Yeah. No, and that's fair. That's fair.
Man, again, I'm conflicted. I love both. I love the idea of a remake, but I also kind of like this train ride that we're on, and there's no getting off.
It is, dude. We are going. We're so close to the end. It's crazy. So crazy. So, well, awesome, man. Thanks for calling in. It was nice to meet you, Artsy Vonti. I'll say it the right way. And it's been a pleasure meeting you. And you're welcome to come back to anytime. We do the community game clubs every Wednesday. So, anyway, man, thanks for hanging out in the community. But we'll get I think we've got Alyssa and Dustin left. So anyway, everyone say bye to Artsy Vonti. We'll see you around, Betty.
Bye guys, I'll be in chat.
All right, see ya. All right, I'm gonna get Dustin in because Alyssa was late to stream. I'm just kidding. It's fine. Dustin, I hope your coffee paid off because we made you wait.
Oh man, I'm awake. I'm like here. I'm good to go.
But you can sleep through the coffee, is what you told us. So
I can. I will literally go to bed in like 30 minutes after this.
After a fresh cup.
Yeah. I got one more cup left in me. I'm all good.
That's unbelievable, man.
And no, it doesn't have to go long. I know it's getting late, so like it doesn't have to be.
I'm good to chat for a while. I mean, this is a cool Aerith chapter. I'm cool to have you and Alyssa talk for a bit. We gotta get Alex too. So yeah. So not a problem. What's up, man? How are you doing?
Not much, man. I'm good. Yeah? I forgot what the span was on this chapter 7. I knew the chapter 8 was the Earth one. I was like, does it go all the way to the Airbuster? And
yeah, well, so like, yeah, it's the Airbuster leading up to the Airbuster and all of the Aerith chapter. I know we're squeezing a lot into it, but I'm just trying to catch up so we don't have to keep doing these double game clubs, because I would like to be like more focused. And in a perfect world, I like getting to know all the community members, but at a point it'd be cool if like we're at that point where everyone's on the same page, we know each other, and then we can just get into the chapters, and talk about.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, and it's you have the hard job, I think, in sort of vetting everybody and making sure everybody's all on the same page and is No,
that's cool. That's part of the fun is doing this, because I feel like as far as streaming goes, a lot of times people just don't get a chance to voice their opinions, like
right.
they have to like type in chat, and a lot of times people can't, the streamer doesn't catch it or doesn't give them credit for what they're saying. So I just wanted, like, this is an opportunity for you guys just to have the mic and say how you feel, which I'm totally cool with.
It's pretty bold of you to offer voice for a game like Final Fantasy VII where nobody has any opinions on anything. So.
I know, right? But like everyone, that's the thing. This is what I've learned though, is that the internet is the internet, and people are going to complain, and those people that are going to complain, right? Like usually want to stay anonymous or whatever, and like that's okay if they want to be upset and if they wanted to call in, I would have no problem with them. Like even tonight, some people were, some people don't like the directions or aren't a fan of the ghosts or all the stuff, and that's cool. Like they're all civil and nice, and who knows, maybe one of these times we'll come across someone that's a little spicy, and that'll be all right. But yeah.
No, never, not in this community.
Yeah, I know, right? It's so funny, but everyone can have their opinion. It's just a game, guys. We're all having fun, so.
100%.
So Dustin, last time we talked, I think we had you go. Were you the last one to go, or towards the end? But you were talking a lot about the I know the sun lamps and kind of that thing leading up to the bombing reactor. But we're here now. We're doing that thing.
Well, so the sun lamps sucked. I think we're all on the same page with that. But I don't really love the trek up to the Airbuster either.
I'm not a huge fan of it.
It's not my favorite. I feel like it was less offensive in the OG because it was shorter, right? And even if you're going through almost an identical Mako reactor, like it, and I know that they were making this different, probably to avoid the fact that it was somewhat redundant.
Yeah, and developers always get accused of being like, you just reuse the same assets, so they probably have to make it a little different.
Yeah, I totally understand that. And so I get it. It's just, for me, like, it's one, they use one of those tropes that I hate in games, and it's finding the thing, right? Like, we got to find these key cards that are just straight around this place. Good luck. Yeah. Oh, there's probably another key card around here somewhere if you look hard enough. And I'm like, okay, why am I collecting everybody's key cards? And so that part was not my personal favorite. That's just my personal grief with that. So, but I do like the idea of kind of deciding, what the loadout is of the boss. I thought that was kind of cool.
Yeah. The foreshadowing, the build-up is cool.
Yeah, and like everything else, I feel it is, the interactions between the characters is good, and I always enjoy hearing that as we go through the story, and they do a good job of having the banter go pretty much constantly. So that always helps, but it was not my favorite part. However, the Airbuster fight was great, I thought. The original, so I know you didn't play the OG.
Yeah.
But in the original, it's almost a throwaway fight.
Really?
Where you really So I'm playing the original now as I'm going through.
Cool.
And I just got to the Airbuster a few hours ago, and I'm like, this was over in like 45 seconds, literally.
Unbelievable. I always think of the Airbuster because it's the first time you hear that musical theme. What's it called?
Yeah.
Like Fight On or something? I can't remember the name of the actual song.
Yeah.
But people love that song, and it's like the Airbuster is iconic because it's like Nobuo Uematsu's like rock anthem, you know.
It's
Here
amazing,
we go.
for sure.
Yeah.
And so I love that fight because I was not expecting it to be it was just a huge set piece for the game at the time. And, you know, it was still early enough in the game where you're still sort of getting acclimated to like all of these major set pieces. And like, you know, chapter 1 sets you up with the Scorpion. The Crab Warden was less impressive to me, but it didn't beat the Guard Scorpion at the beginning. But the Airbuster, I liked that fight even more.
Yeah.
Because the mechanics were so different. And you had to start using Barrett, and you had to start using long range. And I am definitely, like, when I play these sort of games, I'm a melee fighter.
Yeah.
I am not, you know, if I play an MMO, I'm the dude hacking at something with a sword. I'm not like the spell guy. And so for me, having to go to long range, like, it just kind of I had to sort of recalibrate how I fight.
Yeah.
And I enjoyed that. I really had fun with that. But yeah, I thought it was a great piece and just kind of a great way to end the chapter. It was definitely the best part of the chapter for me.
Yeah, and it does that thing
chapter
where
7.
like you're saying, it is that tutorial boss, right? Where it's like you can't really it forces you to learn switch party members, and you got to use Barrett, and you have to try out these other skills, right? And they do that constantly throughout this game because there's so many boss fights. I just keep thinking about it. I'm like, oh my gosh, like we're only in chapter 8 right now, and there's so many more like different mechanics that they want you to use, and different, you know, the certain things that the bosses do to you that you're like, okay, this would be a good strategy to use, and it just really kind of shows you the breadth of the combat that they've made, you know, the systems.
Yeah, and I mean, I know we've talked about that before, but I just really enjoy the combat system in this game.
Oh, it's so good. So good.
It's so fun. And it definitely convinced me. This was the game that convinced me over turn-based. It's like, okay, this is actually really good.
Yeah.
So
no, I think this is their best action-based. Like, I don't know. Did you play 16? We talked about this a little bit, but
I did play 16. Yeah.
I like 16 a lot, like had a ton of fun with it, but you know, I this feels more Final Fantasy to me. That one just kind of felt like an action romp that was like had Final Fantasy like skins over it.
There was a feeling of, I don't know if like uniformity is the right word with the battle. Like a lot of the battles just sort of kind of felt the same to me in that game.
Yes.
Until you get to the massive set pieces where you're fighting as, you know, Ifrit and, you know, all these huge what are they called? Are they Eidolons in that game? I can't even remember what they call them.
Are they icons?
Icons.
Yeah.
There's always a different name.
Yeah,
for
the espers, the icons, the summons.
It's hard to keep track. but yeah, I feel like overall consistency, you know, is consistently, Final Fantasy VII is better as far as the combat goes. So
yeah,
I don't know. That's my stance on that. But I do feel like it's kind of the apex. And you've mentioned that you liked the remake version of it more than Rebirth's, correct?
Well, no. I mean, like there are certain things that I like in remake more than Rebirth. So like. But this is just like my animator side coming out. I like the Punisher mode in Remake more than I like the Punisher mode in Rebirth. This is just like a total nitpick. As far as like, but I like the synergy system and all the things that you can do because that feels like another thing where you can like build the momentum in Rebirth. So Rebirth takes the cake for me when it comes to the iteration on this combat system. But I do like the kind of linearity, the better storytelling. I think Rebirth does a better job of kind of the pacing, right? And that's just by nature of the type of game that it is. Whereas Rebirth blows open the doors and it's like, hey, you can do the towers and you can run around and do all this other stuff where it's like, okay, the story starts to drag because I'm looking for my third proto-relic thing and I'm going to go talk to Chadley about this materia or whatever, which is fine, but it doesn't feel as fluid to me.
It's not the same. You know, it's not the same. Well, and I feel like they expand on the combat a lot in Rebirth.
They do.
I suspect, I don't know if this is the case, but I suspect with the Punisher mode, they did dial it down because it was so strong in Remake that they want you to use other options,
That's
like the
probably true.
synergies and all of these other things that they put at your disposal.
Yeah.
Versus, you know, because I didn't use Punisher mode as much in Rebirth either, and I do use it a lot more in Remake.
Yeah.
So that's a good point. It's an interesting point. Yeah, chapter 8 too. I think obviously we just went over the stream with that, but that is one of my more favorite ones. I don't mind the side quests so much because I feel like you can hammer them out in a couple of hours. You know, and usually if I'm doing them, like I'm not necessarily as fully engaged. But they're better. I feel like that set of side quests is better than the original Sector 7 side quests. I feel like they're better.
I think it's so funny because I was talking about this, and maybe I'm talking, maybe I am disagreeing with my stream self from Friday, but I remember being like, oh, like I don't know if it was just the mood that Jolie and I were in on Friday last time, but like this happens, which is really frustrating. I watch streamers sometimes, and I get frustrated when they don't take the game seriously, and I feel like Jolie and I are doing that a little bit, not in like a bad way, but you know what I mean, like where we're having fun with chat or we're going off and we're like, oh, like. This reporter guy, Damon, keeps talking about it. Like we did not listen to a word that he said, and it felt like it was taking longer than the side quests in 7. So to me, it kind of was like, oh, this is dragging like a lot. But when I was playing it by myself, you know, it felt different.
I feel like there is sort of that effect of like when you watch a movie that you've already seen with like a bunch of friends.
Yeah.
That you never shut up. At least my circle of friends. We're all just talking over it, or like, oh, you know, or we'll reference it, you know, but we're obviously having these other conversations going as well.
Yes.
And I feel like the same thing sort of happens when you get with a group of people that if this was your first time going through, you would probably approach it a little bit differently. But because you know the game, you know, you played through it before, you know, and obviously the story bits, you know, to be quiet during those, you know, for the most part. You still joke around a little bit.
And I hope that people realize that, right, when we're playing it. Like, this isn't like our first time playthrough. When I was playing through Tactics recently, like I was pretty quiet during the story scenes and we were going through because it was like, this is my first reaction, you know, and I've never played a game on stream before. That was my very first time streaming like a game. So it was interesting to be like, oh, okay, this is something I've never experienced before. And I think people come for different reasons on streams, right? Like this is a game club discussion. And then on Fridays, Jolie and I have already played it, but we're replaying, you know, Remake because we're talking about Rebirth, and then part 3 is coming out. So obviously we're not going to be as quiet when it comes to certain things that are happening in the story. But
sure.
I remember being like, like I would like a certain game, like Xenoblade is one of my favorite series or whatever, but that's like a Nintendo game, and it's kind of derided a little bit and kind of been like looked down upon as not very serious or whatever. And I get that some of the character designs are questionable at best. You know, it's like kind of just like, oh yeah, you think this is like a grown-up game? Is this serious? You know?
Yeah.
And then I always feel kind of like awkward. It's like, but then I would go and watch a streamer and they would just be talking over. I'm like, you're missing so much, and I was like that. You know, hilarious, like salty gamer from the, you know, from the side.
You just shut up for 1 second so I can hear what he's saying.
Would you listen to this peak character dialogue, which totally wasn't peak, but I you know, moments like that. So if anyone ever gets frustrated with it, I think Jolie and I were kind of being like, you know, we were running around the slums here trying to find the fights and whatever, but it's a unique chapter. I do enjoy it, but I think it suffers from the same bloat that's kind of like in chapter 3, but that's okay because you're spending time with Aerith, and it's the same thing that you were doing with Tifa. You're getting to know these characters. I would much rather be doing this than doing the lamps and all the other things, you know. So for sure.
And I guess your mileage may vary. Like if you're not an Aerith fan, you know, for example, like you're like, okay, this all sucks or whatever else. You know, or if you're not a Tifa fan, you know, maybe you're not a fan as much of Sector 3, which, I mean, I love both. So, like, I would love to see both characters, you know, go on through those sides. But it's, I think this sort of content just hits differently than the story. And the only way I can think to describe that is I was playing through it last weekend with my kids. So
Yeah,
my oldest
cool.
is playing through it, and we
Oh,
were
that's
on
so
this
cool.
section where they're doing the side quests for Aerith.
Yeah.
And my oldest is just like on board, and
It's boy or girl? Sorry, I can't remember. Oh, she.
My
Okay.
oldest is a girl, yeah.
Okay,
And
cool.
so she's on board. She's doing the quests and doing everything. And then my middle child, also a girl, she's like, "Are you just gonna? Why don't you just go do the story? Just go do the story." And I told her, it's like, well, if you just go through the story, the game just actually gets harder because you're under leveled, and and all that. And I'm not necessarily as confident on my oldest's ability to get through all the bosses if she's under leveled. And so my middle child is like, all right, well, I'm just gonna go do something else until she gets to the story, and she just leaves. So I'm like, all right, fair enough. So that's two different personalities right there in the
and it's
room.
different when you're not like on the sticks, right? Like if you're not controlling
100%.
it, it's like you're watching someone do that, like do side quests. I'd be like, oh, look, when my brothers would play things, I'd be like, let me play. I'm so frustrated. Even with Jolie, she's talked about it where I would backseat game with Jolie and she'd be like, Spencer, let me play this. I'm like, you're right. I need to shut up. Or something.
Like, all right, I guess I'll just sit here and watch you.
Yeah, I'll just sit here and watch you. That's fine. I'm not going to give you a hard time. But yeah, totally, man. That's awesome. Okay, that's cool. That's right. So they're going through it right now, which is
they're going
fun.
through it. So yeah, obviously Wall Market. I've yet to figure out how I'm going to handle some of those topics, given that they are very young. So
no, but I think it's cool because we all had to like. I mean, that's as a parent, that's something you got to navigate for sure. But very cool, like to, see them kind of like experience this from like supervision. You're there. You're sharing something that you love. Like this is something cool, but yeah.
Well, and so we're both there at the same time. And no, Alyssa, she just made it to Wall Market, and I was like, all right, this is a good place to stop, guys. And just hate the game. I was like, I've got to go through this and see what is actually here because I don't remember.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's on my list of things to do is to go through Wall Market and see how questionable it actually is. But
very cool.
Yeah. So it's been a fun experience, but I definitely would agree with Javi. I think the rooftop section is my favorite part. There's a lot of great parts in there.
Yeah.
I think the fight with Reno is great. I think the interaction between them is fun. I liked Reno from the first game. Even though I know he can sometimes be polarizing. Some people don't like him because he's kind of a jerk. But so is Cloud. So it's but I like Reno. I mean, he just cracks me up. And then the rooftops with Aerith, like I was waiting to see how that encounter went. Because I loved her from the OG.
Yeah.
And so I was excited to see how that fleshed out more. And it was just such a cool scene, just to kind of go through and listen to the banjo and them talking. And I like the fact that like you see Cloud in a lot of ways really open up in ways that he hasn't prior in the game, like seemingly, willingly. Yeah. And I mean there could be reasons for that. I mean obviously we've talked about it I think on stream last Friday, where it obviously setting up a love triangle, right?
Yeah.
There's they're setting up the romantic aspects of it, and Cloud seemingly opens up to her quickly, which maybe he doesn't know her, so he feels safer and he has less to prove with her. Who knows? There could be a whole sort of reasons why that is the case. But you do see a different side of him, which is cool, and you start to sort of see him soften a little bit, which I enjoyed watching as well.
Well, that's the interesting thing to me. So when people, as far as like the whole shipping thing, I don't care. The thing that's funny to me is like when I see people online being like, he never like, they use like this advertisement from a bus stop. I don't know if you've seen this, but it's like hilarious because it's like friends support friends or something, and it's like a mental health thing, and it shows Aerith and Cloud doing the high five right in the tunnels system when they're making their way to Wall Market, which is like hilarious. But they'll be like, see, like Cloud and Aerith were like never romantic interests or whatever, and I'm just like, which is hilarious. Whatever, it's the internet. It's like if they're like full on like Claudies and they're excited about FIFA, like great for them, but don't pretend like the stuff isn't there. Literally, you're doing this whole section with Aerith, and you're having these moments where it's like he's opening up, and this flirtatious rooftop scene. But then at the end, you've got the juxtaposition, with, is it with Almyra, and but then it cuts back to the flashback while Cloud is like staying in the room, where it cuts to his mom, and his mom is literally saying, after you've spent the whole day with Aerith, she's like, I really hope you find like a good girl, you know, that does all this stuff. It's like, why would they throw that in there if they're not trying to set up like a romantic, you know, love triangle? Obviously, Tifa is part of it too. So if you're like a Clarith and you're trying to be like, well, Tifa was never a love interest, it's like, you're stupid if you think that, right? So
and I mean, completely against like, well, who should Cloud be with? Like, you know, almost it's beside the point. Like, the fact of the matter is, it's still set up that way. It's still set up that way, regardless of what happens and how people interpret that. That is the point, right? Is to make each one of these characters feel something. And frankly, it's worked. I mean, you can argue the toxicity of the community around it, but it's got people talking, and it has been had people talking for what, 30 years.
Yeah.
Versus it being really linear and straight and narrow, like, you know, you think of like Tidus and Yuna, which you know, that's still talked about, because I mean that's a great romance, right?
Yeah,
but it doesn't hold the same weight, I feel like, in a lot of ways. So you know, it's interesting to watch. It definitely has kept the hype up through all this time, but unfortunately, it's made
sure. Like
a lot of people insufferable in that area.
Right. And I don't mean to bring up ships all the time, but the idea is, it's just funny because this is like, to me, this feels like obviously they're setting up, you know, like a romance between these different party members. And the funny thing is, it's like, that's like real life. Like real life, you know, like you date other people. There's multiple people that you interact with throughout your life, you know, and maybe that's not true for everyone. Maybe there's just that one person for you or whatever. But I don't know. I just think it adds to the dynamic. Whatever, like you said, whoever ends up with who, like they're obviously doing this for a reason, and it's super fun, you know. And people can gravitate towards, you know, who they prefer. I've talked about it a lot. Like Aerith is the type of girl that like I would go after, that I'm attracted to, you know, that kind of personality type or whatever. And but I think it's cool that like there are these other perspectives and different, you know, personality types for other types of people. It's just cool. It's just dynamic. Sure. It's how, you know, a party works, except for everyone's just like obsessed with Cloud, you know. That's the funniest part to me, is that they're like, we gotta have Cloud.
Well, it's like two of my favorite like Final Fantasy heroes are Tifa and Aerith. So like I seriously love them both. Like it's for me, it's not the you have to like one and just like the other. It's like, no, you really don't. Like both of them, I love both of them. I mean, I do. I'm similar to you, Spencer. Like my preference, like I connect more with Aerith.
Sure.
But you know, it's at the same time, like I'm not saying that the story should necessarily follow like, oh, everything has to change in part 3 and that she is alive and Cloud ends up with her. Like that may not be the story they want to tell them. It's not, that's fine. You know, they may follow the events of the OG, they may not. And people will swear up and down they know what's going to happen.
They know.
That's fine. I will let you think that. I'm just going to sit here and just sit back and be like, well, I'll just wait and see what they write. You know,
that's what Hamaguchi's saying too. He's like, he'll let you think that you know what they're doing.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
So funny, man.
I don't know. I just like the story that they're telling, and I like wondering. Yes. I do hope it's going to be different. I do.
Yeah.
But you know, again, like if they want to just tell the retread of the old story, like okay, I mean it's going to be in a slightly different way. I mean, I think I would be a little bit disappointed, just given the way that they've set up the games a little bit.
Me too.
In certain ways, like I mean, again, they follow a lot of the same story beats. I get it. You know, I see both sides of that, and so that's why I don't feel like I have to, you know, jump into one pond or the other on that front, because they're not. I mean, if they're not going to sit there and show their hand, why do I have to show mine?
Yeah.
Why do I have to commit to something when I don't have all the data? So
yeah. Totally.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Well, so we'll see. I'm enjoying it, but I definitely do feel like that is the core tenet of the story.
Yeah,
is just this ambiguity between.
Yeah, it's so funny, man. I mean, they've been riding this ambiguity for 6 years now. So it'll be 7 next year. So I mean, we'll see how it goes. I'm just it is. There's no game like this right now. There's nothing. There's no conversation. There's no parallel to kind of compare it to, you know, because I can't think of anything in media that's kind of like there's TV shows that you watch and it's like Lost, or these cultural moments that we used to have where people would kind of gather around and be like, what's going to happen in season whatever, are they going to tie all the threads together? And I guess that's like a similar I guess media experience. But as far as like gaming, I can't think of maybe the Kingdom Hearts. I haven't played the Kingdom Hearts games, but people talk about like all the, crazy shenanigans that those games get up to or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
But like this is unique because it's a known quantity, as far as like it's Final Fantasy OG, one of the most beloved games of all time, but then they're taking it and they're doing something slightly different with it. And not only do we don't get to play the whole story right at once, we have to wait 7 years for the whole thing to come out, but and during that time it's just, but yeah, it is rough, but it's like, what a ride, who was it that was saying, Artsy Bonte probably was saying, it's like, well, I'm on this train and there's no getting off, it's just like,
for sure.
we're doing it, and let's see what happens, but it is fun to kind of go back and play Remake, the thing that started it all, and just realize that they were kind of setting up those threads from the beginning at the end of this chapter when, whatever that thing was that Cloud experienced, it does feel like it's like, man, they were really, doing stuff from the get-go, and that moment.
Well, I think that they, everybody's got their own expectations coming into it, and I think it's hard not to. I mean, there's things that I would like to see, there's things that I would like to see, but I don't necessarily know if I really do want that. And I can sit there and acknowledge, like, there's a part of me that's like, I would love to see like some version or somehow like Aerith surviving.
Yeah, me too.
But if you use it from the old story, the way that the old story is written. Like it does circumvent a lot of what the original story told. But I don't think you could shoehorn that into the old premise and expect it to work. I think they would have to change the premise. I think they would have to change the trajectory of Remake, which, going about the whole fate thing, that might be part of it. I don't know.
Right.
But I do believe and a lot of people argue that like Aerith's death is a defining characteristic of OG, and they're absolutely right. It is. But, I think that if they're retelling the same story, then it's gonna create issues, I think, in keeping her alive, because the theme it doesn't go along with the theme.
Right, but if they're remaking the story,
if they're changing the way things happen, and I don't know how they're gonna do that. I'm not gonna sit here and think that up.
Sure.
But it's something would have to drastically change. Yeah. Which it could, or maybe it won't. Either way, I'm going to play it and I will find out.
I know, man. Soon. I'm telling you. June 5th, like that's the day. It has to be that day. That's Summer Game Fest. So, we'll
I'm going to quit.
More.
I'm not going to play. You heard it here first. I'm not playing part 3 if they don't announce that day.
You're just done. You're so tired of waiting that you're just like,
one more day.
Can you imagine making it this far and then just stopping? Oh man.
Oh
crazy.
Gosh, no. You got to follow it through.
Yeah, man.
I think I'm shout out to Toolman. I love his incoherent theory post on on Twitter. It was straight up Toolman. You have some great stuff, man.
I like Toolman.
You make me think about stuff more than I probably would.
Yeah.
And I love that. And that's the thing, is it's like, I love discourse. I mean, that's why these channels exist, right? Yeah. Like if it was all clear cut, you wouldn't have content to talk about. And so, I mean, it's sort of its own content generation, which is great. And I love hearing people's theories. Like, I love it. And like, there are things that make more sense to me than others, for sure. So like, I have thoughts on, whether it's a sequel, whether it's whatever it is, but like, because there are certain things that make more sense to me. But if someone feels different and someone's like, no, like, that's trash and you're trash because you think it, like, okay, I'm probably not going to pay a lot of attention.
I'm not going to really
care what you think.
Yes. Why do we have to like attack people for the way they interpret a video game? It's just 2026 discourse.
And then a lot of these people, because inherently people are going to be wrong because there's a billion theories out there. There's only going to be really maybe one or two, depending on how ambiguous they want to be in explaining the story.
Yeah.
But like, there's going to be so many people that are wrong, and they're going to die on this hill. and be jerks to all of these people, and then all of a sudden be like, oh well, I guess yeah, that was my interpretation. Like, well, okay, you were a jerk to so many people. Was it worth it? Was it worth it?
Yeah, was it worth
So,
it?
I don't know.
Yeah. No,
That's
I get it. I think it's fun to theorize, and if you're there too, it's like, but like Toolman says, that's me. I'm dying on the hill. But also Toolman is also cheeky and kind of funny. Like, I don't think
totally.
Yeah, the fun thing about Toolman that I like that he posts, if you guys don't know in chat, Toolman just is always like asking the right questions. He's like, so then why would this happen? Like, just the logical, like, why would the Whispers be here, or why would they say to defy destiny? Why would they like spend all this time doing that if they weren't going to change anything? I mean, Toolman needs to speak for himself if he ever wants to, but he's way more, he's thought about these things.
There's a lot of thought behind that. Yeah, there's a lot of thought behind, and I can tell. And it's like, I think a lot of posts, like there are certain types of posts that are like, well, have you thought of this? Right. Like, notice this and this and this. Versus, kind of the foregone conclusion where somebody's trying to prove their point and then they reverse backward.
Like they're already dunking. They've already
decided.
Yeah.
And they're trying to prove the decision versus being like, okay, well, this is interesting. This is interesting. And then, it's more open-ended to what you allow. And so, I don't know. I mean, you could argue that until I guess you're blue in the face, but
right. No, that's true.
Speaking of things, I've got to say this because I really need to know what people think.
Yeah.
So Zach Fair.
Yeah.
Zach Fair. I don't love his character.
Yeah.
I don't. Okay. And it's weird because I feel like of every character in Final Fantasy, like I should like Zach the most because it's like, oh, I identify with this guy. He's, upbeat and he's friendly and he's nice.
I feel like you could I feel like you could voice Zach, dude. When I'm talking to you, sometimes I'm like, you have that like upbeat, cheery personality that I think people associate with Zach. I mean, that might sound weird, but like, I think you would be a shoo-in, dude, to like voice him. But as far as like his you don't like necessarily love him.
Is to say they can't unite again. Yeah, that sort of higher pitch. So yeah, I know I do, and I should love him, and I get joked around like the golden retriever vibes. I definitely do have those. I've been told that before. The thing with Zach that bothers me is I just don't feel like there's a ton of substance there.
Yeah. Okay.
And I feel like. I feel like he has a bit of this Forrest Gumpism that happens in Crisis Core.
Okay.
Where like he just sort of meanders through and changes history in all of these ways. And like none of it is he's particularly involved with, but like he's still doing it. And like I get it, but like it's just for me, it didn't feel super earned. And I know that there's a lot of people that love him. It's just like what I like about Cloud, even though Cloud, is kind of a jerk, right? Even though, and I mean, really beyond that, he's just a very wounded character.
Yeah,
he's a very wounded person,
which makes him interesting.
Which makes him a jerk, and which makes him way more interesting. There's a lot more going on under the hood with him.
Yes,
and I can understand that, and I do feel like with Zach, unless I'm misinterpreting his character, which is possible for sure.
Sure,
I don't feel like I can dig as deep with him because I feel like so much of what he projects is surface level.
Yes.
And so he is less interesting to me than other stuff.
See,
than other people I think of the game.
This is me where I don't know what I'm talking about, but I'll say it anyway because that's what I do. But the idea of Zach is like, wasn't he just like, I've seen things where Zach was just kind of like a last minute add-in or something. I don't know the actual history of OG, but Zach was just kind of like this. He's very minimal character, right? And so, but then it was like he became like this, kind of what Javier was saying, this kind of Boba Fett. Like he's not really that important, but he has a crucial moment in the OG, and obviously the big twist kind of revolves around him. But then it's like, well, we need to like make this character way more, right? It's like, even though that wasn't the original intention, so then they flesh out something where there's not a lot of substance there to begin with, other than making the twist cool, right? And then they're like, we're gonna make a whole game about this guy, and then we're gonna like really expand it, and it's like really, you know, and I this is me talking out of my butt again, like Genesis and Angeal and all the other stuff that they had to do, like the other stuff that they had to write to make the Buster Sword a, you know, a lore item, and Angeal and the angels and the One Wings and the Genesis stuff. Like this is where it's like, this was not like monetary reasons were pushing them towards like making more Final Fantasy VII content, and
it felt like there was a checklist of things they could talk about in a game,
right,
and they went and checked all the boxes.
Yeah,
and they threw it all into a game.
Okay, so but like obviously I haven't played those games, so don't take my word for it. You know, like I said.
No, I and honestly, like I do want to get back to Crisis Core. I am going to go back and eventually play it.
Yeah.
But I just remember going through the first time and being somewhat underwhelmed.
Yeah.
Like you know, some of the characters in it, like Genesis, whatever else. Like I don't even hardly remember their motivation or anything. It's like I've got to go back to that and like understand that better. But I just wasn't.
No, I like it, man.
It doesn't stick. It doesn't stick with me. But you know, the thing is like I think with Zach, I do want to like Zach more than I do.
Right.
I can't bring myself to do it yet.
Well, I don't care for him either. I just know of him because of like that he is like this twist. Like I know of him from Jolie and some other things. I wasn't the OG like person, so I don't know him from the OG. I don't really know him from Crisis Core. I just know him from internet stuff and, you know, what people have said around me that are close to me, and that's like about it, right? So like I get what people are saying, and I'm excited to like experience it myself. But right now, Zach, as a newcomer to me, he's just some whatever character that they're throwing in because reasons, you know, and he makes things interesting. I think his presence in the remake really is a catalyst to make the big changes and the swings that they're doing interesting, because we kind of knew his fate through the stuff that they did with Crisis Core and whatever, you know. And so the fact that they use Zach as like, you know what, that changed, but they also do that with Biggs a little bit, you know. They do that with Wedge to an extent, because he doesn't, you know, die the same way that he died. So like they're doing it with all of them, but Zach seems to be like the focal point of all that stuff, right? I mean, obviously he has his own little sections that you play as him in Rebirth or whatever. So yeah, I mean, we'll see, but I'm largely in agreement with you guys. He hasn't earned his like protagonist status yet, you know. He just seems like a interesting designed character that's, you know, he dated Aerith in the past. So for me, that's just kind of all he is. And then he's doing some stuff, but that's my newcomer stuff, you know.
You know, and I'm excited to see what they do with him in part 3. I am like, I'm just not like, okay, well, I just never want to see him again. And again, it's one of those things where, okay, you're introducing him.
Yeah.
See it through, even if it's not my thing that I personally prefer. Like I'm not, you know, I'm not loving every single thing that Zach is in.
Yeah.
But you've introduced him, so I want to see where it goes. Yeah. And I feel like that's how I approach a lot of the things that either I like or dislike in Remake and Rebirth. Is like, okay, you know, if this is what you're bringing onto this story, tell it, commit to it, and you know, let me decide at the end of it if I thought it was a worthwhile addition.
Yeah, I'm on board with you, man.
And then I'm not gonna make a decision one way or the other before then, because it seems futile.
Yeah.
So you see how it wraps up.
Well, it's so funny because being a co-host on a Final Fantasy show in 2026 before part 3 is out is such a weird experience. Especially someone is like, we're not lore heads, but it's like people want us to have an opinion about these things, and it's like, I don't know, guys, what am I supposed to tell you? Like, yes, I'm confused. There's these moments where I'm like, but I can't have a definitive answer of like, because the games aren't done yet. And you know, you get that push and pull from the people that are screaming, now this is how it is, and like, of course it is, and then the other people saying absolutely not, right? So I like your takes, and I like that you're just like, I'm gonna wait till part 3. That's kind of how I am, you know. I have my thoughts, but I have no, you know, legs to stand on in the Final Fantasy VII community. I am like positioned as, you know, the voice of the player, the newcomer who's just enjoying this for the first time. And then we've got Ernest and Jolie for the voice of like the OG people that have played it from the beginning. And it's fascinating. It's just, it's what we say every time. It's so different than anything that we've experienced up until this point in media and games. And I feel like I feel like it deserves to be like a bigger cultural moment, and maybe because who knows how successful it will be. You have those purist camps that are like, it's not going to be great, and they've already kind of written off the remakes. Then we've got new people to come, like me, that are enjoying the ride but are confused. And then you have all the theorists and all the people that are like, this is what's going to happen. And there's so much riding on part 3 that, I mean, it's going to be wild whatever happens, because it's just been building and building and building and building. So.
And it's, I already love the games. Like, I do love Remake and Rebirth, despite where they're going, despite whether or not I think thematically some of the stuff is as powerful or as potent or makes sense, like it did in the OG or elsewhere. I mean, I'm still here. I mean, if I hated them, I guess, why am I playing them?
Right.
So I'm on board, and I know I'll like part 3. I know. I'm sure I will. Like, there's no reason to suggest it's going to fall off in quality on any level whatsoever. So I'm not going to believe that. But, at the end of that game, I may have decisions on, okay, well, were they successful or were they not for what they were trying to do? And I think the answer is going to be they are and they're not.
Right.
And I think that's the realistic expectation. But I think at the end of that, I still think I'm gonna love it. So
awesome, man.
Man.
Well, thanks for calling in again, Dustin. It's always a pleasure chatting with you.
For sure.
Talking with Zach Fair. Just kidding. You don't. I'm giving that. I'm kidding.
Well, what was it? Javier she's trying to get me to be Roche.
Yeah, that's right. He was.
He's so tough. I don't know. No. He's maybe if it wasn't 12:16 at night my time, I might be able to do it. But he's got so much energy.
I know. No.
Javier, I'm gonna have to take a rain check, my friend.
Don't worry about it. I'll never force you to do any voice acting on stage. It's like the other night when we were streaming, Jolie was like, "Come up with a backstory with this guy," and apparently she had come up with like a clever backstory, and I was like dumbfounded. I'm like, I don't know what to say about this guy. And then later after stream, she's like, that was pretty boring. I'm like, I didn't know what you wanted me to say. Okay. It's like that. It's like, hey, be on the spot, make a voice. It's hilarious. So no worries. But we love having you in the community.
All right. Hold on. What does he say? Javier's my friend. That's all you're gonna get for that one single line, Javier. I'll have to work on the rest of him.
Shout out. There you go, Javier. Thanks so much, Dustin. That was great. Okay, we'll talk to you later.
Have a good one. Yeah.
Bye. No, Alex has not gone yet, Alyssa. I'm going to pull Alex in because he's been waiting so long, and he said he had the house to himself, and I don't know if he has the house to himself yet, but is it cool if I pull in Alex and then Alyssa, we'll get you at the end? What is up, Alex? Ace Torres, you are live with the Final Fantasy files. Sorry to make you wait so long, man.
You can hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. What's going on, man?
Oh, not much. I have to respond to all that Zach slander earlier on.
Yeah, we gotta get Zach here. That's why you stayed.
About Zach, I mean about like a Cloud is very mysterious. Cloud's not mysterious. He's a freaking dementia patient. That's all he is. You mentioned dementia. Oh, that sounds familiar. I think I played this character before. I mean, I think Vince is more mysterious. I do not think Cloud's mysterious at all. I just
dude, Alex coming in swinging. You guys love it. M. Benner's like, okay, cool. Check it out. Dude, that's great. Preach, Alex. Artsy Vonti's all about it. Okay, so here, tell us about the why we're wrong about Zach.
Well, okay, I look at it this way. If we're talking about leading a party, I mean, look at all the things that happened. Especially can I talk about Rebirth or no?
Yeah, you can talk about Rebirth. Anything that anything in the new stuff. Yeah.
I just don't see. Look at the especially when he goes nuts and Gongega, how do you call it?
Yeah.
And then everyone's looking at him like this person's crazy, and they're probably thinking in their head, "Are we really following this guy?"
I agree with your take on Cloud here. That's true.
Remember that scene? Everyone's looking at him. They're looking at this guy like, if he wasn't like super powerful, they'd be like, "Oh, we're not following this guy." I just think if you put Zach in there, he's someone you probably want to follow. He's not crazy,
Yes.
And I just think he has more of a leadership type main character, And
right.
I just feel like Cloud could have been made by AI or something like this.
So okay, but I think a lot of people, so like Dustin and Javier, they're bringing in the OG, like their knowledge of Crisis Core and OG. They're bringing the knowledge of who Zach is into that moment and how Cloud is, right? They're already judging Cloud based on his arc where he's gone through it. So when they say, I hear comments like this from Dustin and from Javier and from everyone else, right, that likes, Cloud over Zach. And I'm not saying they're wrong, but they're being like, Cloud's just like misunderstood, or he's this guy. It's like, for me, I don't know that side of Cloud yet. I know that he's going to have an arc, and I know that we're going to find out like more about him and the mystery behind him or whatever. But so far for me, in Remake and Rebirth, he's just been like a total ass. And like, he's literally threatened to kill multiple people, and they just go along with him, which makes zero sense. I totally agree with that. But I understand that there's going to be something that shows like Cloud why the way he is.
I kind of think what I said last time. I feel like his character worked really well when there was a subtitle game, not when you have voice actors. I'm not blaming the voice actor for it, but it just I feel like that his like character, like it looked a lot better when we were playing the PlayStation, like the subtitles and stuff, and there was no tone. Like for one thing, Bear, for example, I did like Bear back in the OG, but I like him so much more now. Like I just don't see him as a leader because I don't feel like he comes up with like. When they're discussing anything, I just don't think he adds too much. I agree
with this.
Like, I just don't like. I feel like he's just like a. I don't know if you guys ever played Wukong. I actually did play like for a little bit. But that's what reminds me of when I think of Cloud. I think of that. The character has really no personality, and it's just you're kind of supposed to imagine as the character as yourself, basically.
Okay, yeah. I mean, that's a good. I mean, that's a. Not a controversial take, that's a take. I mean, some people will be like, don't be a self-insert, you're not Cloud, right? But then when I'm playing this, I'm like, well, I'm making decisions as Cloud, he's the main character, I'm always like positioned as him, right?
Yeah, I know, but that's like the default position when the character has no personality.
Right. Sure, right, because you're like the main character, but you're making choices, so you're like a stand-in for the audience. I get what you're saying, but like what Dustin says in chat, he says I do think Cloud is more complex. Where like because I kind of agree. I mean, I'm like I don't know. You tell me if I'm wrong. Zach does feel like a leader. Zach does feel like someone who's competent. Zach does feel like someone you could trust, rather than like Cloud, flying off at the handle every time he's like surrounded by something that might make him glitch out or whatever, but then that is interesting. I'm always interested into being like something's wrong with Cloud, but it just seems like the party, like, why would they follow him? Why would they do what he says? Right? I don't even buy the excuse of he's just a super powerful soldier. This is my controversial Spencer take. I'm like, there's no reason to be following this guy other than the fact that like Aerith has kind of shown them that Sephiroth is this actual threat, right? And Cloud kind of helps them out with that. But then after that, they're like, in all of Rebirth, it just feels so aimless. They're just like, we got to follow these robe guys because it'll lead us to Sephiroth, but they all don't seem very sure about it. But then they keep following Cloud, and Cloud's like, no, I keep seeing Sephiroth. And they're like, do you, Cloud? Do you really see? Do you see Sephiroth? Like the whole end of I don't know if you play, Rebirth, when you're done with chapter 2 and you're going into the Mithril Mines, when Cloud's the only one who sees Sephiroth in like the waters and the snake, and there's that famous line of like, did Sephiroth do this? Anyway, I go back and forth of that sort of thing where it's like, I don't think Cloud is a reliable leader. I don't think that the party should, like, just from a logical, storytelling standpoint, these people should not be following this guy who's kind of obviously having a mental breakdown every 5 seconds, right? Yeah, I agree. But I don't think that makes him an uninteresting character. I think that does make him interesting, but it just doesn't make sense to me as to why they're following him. But I understand that the events of the game have to take place because that's what happens, So anyway, sorry, rant over. I'll let you go. But what do you think as far as like Zach and stuff? You want to protect him. You're not like, what is it? You just think that Zach's like a more competent leader, or do you like the Crisis Core interpretation?
I just think he's more charismatic. He's more exciting. And based on my background, I actually don't remember Zach at all from the OG at all.
Okay.
I did beat it, but I was so young. I don't remember. I probably remember only half of the game, basically.
Yeah.
But and then I played Crisis Core because I was like Javier. I just bought my first PlayStation. I think for 16.
Okay.
And I actually had because I actually stopped playing video games for about 10 years. But then during COVID, I bought a new I bought one of those Scalpel Xboxes, and
okay, cool.
And then I stopped playing for 10 years. Then I started playing like 12, Zodiac, 10,
yeah,
and all the other ones. Like I stopped playing after 13 originally, and then I started playing again. And then so that's what and then when I played Crisis Core, that's the first time I actually exposed Zach. So I've never really been a big fan. I didn't even know of him really until I played Crisis Core. I'm like, oh, that's a very interesting character compared to Cloud. Then I played Remake, and I'm like, oh my goodness, like why can't we swap these guys out?
That's fair. That's fair. You know.
Yeah. Dustin, I actually did like his critiques. I actually did. Javier, I don't know. I understand what he was saying. I didn't agree with him at all. That's kind of mainly why I stayed up so long. I'm like, I have to
you gotta
correct the record. Yeah. That's what. Other than I'd be in bed right now. I'll be honest.
I'm sorry to make you stay up so late.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Yeah. I guess this is my thing. I just feel like I think they would. I just don't see I know it's a game, but I just don't think people would actually follow someone like this. Besides the fact that you probably don't know who can actually fight Sephiroth 1-on-1. You know.
Yeah, that's the best explanation anyone's ever given me, right? But as far as like Cloud is, they need him. It's like, do they need him? I mean, I guess they do.
I think they do because without him, no one will be able to fight Sephiroth.
I guess. Yeah, I get that because I know more than I should, right? Like I know that like Hojo kind of experimented on Zack and Cloud or whatever. Zack was already a soldier and Cloud wasn't, and all these things that happened in part 3 or whatever. But like me, I'm still like, how is Cloud the guy that can beat Sephiroth, you know? So heavy spoilers. You've played the OG, right? So you guys don't have to spoil it for me, but just let me ask some questions right here. I'm at the type of situation with Cloud is where I'm like, he was just a grunt soldier, right? He wasn't actually in the soldier program. And so it always makes me laugh where I'm thinking like, like, how is he able to fight like the most famous soldier?
From my understanding, I don't know if this is accurate, but from my understanding is that when they were in the lab together, the scientist or Dr. Hojo took all of Zack's abilities and gave him to Cloud.
Okay, so that would make sense to me. Like if he was like trying to do some sort of transfer, right?
That's I could be wrong though because it's been like 20 years. Okay.
Yeah, no,
but
it's fine.
That was my understanding. That's the only reason why he's strong. You know.
Yes.
Because of that.
Yeah, because like it never made sense to me. It's like because Cloud is just like some whatever, and like he got some Mako, or they could explain it away by saying like Hojo injected like S cells into whatever, you know, Cloud or whatever. But because like that's the whole thing where I know, like that's why I know the mystery of like the cellular degradation isn't really a thing for Cloud because he's not like a typical soldier.
Like in Crisis Core, he was just a foot soldier. Like those guys with the white with the guns. He wasn't actually a soldier,
right?
Until after the the whole explosion and thing on Nibelheim and
And I know all this. I know all this like. As like a second party, I'm not actually experiencing this myself. I'm just kind of seeing Jolie, do these things or whatever.
Yeah, but
I haven't done it myself.
Could be wrong though because I don't exactly remember. I was a little kid when my cousin introduced me to Final Fantasy.
Yeah.
So I just don't. I remember playing it, but I don't like. I haven't gone back and played it since. So that was just my understanding of it. You know.
No, cool.
After you explain it to me,
and it's fine. Like I'm along for the ride. Like this is a fantastical world. Like whatever. I don't need like power levels to be like. It's not like a Dragon Ball Z where it's like Vegeta's like he's over 9,000. I don't need to know exactly like what Cloud is. You know, if his power level is enough to like fight Sephiroth. I'm not into that whole jazz or whatever. Like that's fine. Whatever. He can be someone who's weaker than Sephiroth, and the story can explain it in certain ways. But people use that excuse as to like why Cloud is the leader. It's like. Cloud is the leader because that's how they wrote the game. You know what I mean? That's why he's the leader. It's not because like, and we just have to go along the events with things. So that's something as a newcomer to the series, that's something I do have a problem with where I'm like, I don't really buy into Cloud being this leader that would inspire this party to go along with them. But circumstances are the way that they are. You know, it ended up being, you know, what it was, right? I mean, I don't have a huge problem with it from a standpoint of like Cloud is the main character because he's the main character, and that's a good enough explanation to me. I will, you know, be upset with certain things about, you know, why they trust him, why they go along with this, you know, but we'll have to see what plays out in part 3 and if they give me a good enough reason as to why Cloud was a good leader. But as far as like the, you know, yeah, like in Gongaga when he goes off on everybody and like people just don't bat an eyelash there, like no big deal.
Do you remember that scene though? How everyone was looking at him when after he did that?
Yes.
They're like, "What? Are we following this guy?"
Yeah, I know. I had the same thought. If
that happened, then I would probably go more to Cloud because that happened. That really changed my whole mind about him during the game. I'm like, wait, look at how they're looking at him. It's just like.
Well, that's like my big argument with Tifa, right? Everyone thinks I'm like just hate her. It's like, why would she's like she was the one that was up there on the platform when he's murdering people, right? And like she's like, Cloud, stop it, like you're freaking me out, right? And it's like he's just like lost. And then like she's just fine with it. Like nobody says boo. Nobody's like, Cloud, that was pretty nuts. Like we need to talk about it. They don't. This is something that they don't get right. I feel like because it's more modern, like you said, in a subtitle game, there's less to like really critique. So when they really flesh it out, these characters don't respond to things that happen, and that's Jolie's big critique about Red when his voice changes or whatever, you know.
Oh,
because she's like nobody says anything. Yeah, but nobody says anything about it, right? They're just like Barrett kind of is like, oh, I guess you were doing this, and they're like, yep, and then they move on because they have to tell the rest of the story. I get why they're doing it, but it's like these are the things that are clunky, and they're like, we need to progress the story, so we're just gonna move on. Like Cloud's the main character, so we need to move on. I get all that stuff, right? But then it's like it feels, as far as like this modernized version or whatever, that's when you can start to see the seams, you know, tearing a little bit, where it's like, yeah, that story might have held up in the OG, whatever. But when you flesh it out, there's some things that don't really make a ton of sense. Like Ectogamut says something in the chat that made me laugh. Biggles was saying like, what was it? He said, oh, I must have missed it. It's like he's the main. You follow Cloud because he's the main character or whatever, you know. I missed it here, but it's true. Yeah, people follow Cloud so the plot can happen. Duh, right? Mm-hmm. That's just kind of like, yeah. I mean, sure, and that's a good enough explanation for me to be like, yeah, that's true. I do have some issues with it, but I'm on board enough to be like, okay, like just see where this is going because I've played a lot of JRPGs and some of the adventures that they go on, you're like, who knows why they're doing it, but we gotta kill God at the end of this game, you know. Mm-hmm. So, anyway, yeah, pretty nuts.
One thing I was so surprised at Rebirth is why wasn't Sid and Vince a playable character?
Yeah, I mean they're saving it. They're doing the same thing that they did in Remake, right? Where they introduce Red, but they won't let you play as Red, and then you play with them in Rebirth.
Okay, but that one's better because that was literally near the end of the game. Like, yeah. I mean, I feel like there's like 3 chapters that you could have had Vincent or Sid for.
Well, Vincent, you meet Vincent at the end of chapter 11, right? And then you're going into chapter 12, so you only have like 3 chapters to play.
I feel like it's not that's not bad though. But like with Red, it was like you literally are on the last chapter basically in the, you know.
Yeah, you're doing the Hojo like dungeon or whatever. I get it. But you know why they're doing it. It's just like they can only make so many playable characters, and they need to save that because we're losing Aerith as a party member. So maybe we have to get like, you know, Sid and Vincent or whatever. I'm excited to see their tool set and how they play.
I have this thing. I part of me thinks they're not going to make them playable at all.
Dude, no, they will be playable. That would be nuts. You think they won't?
I mean, I think there's a chance. It's something I've been thinking about. Like, I think there's a chance I'm not playable, or maybe only one's playable. Like, maybe Sid's playable and not Vincent.
Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking because think about it. They're gonna have to make. That's a lot of work to make. They're gonna need their own play style. They're both. I mean, for 2 characters, that's kind of.
Yeah, it's a whole new system. I mean, like, I think that's the nice thing is they don't have to reinvent the wheel for the main characters. But then, yeah, you got to include them, and I think they will. I think Sid will be playable. I think Vincent will be playable, and that'd be interesting if they're not. But Red Barrington in chat says Sid was around half the game. Yeah, I mean, he was introduced in like Cosmo Canyon, you know, so before Cosmo Canyon at the end of Gongaga. So anyway, yeah, I mean, there's reasons why they did it. They had to constrain it because if you give player too much choice and freedom, then it's going to take forever. And these games have to come out. You know, we're already complaining that we don't understand the story, and we've been waiting 7 years to go this long. So anyway, I don't know, but well, I'm glad that you got on to defend Zach. Is there, as far as these chapters go, what are your favorite moments of chapter 7 and chapter 8?
I like the battle with what was the thing called?
Airbuster.
Yeah, Airbuster.
Yeah.
It kind of those are like the 7, 8 are like kind of like the cornerstone of the whole game, really.
Yeah.
Of the part 1. And there's a little thing with Aerith and you know how you're training again, and then the where you're as a mercenary, like missions and stuff. I actually did like that. Kind of brought the whole thing together a little bit.
Yeah.
You know? I'm just not a big fan of Wall Market. Like the next one,
not a huge fan of that. Huh?
I'm not. I don't really like the scenery, how they change stuff, and I don't want to go too political. So I'll just leave it at that. Just the whole.
You'll have to hop on for our future community game clubs because I want to hear. I'm super fascinated to hear what people feel about like the Honeybee Inn, the whole like dance sequence. I don't mind
saying it, but I feel if I say it, might get a little political. I'm more.
Oh, you're fine. You're fine.
I'm a little probably like you guys. I'm more brutish, kind of not really into all that kind of stuff, you know. So, but I mean, I kind of like, for example, I would never let my kids play. Like if I did let them play the game, I would make sure they don't play those scenes with that one guy there. No,
with Don Corneo and stuff.
No, I think more the dancer guy. That's the one that bothers me.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah. No, I mean, like, it's because it was in the original game. There's certain things like when you this is the thing when you modernize stuff. Well, I'm not saying exactly it was in the but when you flesh things out, right, you have to expand it, and then you have to like say, okay, this is the type of thing. That,
I actually don't. I remember Corneo, right?
Yeah.
But I do not remember that dancer guy.
Andrea Rodeo or whatever.
Yeah, him is why I don't remember at all.
No, I'm not saying he's in the original game. All I'm saying is like you have Wall Market, you have like this seedy underbelly, you know, slum town where you've got like the slumlord that's obviously doing things that are a bit shady. So it's like you fill out that world and you have to populate it with characters or whatever, you know. But like it's so funny because you might disagree with like what me and Jolie say because there's certain moments of like that you know of the Honeybee Inn that like we really like, you know, but then there's also some things that we're like, okay, you know, but yeah, it is a tricky thing to kind of, you know, navigate. But that's funny, man. Yeah, you'll have to tell us what you think. That's cool when we get to that point. But yeah, as far as like this, I like what you said is chapter 7 and chapter 8 kind of it's the first time the whole game like you have the Chadley's, you know, combat simulator, you've got the side quest, you've got boss fights. It's like the game, as far as what the game is going to give us, is kind of like taken shape to this point, you know?
Yeah, it was kind of the cornerstone because you got the VR stuff. It's kind of the cornerstone of the whole series in a way. So I think it's probably one of the best chapters, probably.
Yeah, totally, man. I mean, it's cool. I mean, I love chapter 8, but we were. It's the side questing too, and Jolie hates the child voice actors, so. It was a bit cringy for her, but for us.
Yeah. When I first learned about your guys' channel, that I don't know why. I guess it doesn't bother me. I just don't really register that they're. I guess I don't really listen to the dialogue. I just kind of go.
No, I think you're normal actually. I think Jolie is hypersensitive to this stuff, and just because she's a director and it drives her crazy. You know.
Yeah, I understand that part, but also I don't really like when you guys do the whole shipping stuff or the relationships. I'm like, guys, it's a game.
Yeah, no, it's true.
When you guys do that, I cringe. I'm like,
that's fair. You totally can, right? As far as like the whatever, but yeah, like, you know, people get attached to these characters or whatever, you know, and we're attached. I'm not going to say I'm not, but at the same time, that's cool. I
think it's a little strange. That's just, you know.
No, I get it.
I don't be mean, so I'm just gonna leave it at that.
I'm not offended, Alex, by far at all. So, no, it's just like, but there's so many different things about like why people enjoy these games, right? Some people will be like, oh, the relationships and the story, and then other people will be like the combat, and other people will, you know, like the overall story and the adventure you go on. You know, there's a There's a little something for everybody, and some people are not super great. Red Barrington says
For me,
shippers.
I like the cinema stuff and I like the stories, and mainly it's like what do you call it, nostalgia, because I played them when I was a kid.
Yeah. It's reminding you of that.
Like for me, I only play I only play Halo in this game. It's the only games I actually play.
That's awesome, dude. Okay, I played Halo.
Xbox for Halo and PlayStation for this now apparently. So
see, that's so fascinating because you sound like a gamer that's like. You're like my brother. I don't know if you were on it at the beginning, but my brother called in and he only plays like Call of Duty, and it would blow my mind because I grew up playing Halo, but I was like the nerdy kid who liked JRPGs and other games like this, but I could never get some people that were like Halo bros to come play a game like that. So that's cool that you crossed over.
Yeah. Also about this community thing, most of my friends do. I'm like the only one who plays video. Actually, my best friend found out I play video games. He was like so surprised.
What are you doing? You big nerd?
No, it's like, no, it was more. He was just surprised that I would do something like that because we're kind of like one of the higher tier, like very intellectual, and we just talk about stuff like that, and and politics generally. Yeah, we don't really,
Gotcha. So the video game thing was surprising, huh?
Yeah, I guess you never knew that. Well, this thing, when I met him when I was in high school, so I stopped playing video games in high school because I played a little bit, but it wasn't much. It's just when I was home. But I'd always go out and do all that stuff, and then church stuff. And
but you realize like
hide that.
I was gonna say you realize how you're an anomaly, right? Because like most people who are just like who don't play video games that much and like play Halo, and you have friends that don't really play it. The fact that like you're like I really am into Final Fantasy, it's like, dude, that's crazy. That's cool. That like I'm so glad that you're part of the community, because that's like you're not the type of typical person that plays these games, which is cool.
Yeah, because I played when I was a kid. I kind of like doing that, and and also because I have a really stressful job and there's a lot of like I work for Department of Energy, and politics and policies change with the climate. It just it gets very political, and I need some like a relief when I get home.
Yeah, video games are good at that. And I'll be honest with you, dude. There's times when I play this game, so I'm like, that's pretty cringe. You know what I mean? Like I'm not like totally in it. Like my whole like shipping stuff. Like I admit that I'll be like, that's cringe. But at the same time, like I'll always be like, I'll tell Jolie, I'll be like, it's funny being secure and like being married to like an awesome woman and stuff. But I'll be like, hey, like I like romantic comedies. Like I'll say that crap as a man or whatever. But then they'll be like, hey man, that's pretty lame of you. But I'm like, that's cool, dude. You know what? I just like that there's a little something for everyone in each of these games, and sometimes things work and something.
I actually Googled. I'm like, what are they talking about? So I Googled what the ship. I'm like, oh my goodness.
Well, I hope you know that we're not like that. Red Barrington in chat says like shippers are the cancer of all fandoms. Like we don't. That's the thing. It's like I get frustrated. I get frustrated when we talk with shippers because like they make that so much about who they are, and it's like, dude, this is just a game. I agree, but it's like they kind of force their hand into the things. They like shove their way in, and they have to inject like themselves into the fandom when really it's like just a preference of like it's just like any story or whatever. It doesn't matter. Like everyone has relationships in real life, but they make it weird. So. They made it weird,
It's when you start talking about for like over 30, 40 minutes, I'm like, I'm just cringe.
Spencer, crashing out. We're getting called out, Javier. It's great. Well, I just talk about it because, I have to talk about something. But no, good call. Thanks for keeping me in check, man. I like it. You're making sure I don't get too off the rails.
Okay. Take care. All right. Bye.
Oh no. I was saying like thank you for. I was saying thank you for. No, I was saying thank you for keeping me in line and not letting me get too crazy. So shout out to you.
Okay. So.
But yeah. Anyway. But is there anything else that you would change or anything that you like? You just saying like you love the fight or whatever.
Honestly, I think Remake was done very really well. I don't have any complaints about Remake. It's just the Rebirth, man.
You got some issues with Rebirth.
The story. I don't know how they're gonna fit everything.
Yeah, I'm the same.
They murdered Red 13.
They murdered him, dude.
They did.
Rip Red.
I really enjoyed Jolie's video on that. I'm like, yes.
Yeah. See,
honestly, I stopped playing the game for like 2 months because of that. I'm like, honestly, I'm like,
It's
honestly,
fair,
that was like, I'm like, what are they doing? Like,
well, it's fair, dude.
Yeah, but
I mean, like, if you don't like the things, like, I get it. I get why they did it, but I don't think it's good. And but then at the same time, like, I think it's totally fair to be like, that kind of sucks, and I don't like the character anymore. You know.
Well, they can fix it. They can just go back to his old voice in the third one, and then they can easily fix it.
They won't.
And then,
They're not going to.
Am I?
Oh well, we'll see.
I'm
betting.
Do not kill my dreams, okay?
I won't. Bring back Red for Alex. Everybody bring back Red for Alex. But no, you're awesome, man. Okay, so you wouldn't change much about Remake, but you just had some issues with Rebirth.
The story, and I feel like they could have cut some stuff up, and so they could have gone further to the story, so we wouldn't be in a position where I don't know how they're gonna finish it. You know what they should have done? They should have made like an extra DLC or something that would cut like one thing about Remake is that I think the Yuffie was the best DLC Final Fantasy's ever made.
Oh, we're playing it. That's what we're playing on Friday. We're gonna start with the Yuffie
like,
DLC.
If you compare that to like the 16 DLCs, my goodness. I mean, it's just I feel like they should have done something like that. They should have done something like that and also about what I think with what they're gonna do with Zach. I think Zach's gonna probably come at the end to like. I feel this game is not a remake; it's more of a sequel, and they're just trying to fix everything that happened. So the meteor, what happens at the end doesn't happen.
Okay.
And I'm thinking, I like Zach, but I don't want that to happen because it just kind of like.
Yeah.
It's back to the Avengers thing where they try to fix everything. It just. I don't know. That's just.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
I get it.
I think that's probably what we'll end on because.
Cool.
I just had to rebuttal Javier, and
it's okay.
Like after he said that, I wanted to go on, but then you had the new people. I'm like dang it!
I'm sorry, dude. I should.
No, that's okay. No. You should do that. You always should bring new people in first. So
but you can scream it. You can scream at me in chat and be like, "I need to respond to Javier." But hey, it's all right. You went after Dustin, and he wasn't a huge fan of Zach either. So. But you agreed with Dustin's.
No. I just agree with his. I didn't agree with. I agree with his argument better.
Yeah.
Javier. Dustin made some good. Like I'm like, he's right about that. But I think with the whole, I don't think it's not fair to compare them because they made a whole game about Cloud and Zach. He's just kind of like the extra person, and then they made that Crisis Core, but it wasn't really. They were just trying to get more money out. It wasn't really like it was more like a DLC if you really think about it than an actual game,
Yeah. Javier says that's why we need an open mic. So Javier's idea is we put you guys all in a room and you all can just talk. I just feel like it would be chaos.
That's I'm telling you, you do not want me an open mic. Just you not want me an open mic.
Chaos. They want chaos. We gotta kill chaos.
I'm telling you that you don't want that here. Because I don't know what I'm going to say.
Well,
okay, all right.
As long as everyone's civil, I don't think it would be a problem, but who knows. But anyway, dude, thanks for calling in. Sorry to make you wait so long, but it was a pleasure.
It was my pride that made me stay because I'm like, I can't let that stand. I cannot.
That's fine. Okay, I'm glad that you had the...
Yeah.
I'm just going to say I'm glad that you wanted to correct the record. So shout out to you, Alex, and thanks for hopping on, man.
Take care. Bye.
Okay, later, man. All right, Alex can go to bed now. Alyssa, I'm bringing you in. Are you still awake on the East Coast?
1 second. Yes, I'm still awake.
She's got to roll out of bed to talk. I'm so sorry that we're taking so long. This is just going long.
I had to mute the stream. Mute the stream. It's all good.
Oh,
I had to mute the stream. I was just listening to the end of Alex.
Okay, yeah. Well, shout out.
Javier trolling leading to so much time.
Yeah, man. Look at him go.
3 o'clock here. So by the time you get done, it'll be, 4 in the morning over there?
Well, for me, it's 12:48. But yeah, as for anyone that's like super East Coasty. But you guys are...
I'm not going to rebuttal.
Well, I know. Dude, thanks, Alex, for the super chat. You're super nice. Don't need to do that, but you're welcome to hop on anytime. I appreciate the passion. Yeah, Alyssa, what's up? Did you get? I missed all of chat. Did you get home from work? Were you driving late? I know you were like, have these
I got home a while ago.
Yeah, you're like
I got home a while ago.
It's late.
I've been chilling.
All right. Well,
I've been listening to all the chaos. It's been fun.
It's been a good one.
And I'm not the one that started it this time.
I know, right? Even though, like, we know how you feel about Crisis Core. Like, we got on a Crisis Core. Javier, he drove us
Javier was
off the cliff right at the beginning.
Javier was trying to get me into it, yeah.
He was, man.
So.
Yeah, that's how it works, right?
And instead, he's the one that got everybody else involved.
No, it's good. I feel, okay.
All right, so chapter 7 and 8.
Yeah, well, I would just say, I feel like I'm the type of person who, I think I won't like Crisis Core. I'm just saying this because I know myself. I kind of know Jolie's thoughts, what she thinks about it, and certain things. I know what people have said. I will give it a fair shake, and I will, but I do kind of have that bias going in a little bit.
You already know my thoughts, so.
Yeah, I know. But so I'm just at that point where I'm like, we'll see. But, Jolie is funny because people don't really like Zach, and I get the arguments, but Jolie actually loves Zach. So that's why it's really cool because we have so many different opinions, right? Jolie does not like Crisis Core, but she really likes Zach as a character, right? Whereas, like, we had Javier that didn't like Zach as a character, but doesn't like Crisis Core, and all this stuff. So, anyway, lots of different
I feel like the
opinions.
majority is more on... that's a good one, Javier.
Yeah.
I feel like the majority of the FF fandom is more in Jolie's corner. Yeah.
Okay, like they like Zach,
just because
they're not really like a fan of it.
Zach has become a very popular character.
Yeah.
But you also have to remember a lot of people's first FF game of the more recent games was probably Crisis Core.
Oh yeah, because it was a handheld game and it was more modern because that was like an introduction into before the remakes came out. That was like a modern way to experience some of the Final Fantasy VII story.
Right.
Yeah, I hear you.
Right.
That makes sense.
So then instead they kind of backtrack, whereas people who played the OG knew what Zach's ending was.
Right. They knew.
And were technically
weird,
spoiled
right?
on the end of Crisis Core. Right,
yeah.
But they also spoil Clouds in OG in Crisis Core.
Yeah.
So no matter what, you're kind of missing something in between.
Artsy Vonti in chat says I might have played Crisis Core before playing the OG, which is like I guess
there's
a lot of
there's nothing wrong with that. That's the thing.
Yeah.
A
lot of people might have done that.
Usually, your first love in Final Fantasy is your first game.
Yeah.
It's the one that got you into it.
Yeah.
So a lot of the people who love Zach, their first game was Crisis Core.
Yeah, I think that's true actually, and that's fine. Like, because you like who was it who got on? Was it
there's nothing wrong with that.
He was saying something about how like Final Fantasy X was his first game, and that was something that like but then you love it. Yeah, because like Jolie's first game is 8. I don't think she loves 8, and 8's a controversial one. I don't know if she says that's like her favorite one. But I don't even know. I think Jolie's favorite game...
She probably loved it more before she became a director.
Yeah, you're actually right. Because then she like learned to kind of have more critical eye.
Learned storytelling,
Yeah.
So then it became more of a, I
don't even know what her favorite game is. Jolie's probably favorite Final Fantasy
might be 6, probably.
6 or 10. She has issues with the ending of 10, but
she says she doesn't like the ending of 10.
Right, but
10's
really...
ending I think is probably one of the best in Final Fantasy.
Which is so funny.
Especially
and I know,
modern Final Fantasies.
I know why she has issues with it, but it's so funny to me why. Like, I want her to replay it because I think she might have a different experience. Because I think she was just too wrapped up into the love story, and then they kind of... I know what happens in the end, right? And they kind of like, it's not what you think it is, and it's like, it's sad and tragic or whatever, but I think she's... Yeah, but I think she's caught up in the whole like...
Feels like all Final Fantasies.
Yeah, where she's like, Jolie just wants happy endings, to be honest with you. She just wants like a Final Fantasy to end where everyone's smiling and the love interests get to end up with whoever, you know what I mean? So I think that's why she has trouble with 10, but I think I would really like 10, so anyway, but... yeah, Alyssa. So I know it's super
that's right.
late.
I don't think Biggles actually understood FF13.
13 was the first FF I completed. Oh wow, Biggles. That's why Biggles has got such unique
Biggles
ideas.
was asking me about the I forget the villain's name in that one.
Who knows
what their purpose was and everything like that, but it's been so long since I played 13.
Falsey, I don't know the names of them or whatever, but
yeah.
Okay, like, sorry, do you want to talk about drama? Do we want to talk about like Zach and litigate that, or do you want to
so chapters 7 and 8?
Okay, that's fine. I know we got off the rails, but if you're welcome to go crazy too.
I was instructed by Coolman to tell you if you ask me any questions to not answer and to say that to refer to his Twitter. So there you go.
Okay, that's a good plug. Everyone should go follow Toolman on Twitter because he's always asking the right questions. That's what I'll say about Toolman, is that he has like this understanding, but when people go off on those theories, he always just asks the right questions to steer it back on track and be like, well, is that true?
Well,
but
I'm not on Twitter, so I can't say yes or no for that. I can't have an opinion on that. Do not do that.
Do not do
Toolman, I did already.
Everyone, follow Toolman. He's great. Okay, so chapter 7
and he might join you next week.
Oh yeah, is it what he's saying? He's going to come on stream. He's going to chat with us.
He said next week to talk about Fort Condor. We're looking forward to it, Toolman.
Oh, Toolman, you're getting called out. We get to meet Toolman. I have to ask you all the questions and stuff. You can't just talk about whispers, you know.
He's got to talk about Fort Condor.
That's true.
That's what I was promised.
Okay, he says, yeah, I'll do it. All right, he's committing to it.
Yep.
Okay, cool. So, chapter 7, the Airbuster, the lead up to the Airbuster fight, and then chapter 8. Where do you want to start?
How about we start with the levers?
Okay, we didn't talk. Surprisingly, nobody talked about the levers tonight.
Because it's everybody's favorite part.
It's so funny because everyone remembers the levers, and I feel like everyone feels like they know what they're doing, and then when they do it, they're like, what happened? So yeah, tell me your experience with the levers.
I hated it just as much as I hated the original levers.
That's so fascinating.
Those were probably a little bit worse because you have to pay attention to the sound it makes to make sure that you pull it in time.
I have such a
but
weird...
I believe it was just a button press.
Yeah,
in the OG versus the thumbsticks.
I have such a weird history with but I've played old games, but I have no. Sorry, I keep hitting the microphone. I have no conception of like the OG. There's like multiple times we've talked about the OG, how you're like, there's this moment where you have to make this jump when you're making it up to like the upper plate, and everyone remembers that cable or whatever. And I'm thinking to myself, I didn't even think
that was also very, very bad.
Right. I'm using that as an example because I'm like, I didn't even know that was a thing. I thought this game was just like you walk from like point A to point B, and then all of a sudden you do the battles, and then you just talk to people. Is there like, when you say that there's lever pushing and stuff in the OG and jumping to catch like this cable,
these are the little mini games you could do, yeah.
I didn't know this.
These are the little mini games you could do. That's how you would traverse the world and interact with it. Yeah.
That's so fascinating to me. See, like there is some stuff that I literally have no idea.
You'll learn more when you play it.
Yeah.
How's that? Are you happy with that, Toolman?
Yeah. Good job. Good job staying true to his directions, his instructions to you. Okay, cool. But yeah, tell me about the levers. What frustrated you the most about it, or did you tell us about it.
Oh no, the timing on it was awful. Like you guys pointed out in your stream, like there's a delay that's causing, and it took me a while to realize that there's this delay that I have to like wait in between like an extra second to actually get it right. But once I figured it out, then I was able to do the original levers to unlock to go to the Airbuster, and then turn around and do the discovery quest, which at the time I was like half asleep when I got to that point. Because I played it in long spurts because I'm one of those types of people that's like, okay, today's a gaming day because it's raining outside and I got nothing else to do. So I'm just going to play until I feel like stopping, and then I'm done.
Yeah.
So it's probably like near the end of that, and I'm like half asleep. I'm like, why am I even doing this? What's the first time I played it? What am I doing this for? Right. Oh, I get to collect the stuff that I got before. When did they say I could do that? So...
Yeah, those discovery quests always get me because I'm always wondering. I don't want to miss them, and they actually do a pretty good job of putting like the circle icon, and it's like the teal, whatever, not teal, it's like the purplish indigo color, instead of like the main.
They do, but I'm not gonna lie, I missed some of them, especially in the previous chapter, like when we were crawling through the thing, because I was like, I don't want to do this anymore. I just want to move on to the next thing.
That's fair.
So I skipped it the first time around for some of them.
Yeah, that's a good example of when you're turning on the solar lamps or whatever. I always am like, well, we got to get that materia, and it is one of those discovery quests, or going up and fighting that queen, like, insect thing before you get to the
the insect.
Materia.
Yep, yeah, that's one of the ones I skipped because I really didn't need that summoning materia because I had pre-ordered the game, so I got the, pre-order summons. I'm like,
the other stuff. Sure. And so like that's like navigating the world that stresses me out, but I'm a completionist. I'm like, I have to get it. So I get turned around in games. This game does a decent job of doing it, but I was even getting lost on stream. I'm like, wait, do we go this way to open up this section for the discovery quest, or do we go on this way to fight the airbuster? And I'm always paranoid that I'm going the wrong way, so I have to double back just to make sure that I'm not doing it wrong. So yeah, I did that with the levers thing. The lever things with me when I was like moving the levers when I played it. Jolie played it on stream this past time, but it does do that thing where
she loved it.
She loved it. It's just her favorite. But like for me, it's like when you're doing it, I remember doing it, and it like gives you this false sense of like you understand what you're doing because you get the first like 2 or 3 or 4, and you're like, great, this is easy, But then they really like they purposely trick you into thinking you're doing it right, and then you do it wrong, right? It's like I get that it's funny and you get to hear the dialogue, but that kind of pisses me off as far as like gameplay mechanics. It's like, what are you doing? You taught me how to do it this way, and now you're slightly tweaking the timing, and it kind of drove me nuts.
To a certain extent, Matthew. The one that's probably worst is when you're with Aerith and Tifa in the sewers, and you've got to do that stupid pumping game.
Yeah.
Where it's like, why the hell are they doing this? That's also a new addition. That wasn't in the original.
Yeah.
I think that was just supposed to be, we haven't let you control Aerith yet. So for these 5 seconds, walk her this way. That's good enough.
Yeah. I mean, there's so many mini games that I have no idea. There's so many things that I don't know about the original game. And then like, as far as how it all works out, I don't know. I'm just like, I'm fascinating to play it. I am purposely holding off, and maybe I shouldn't be, but I am, because I'm, I want to be like this voice on the podcast as someone who's never played the OG, but I have so many things that have been spoiled for me so far, Toolman in chat's like, Spencer can ask questions, just not anything after the Forgotten Capital, which is fair. I don't want to be spoiled, but at the same time, like I know so much about it, that most people would not have known had they not played the OG. But that's.
I gotta ask you a question. Does that take some of the fun away from it for you?
Kind of. I guess like if I'm being honest, yeah. I think like because this is gonna sound bad, but like I kind of treat it as like I have a role to play, right? I'm not performing for you guys when I'm talking on the podcast. I'm trying to be as genuine and real for you guys as possible, but I want to give that perspective of someone who is new. So if I went back and I went and played all the OG stuff, then I would feel like that would be disingenuous, even though like I already have some things spoiled for me. If it was just me, yeah, I would have already played the OG multiple times. You know what I mean? Like I would have gone through.
No, I know,
because I have these burning questions.
Like other people got into it. They were just like, yeah, I need to go play this. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, that's a good question, because I obviously, would be doing things differently, but I ended up doing it this way, and I'm happy. Like I'm happy that like I got put on this show with Jolie. I've had a great time. Kind of being that voice of the newcomer. And I think I still fulfill that role. I don't think I'm like lying to people, even though I have other things that have been spoiled for me. But I'm trying to stay away from it as much as possible, because I'm sure as a newcomer, people could be like interested in, this story's really interesting. I bet a lot of them are probably going back and playing the OG to find it out, and maybe there's some that are just happy to play the remake series and just go along with it. But yeah, I'm just trying to be that voice, and I'm sacrificing a little bit of my fun in order to have this perspective, but I don't have a problem with it. It's going to be here before we know it, and I'll go back and I get to say I'll go back and play it, and say more stuff about it. So yeah, I don't know.
2027, as long as GTA 6 doesn't come out then.
Yeah, I think GTA 6 is locked in for this holiday season. I think because Strauss Zelnick is the
That's what people
CEO.
thought last year.
That's true, but they're actually like he's getting out and starting to do interviews and the marketing cycle ramping up. I mean, it could get delayed because it's a huge game and they'll just spend as much money on it and they'll give it as much time as it needs. But I do feel like in my heart of hearts that it will come this year. But yeah, if it got pushed into a later quarter, dude, Final Fantasy is getting the heck away from that thing. Like,
it has to.
They would not sacrifice.
They wouldn't
this thing
sell anything. They wouldn't sell anything if GTA 6 popped out at the same time.
Oh yeah, even though they've been building up to this moment, the hardcore enthusiasts like us, yes, we would get it and play it, right, regardless. But they want this to be the main conversation game. They want this to be like the thing that like we've been building up to this for 7 years, and it's the end of Final Fantasy 7, and it's coming out in 2027. It's the 30th anniversary of Final Fantasy 7. Like everything's aligning. So if if GTA got in the way, they would definitely do everything they could to get away from that. So,
but see, that's also why I think that releasing it in like March, April, like they have been, is also the wrong move for them.
Yeah, I've had this thought too. Do you think they should do?
They should be doing it like around October, November. Yeah, sometime around the holidays where it's closer to award season and everything like that. Because then you'd probably, from what it sounds like, more people kind of like lose interest with it as they're waiting and waiting and waiting. Versus, especially if you want that award show buzz like they have and like fans want them to have.
Yeah.
When they come out a month or two before Game Awards, Tokyo Game Show, all that, it seems to work better for at least the games that are out around that time. Not all of them, but most of them.
Well, I think you're right. There is recency bias, but then like you have a game like Expedition 33 that came out earlier in the year, right? And it did super well, but it depends on...
That was around summer, wasn't it?
I can't remember. I thought it came out in like
I'll have to look
later spring or whatever. But to me, it's like I'm not saying you're wrong. Actually, I think
it also depends on what else comes out though. Too.
Exactly. That was my point. It's like depending on the year, right? It's like people are gonna have like fondness to remember that. It's like Expedition 33 stayed on top for everyone the whole year, right? Whereas like I think Rebirth when it came out, it was like, dude, this is like a front runner for Game of the Year. But then other things just started filling in, and they were, yeah. So it was like it was springtime, but. Yeah, but there are things like that, when Rebirth came out, it was like it got like a 91 or 92 on Metacritic, and it was like, this is going to be like Game of the Year, and this is GOTY, and then there were other things, and then there was another RPG that came out by Atlas, and people really liked whatever that game was that won the RPG of the Year.
Metaphor was good.
Fantasio, yeah. But then it's tricky, but I know... They want this game to have the biggest pop possible. They are literally going to announce it for all consoles, a simultaneously multi-platform release. Like, I don't know that for sure, but it just feels like that's what they're doing, right? Biggle says it lost Astrobot.
Which came out, which came out closer to award show season.
I mean, but I think you got to look at the people that were voting on it. We talked about Game Awards when I was streaming Tactics. Obviously, there's a lot of people that aren't hardcore gamers that vote on these things, and a lot of times people that are in games journalism, they have wanted a platformer to be to beat Nintendo forever. I think there was a little bit of bias where it was like, I'm not saying Astrobot's a bad game at all. Like my kid loves Astrobot.
No, Astrobot was
his
fun.
Favorite. Yeah,
Astrobot was fun.
But it's like it's the same people that are voting on these year after year after year. It's like, it's the video game journalists that do these sort of things. And they were so thrilled that Astrobot was like awesome. They're like, great, like finally we can give it a platformer an award that's not Nintendo, And and I think I also think it stands on its own, it's a competent, good game, right? So you could argue for it or whatever, but I have my issues with Rebirth. I don't know if I would have voted for it, right? But other people say, like Biggle just said.
I'm also not sure the majority of. But I'm saying if it was also just fans voting, none of those games would have won.
Yeah, no.
it would have been Fortnite again, or whatever
Genshin Impact or whatever.
Kids are
Whatever
kids are playing right now.
Yeah, that's true. So, I mean, that's fascinating, but I agree with you. I think a holiday release, if there's no other big giant, Call of Duty and stuff is that happens every year, and college football and the sports games or whatever, those guys are always just going to buy those games. But if GTA comes out the holiday season this year and there's no big holiday release, I know people want it sooner, but I think it would be a cool moment for Final Fantasy to kind of be that big holiday game and then release a triple pack and have everything and then just do marketing, boom, 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 boom. I think it will come out sooner than that, but I don't think that's a bad idea.
I think it's probably going to be early next year.
Yeah, I like you were saying, I agree with you, but I don't think it would. It'll probably come out sooner, but it wouldn't be a bad idea. We'll see.
No. Yeah. But that also comes down to their planning too.
Yeah, for sure. So Aerith is your favorite character, right? Is that true? I think you told me that. Let me give you an update on the 3D print I'm making you live since you're here. You've stayed up so late.
This is normal time for me.
Well, sure. It's late for me.
You're the one staying up late.
I don't know if you know what the FEP is. On a 3D printer, there's a transparent film that releases from the LCD screen, and then the resin sits in the vat. I tried to replace that because it was I think there was getting a hole or it was getting loose. If you've printed enough time, you're supposed to replace it. Oh, thanks for the raid. I've never gotten a raid before. The Real Gen 41 is raiding with a party 4. Welcome. Hello, guys. That's never happened to me, so thanks for being my first raid. I think Final Fan TV or the Warriors of Hype tried to do it last time, but it didn't work because they did it on YouTube or whatever. So.
Yeah, a couple people came later, and told us.
Yes. So if you're just bopping in here, we're talking about chapter 7 and 8 of Remake, but me and Alyssa are just chatting.
We're talking about resin printing.
Yeah, we're going off the rails and we're talking about resin printing. But anyway, so the Aerith statue that I'm making you is it's coming along. I sent pictures, but one piece didn't work out. It was just the other part of her staff that needs to combine. Everything else is done. But
cool.
I need to repaint, or I need to reprint another
to
piece.
Replace it.
But that little sheet that keeps the resin, it's a clear transparent layer
sticking to it. Yeah,
and that's what it pulls off, right? The build plate goes down and it presses on that whatever transparent film, and then it lifts up from that. So the resin can either stick to the film or it can stick to the build plate. Obviously, you want it to stick to the build plate, right? But after a while, that plastic or whatever it's made out of gets worn out. So I was replacing it, and then 3 of the Allen wrench screws stripped. And so I'm like, what do I do? I'm trying to take it apart. I bought some more tools, and then I might just buy a whole new little section things that slits in there, So not super exciting, but I'm excited to paint it. That'll be the second one that I've ever painted, and she looks great. Seriously looks awesome. So I'm excited for her to be done. And
awesome.
then but then as far as chapter 8, you're hanging out with Aerith. She's your favorite character. You got to tell me about this.
About her and Murray?
Well, yeah, this is this is the first time we get to really hang out with Aerith in Remake. So.
Hanging out with Aerith, yes.
You say she's your favorite character.
It was going back to the original game and experiencing her for the first time, because her character has been, I think it was Javier that brought it up earlier. So up and down in between all of her entries. And part of that is due to, again, where she is at that time and place. He brought up how she's different in Crisis Core to Advent Children to Kingdom Hearts to every time you see her, she's a little bit different. She's more of a ethereal type character at that point. Here she's, no, I'm sarcastic. I'm calling you out. I'm having fun. She's full of life.
Yeah, she is.
Which is what you want with all these characters.
Yeah. She has so much personality. It's just oozing out of her. Totally.
Yep.
It feels cool.
No, you can't help but notice her at the very least. I know some people didn't like how pushy she was and stuff like that, which again, that's up to your own personality traits as well.
Yeah,
you like interacting with people who you think are a little bit on the pushy side. Why are you somebody that thinks about, oh, why is this person pushing Cloud to do this?
Yeah.
That type of thing. So.
Well, I'm in agreement. That's something that I like. I always talk about, I'm like, I married Jolie, who's like this strong, independent, like she pushes me to do stuff every day in like a good way, right? She's like inspiring me, making me, move forward and do these things. Whereas like I get a lot of that with Aerith, where I don't have a problem with her being pushy. I don't think she's being disrespectful to Cloud, but I can see how other people would look at that and be like, oh yeah, she kind of annoys me where she's just like inserting herself where she shouldn't be. Sure, like I get both sides, but no, I think she's full of life. The second you meet her, she's fun. You fall through a church and she's being like funny about it. She's like, oh, my flowers, don't worry, they're fine. She's like, she recruits you to be the bodyguard. She takes you around town. It's so fascinating. Tell me what you think about, like, as someone who's played the OG, is this the same way that the OG like introduces her, or do you feel like she like knows Cloud already before she's met him? If that makes sense.
It feels, but again, you're also I don't have the experience of playing this without having the OG.
Right. No, I get
in my
that.
head.
I get that. I just don't know if like you feel like they're different.
A lot of these things always feel like you're seeing them again, and it could be a double entendre type of deal where it's like she's saying hi to you to Cloud, but she's also saying hi to you, the player, and calling you out like, "Hey, nice to see you again."
Yeah.
Been a while. Oh, here.
Right.
Reunion.
Yeah.
That's what our flower means. After all this time, we're all reuniting for this game. Like, there could be a whole bunch of meanings behind these. So, yes, I see that, Javier. Thanks.
I'm not trying to like be controversial, but it's just fascinating to me because like there's so much about the sequel theory or whatever, and if that's the case, then like obviously if Aerith knows more than she's letting on, and I think they kind of show that when we were playing on stream, Aerith is about to tell Cloud stuff, but then she holds her tongue, right? She kind of is like, oh yeah, not right now, or like there's moments where she just kind of cuts off where she's about to say something, but then she thinks like better otherwise. So to me, I think they're showing like obviously Aerith knows more, or is that just like her Cetra-ness? Like she's a Cetra, so she knows more. Obviously, at the end of Remake,
it depends on what theories you believed in after the original game. Like I've kind of hinted at before.
Mm-hmm.
It's not as bad as like Final Fantasy VIII, where you had the theories going, "Oh no, they were dead all the time" and all that stuff. But
yeah,
there were already kind of like, oh. She already knew what was going on.
Yeah, okay.
She planned for this type of thing.
Right. So in the OG, that could be there too.
Yeah, there are hints of that if you want to look at it that way. Like that's always what it comes down to is how do you see it based on what you've been shown already.
Right. I just think
what
of
breadcrumbs you've picked up.
Like in the context with the with as far as like the is anything changing?
Yeah.
When we talk about the remake, when they're playing with fate more, and Aerith has that big speech about going through the portal
there
and
are
changing
minor
fate.
changes, like
right, but like
Sephiroth
the whole
talking to Cloud.
Yeah.
When he's waking up in the church, I believe that's a change because I believe it was just him talking to himself.
Yeah.
In the original.
Yeah. Shout out to the real Jen. I think he's leaving. He says, but have a good stream. He just followed us, and he's the one who gave us the raid. But these deep convos about this game and my favorites, but I got to call it a night. Okay. No worries, man. Thanks for the raid. Yeah,
one step closer to finally being Twitch certified.
We are very close. We're only like 2 followers away. But
Woo-hoo.
Yeah, you're so nice. But yeah, it's, I don't know, just because they're asking so many questions or whatever, it obviously leads me to be like, okay, I'm going back and replaying this, and so I'm thinking of those moments when Aerith meets Cloud, and I'm looking closer in those, because I haven't played the OG, but I'm thinking, oh, okay, we're meeting Cloud, we're meeting Aerith, and she's not revealing everything, and she's being coy about this, but you can tell that she's hinting, or she holds her tongue. There's moments where I'm like, okay. And the end of this beginning.
Okay, so that means they planned for a sequel back in the OG.
Yeah, right? See, like, no, I don't know. But like, this is the stuff that keeps me up at night. The sort of like the beginning of chapter 9 when we finish chapter 8, and that Cloud crying and the whole stuff. It's just like, how did Aerith know that Cloud was leaving? He snuck out. The whole idea is like, you can't, if you hit over what we talked about, what the chastity buckets or what we were joking about on stream. If you knock over those things or whatever, then Aerith comes out of the room and tells you to go back to bed, right? But like the idea is you're supposed to
multiple
sneak out
times.
without her knowing, But then she's there and she's like, I'm not done with you yet. There's so much about the writing that makes it seem like I know exactly what you're doing, Cloud, because I know, So anyway, it's very fascinating to me. And this whole chapter,
there's definitely choices. There's definitely purposeful choices made.
Yeah.
But again, whether that's because it's a sequel, because it's repeating itself, because it's just a call out to the fans who are like, hey, that have played the original game and so on. Like, it's up to how you interpret it.
Which I guess is fair and a testament to their writing, because it's like they're so many people can read it different ways, and they're straddling the line of being like, this is,
and
a
to
remake,
a certain extent, they could all be right, at least right now.
Right.
Right now, they could all be right.
Yeah, it's just fascinating. This chapter, to me, going back, was super fun to kind of see the dynamic with Aerith and think of it in the wider context of the remake and rebirth versions of it, But so as far as like Aerith being your favorite character, why is she your favorite character? You just grab it, just relate with her. It's just something that you like her design, just like her attitude.
I like her attitude.
Yeah.
Like, she's somebody who's been told her whole life, no, you're going to be stuck in this room.
Yeah.
And you're going to do what we tell you. And like, she's always still looking to the bright side.
Yeah, you're totally right. Because she could have turned out way different.
And there's something inspiring about that.
Yeah. It's like when you have like like my brother called me up today. He doesn't watch this. The other brother, not the brother that called me on stream, but my younger brother. He also talked to me today.
Well, I missed that part. I got to go back and rewatch that. I was busy working.
He called. Yeah, my brother called in on stream. But my younger brother called me and he was talking to me about his job. And he's like, you know what, dude? I just don't care to go to work, which is like, I'm sure everyone has this feeling. It's just like, man.
I feel that. Yeah. I feel that like almost every day.
Yeah. Like work is a slog, but it's like, we have to work. So
we have to do it to make money, to pay the bills.
So we can do this. And it just feels like this,
we can buy video games and
so we
spend it on Final Fantasy files.
Exactly. No, you're very kind. You don't need, that is not a requirement. But yeah, the idea of like just him being like, oh, like, we can get in this mindset of just like this monotonous grind of, we have to keep doing it over and over and over again. But like Aerith, she's someone who is stuck in a room, and you could think like that attitude would just encompass everything about her, right? Because not only is she someone that's just like not going to work every day, we talk about that just in our normal lives, but someone who's like literally like kind of held hostage as this person, as this experiment, where Shinra could do these things and they were always going after her or whatever. And it's like, that was her life. And then she's the way she is. It is inspiring. It is very cool that she chooses not to be bitter and not be like this, hateful person. She has moments like that. And we get glimpses of that in Rebirth, right? When she calls out Hojo and where she wants to like, have that. But then she still chooses to be Aerith, which is awesome. I like that about her a lot. So yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah,
Awesome.
But I wouldn't have been upset if you did go after Hojo in that chapter.
I know, that's the funny thing.
Would have saved us all a ton of trouble.
I think in the deep dive, Jolie does say that. She's like, I feel like Aerith is a little bit at odds because she has that moment where she's like, I wanted nothing more than to go after him or whatever. I can't remember what
she basically feels like if she did, she probably would have turned into a monster just as bad as him. But at the same time, it's like, no, you wouldn't have been nearly as bad as him, Aerith.
Yeah, right. It's like, yeah, you could have. But then Jolie's like, you had him, and she acted like, but then she's the one who prevents everyone from going after him, right? I think I can't remember.
Yeah.
I'm remembering it wrong. But, there's that, was it Nishi quote where he's like.
Yeah, because remember they had to fight the Genova hybrids.
Yeah, you're right.
On the beach. So it was go after him or stop the hybrids, and so on. But I'm
Right.
like, you still could have gone after him, and then everybody else could have fought the hybrids. Probably would have stopped the
Yeah, I was kind of in that impression too.
collection monster from coming out. Collection robot.
Right, and I think they're trying to go for the whole like, don't be like, if you're gonna fight monsters, don't become a monster yourself kind of thing, you know. And it kind of works, but it kind of doesn't, you know. So, I mean, but it may
cool. Work better once Part 3 drops. We'll find out.
Yeah. I mean, but Aerith is such a fascinating character. I obviously, you know how I feel about her. I think she rules too. I mean, she might be my favorite Final Fantasy character, but I haven't even ranked characters.
You gotta finish playing.
Yeah, I don't think I can say.
You gotta finish the story.
But she's gone.
Yep.
It doesn't matter. I can. I'm kidding.
At this point, we don't know.
I know. I'm teasing.
Right?
I'm teasing. I know, but yeah, there's so much about it. I just had such a good time, and it was fascinating to think about this on stream when we were playing. I really was like, this is cool when that moment where Cloud has that whatever we want to call it.
Take that back. You can't get on Aerith Lives or else right now.
I know. He's like, darn, he's not hot on the trigger because he's on his Twitch.
He's on Twitch.
Yeah, he's helping me with
trying to get you your
numbers.
Views.
No, you guys are all you guys are always so supportive, by the way. But yeah, I don't know. I think this chapter also sets up such a good moment where it's like sets the pace of the game, it sets up the stakes, it also, like Dustin was saying, it sets up that love triangle, and then you get to play the majority of the game where you're going back and forth with that, you know.
It also does make you try and look at Cloud differently. Whether it succeeds in that is a different story, but it does try to make you do that. Because like you brought up when you were doing the side quest, why did he do that with this person? Why is he so much more willing to do this with Aerith than when he was with Tifa?
Right. It's true.
Like,
he was really salty about it. With
showing you a different side of him.
Right, but then it's
you're
like
getting a little bit of both.
Artsy Vanty with the super chat, he says, forgot to mention another reason I like Chapter 8. It's due to Cloud's popularity with the kids, which feels like a reference to Advent Children. Okay, cool. Yeah, he does have like...
It probably is. I know some people had thought it, like the kids when they broke out the wooden Buster Swords was actually a Zack call-out.
Oh, okay.
But I'm like, when I replayed it and watched it, I'm like, they only bring that out after Cloud comes. So I have a feeling it's actually more
Advent
to be,
Children.
Oh, he saved them and inspired them. So now they're like, oh, let me break out my cardboard Buster Sword and I'm going to be Cloud too.
I do love that, though, that they just make swords just like the merc. Because they
I know, like instantly.
Yeah, they try to do this thing, except for the kid with the nail bat. Jolie's like, I hate the kid with the nail bat.
Too tired for multiple tabs.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know. It's just funny, but
I mean, the nail bat thing, I get why she's upset with that one.
No kid should be walking around with that thing, let's be honest. That is a real weapon. Oh, man, yeah. I think they do this thing where in the Sector 5 and Sector 7s, they try to, like, paint you as, like, this merc building rep. I don't think that they fully succeed in that. I think that's what they're going for, right? Where I think they do a better job in Chapter 3, because they've got, like, the number of fiends defeated on the board, and when you come back into town, they say, oh, like, you're really cleaning up the place. Thanks, merc. Whereas, like, in Chapter 5, you kind of, like...
Chapter 3 is also a different area than Chapter 5 is. Like, that's purposefully done.
Right, no, I understand
they are building you up more of a merc in that one,
but you do hear people
Chapter
in
5 is supposed to be I feel like they're trying to show more of his humanity in Chapter 5 than Chapter 3.
I get that, but I think they do mention it. It's just we deal with kids a lot more, but there are people that are like, oh, like you're the merc that's like been helping out. You still hear that dialogue, and because I just played it or whatever, but like of course. You hear that in Chapter.
You hear that everywhere. Yep.
Chapter 8 as well, and I'm like, it doesn't work as much as it did in Chapter 3 because whatever. But I do like the more personal nature of it and how Cloud is more willing to do these things. So yeah, it's fascinating, and I do think it just like sets the tone now that we're establishing characters, because the main characters of the first game are who? We've got Tifa, we've got Barrett, we've got Cloud, Aerith, right? And then Red shows up. Is that it? Is it just those guys? No one else, right? I just get confused.
Honestly, because Red doesn't have much of an arc in Remake, I wouldn't even include him.
Yeah.
Yeah, it really is just those four.
at this point we've met all the main characters that we're going to be playing as, and so now we're just moving on, which is I feel like I'm forgetting someone. Am I forgetting someone? No, it's just those guys. So anyway.
I mean, technically you could include Jesse, Biggs, Wedge.
Right. Okay,
you just don't play as them.
But yeah, I'm talking about playable characters. So yeah, once after chapter 8, now we've filled out the party, and now the rest of the game is just the stuff that happens to these guys along the way, you know. So very cool. Well, awesome. Anything else you want to say about these chapters before we go?
Eight's probably my favorite to this point.
Yeah.
I think the only thing that would probably top it soon is the upcoming Wool Market chapter, just because of the craziness there, which can't wait to hear Dustin's adventures with his daughter going through Wool Market for the first time.
Yeah, it's true.
I need the update on that later, Dustin, when she gets through it.
It's so funny because like when I was talking to I'm so bad with names. I see the name in my head. It's like when I forgot Chocobro's name. But Alex, Ace Torres, like he's like, yeah, I'm not like a huge fan of that section, which is totally fair. Like you don't have to love it or whatever. But like I think, and I remember playing that for the first time with Jolie or whatever, you know, and being like, okay, this is fascinating. It is like a little tricky. Thinking as a parent, you gotta think about like how old are your kids and like whatever, you know. But I don't think like it's funny because I think the remake series do a decent job of, you know, trying to make it accessible for that.
Make it inclusive for everybody.
Yeah, but this is a rated T. I think it's rated T, right? But they're dealing with like sexual themes and different things. And as a parent, like obviously as like an adult, you're not really thinking about this stuff when you're just playing it. You're like, whatever.
I'm sure the OG was rated T too, and they
did some things.
Was worse.
So like, yeah, there's moments like you're just like, okay, this is interesting, but I don't know. There's moments I think they do a decent job of kind of showing that part off, and there's I like the
updating it for the modern audience. Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, like I think it works, and you'll hear me and Jolie talk about it on stream. You know, like we love the honeybee and scenes. You know, again from like a just like a outrageous like silly
a storytelling perspective. Yeah.
Oh yeah, and just like but you'll learn this
of the game.
Something you'll learn about Jolie is like she's a performer too. Like she's a director, but like she would sing on stage and she'd dance and do all these things, right? So like as far as like there's these moments like the Honeybee Inn and stuff, it's like you just don't get that in any other games, you know. So it'll be fun to see what people think about it when we get there. But yeah, this chapter was definitely really awesome. But there are some things that we're gonna get to a point where we're like, oh yeah, that was how did Wool Market, you know, what were they doing? There's some shady stuff going on, but overall I think that they do a decent job, and I'm excited to get to it. And that's when you get Tifa and Aerith interacting with each other, you know.
Well, that's after we also get through the arms.
Yeah.
Where we have the high five at the end, but that's also pretty bloated compared to
friends support.
It's not
friends.
as bad as the subway, but it's bloated.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. It's true. But well, awesome, Melissa. We stayed up till 1:30 my time. What is it, 3:30 for you or
3:30? Yeah. Look at that, Javier. I kept it short and sweet.
No, you're great. I mean, if you want to go longer, you can. I'm just about to like fall asleep here. I made it pretty far. This is like the longest I've ever gone, I think. But no, it's so great.
No, it feels like last week or 2 weeks ago was probably longer.
Oh, did we go longer? Oh man, I don't know. I'm just
I
losing
think so.
It here.
Yeah.
Okay, well, give us your final theory. What's going to happen in part 3, Alyssa? We trust only you, and I give you full, you know, spoiler rights. Nothing Toolman says can stop you from telling us. I'm kidding. You can do whatever you want.
I trust in Toolman.
Okay, I do
How's
too.
that? I trust in Toolman.
Yeah, he's got some. Okay,
I can't wait to hear from him next week.
Yeah. I think we talked about
That's my final theory. I'm looking forward to Toolman.
Okay, we'll have to see how he does.
Yeah, I've brought it up before. I think it's going to be, you know.
Yeah, you've told us. What you think that because after Rebirth you had thought there was good, but you think like it makes more sense to just kind of see like maybe it's a bit of a reimagining, but they're going to stick mostly to the main events.
It's the compilation brought together as one game. Yep. So. That's
right.
how I still see it until I play part 3. That's probably how I'm always going to see it. But that's my own theory.
Biggle says,
Everybody's
boo.
entitled to theirs.
Roast me. No. And he says, good night. I'm done. No, I think
Sorry, Biggles.
Biggles, but in Alyssa's defense, bringing the compilation together is different than bringing just the remake together. Because OG is not the compilation; it's part of it, right? So
right.
if this game has to conclude not only the OG, but they have to bring the compilation together, I think that still could mean some happy endings and some different things.
Plus, technically, that's what you're asking for, Biggles.
Yeah.
You're asking for all the stuff from the compilation. Yeah, I can't talk right now.
Oh, I don't know. Compilation,
become one and throw it all out there.
Yeah. I'm so excited to see.
A spicy meatball.
I need to get my parents to come.
Javier, rebaked.
Rebaked. I need to get my parents to come and watch the kids so me and Jolie can stream the Summer Game Fest live, because we're gonna do that, but that's something that's
looking forward to that.
Oh yeah, that'll be fun. It'll be so funny because Jolie never watches any other games, and she'll have to sit through a gaming conference, which will be so funny for her.
That's gonna be part of the entertainment.
Yeah, so look forward to that.
All right, Joe. Do you find any of these games interesting?
I wonder. She might say some stuff, but it'll be fascinating. But okay, guys, I think
nothing wrong with opening up your horizons.
Yeah, I was gonna say we did it.
Trying something new.
Well, Alyssa, thank you so much. Yeah, Mass Effect. She would love Mass Effect, you guys. You have no idea. I know she says that's why she can't play it, but she would love it. I don't think she'd love like the third person, cover shooter mechanics, so maybe she wouldn't like the gameplay. But I think she would love the story.
We don't love everything about all games that we play.
I know.
But
I know. But there's other games too. Like I think she'd like The Witcher if she played it. I think she would like those story-heavy games, that have like choices and stuff, but
I mean, as far as JRPGs with good stories go, I'd probably say she'd like Trails.
Yeah. I know that's like a big commitment, though, right? To go through all the Trails.
Yeah, that's the thing. That especially for all those games, it's long.
But they're redoing like chapters 1 and 2, so maybe now's a good time to get into them.
They're redoing they're redoing the Sky chapters, but again, it's still like 60 to 100 hours, depending on doing all the side quests and interacting with all the characters, because the thing about those games is a lot of the characters, like the NPCs and stuff like that, travel.
Yeah.
So you'll see somebody from the Sky trilogy in Azure, and then maybe again in the Daybreak series that's out right now, and so on. And then you've got the side characters that you gotta remember their stories. So
no, it makes sense. It's just like there's so much.
That one's gonna be coming to an end soon too. That's gonna be interesting.
And you have to you have to commit yourself. It's like, is this who I am, or am I a Trails JRPG?
But that's also another one where it's like, okay, you have your self-contained game story.
Yep.
But then you have this overarching story.
That's cool.
If it all doesn't end well, which is what people are talking about right now, then did it work?
What did it work?
So far, it's been working, but.
No, I've heard good things about Trails. That's the thing. It's like that's something I always talk about Xenoblade, but that's just like I think that's way more niche even too. It's just like the Nintendo thing. But like there were certain games that I chose to play, and it was like that was it. And now I feel like if a new Xenoblade came out, I wouldn't have time to play it. I'd be like, I'm just doing Final Fantasy right now, and that's just my stage in life right now, and that's okay. But I've been having such a good time with it, and so Jolie would like it. It'll be fascinating to see, but. We will stream Summer Game Fest, but right now we're just gonna make our way through Remake. It's been so fun because we're making good progress, and
I've been enjoying it.
Yeah, on Friday we'll
finally getting Yuffie.
Yeah,
we
get
to do
Yuffie.
Gift?
Oh yeah, I know. I never made the Yuffie gift. We could make another Yuffie gift. All right, but see, these game club discussions take so long that I'd have to just make it on the side.
I know.
Yeah,
that's fine.
And I never released the Tifa
Just make sure you show it off in a stream because I'm not on Twitter. So
I know that's true. Okay, I'll do it. Well, thanks so much,
right.
Alyssa, for calling in. Get some sleep. I never know how you go to bed so late, but hopefully you sleep until at least 12.
Usually about 10.
Okay, 10's good. All right. Well, I appreciate you calling
in. Good chatting with you.
Yeah, always fun. And we will see you guys in the next game club. I will just say, Friday we're going to be doing the Yuffie DLC, but then we will talk about that on the next game club. So we're finally caught up Yuffie DLC is going to be Friday. Apparently, this is like a chronological thing. Toolman, I think that's the idea, right? Is that like now the characters of the events in the remake have led up to this moment, and now Yuffie is coming in with Sonon or whatever.
He can explain it to us next week.
Yeah, it'll be great.
Along with Fort Condor.
I'm excited about that. Apparently, Fort Condor is better in the DLC than it is in the Rebirth, but anyway. So.
Oh yeah, I loved it in the DLC. That was like my favorite minigame.
Okay, cool. Because I know that Jolie hated Fort Condor in Rebirth, so we'll see how that all goes.
I didn't like it in Rebirth. No.
Yeah, that time limit or whatever they make you do, it's frustrating. So, all right, Alyssa, have a great night. I will talk to you later.
You too. Night, everybody.
Well, guys, yep. Catch us. Hated it, says Artsy Bonzi. Well, you guys are awesome. Thanks for calling in. Thanks for, contributing to the deep dive. Get some sleep. I've made you guys stay up super late. I always see like Maximilian dude go like live at 10 o'clock. So people just must stay up super late and watch their streamers. But I'm like, I have to go to bed or else I'm going to collapse. But it's been fun. We will see you guys on Friday, and then we'll be back on Wednesday for more Game Club discussion. So thanks for the new people that, called in. It was awesome. And obviously the old, I'm only staying up for you, says Artsy Venti. Well, I appreciate it, man. But yeah, Artsy, thanks for calling in. That was awesome talking with you, and everyone else who said hi. It was nice meeting y'all. Chocobro was fun, and just great meeting all you guys. So we'll see you guys later. See you on Friday. And until then, see ya next time. Bye. I don't know what I'm saying. I'm delirious. Bye.
Listen, understand the reason why I'm sitting here, playing notes with these hands, singing words that I have planned to sing to you for oh so long. May I have your attention, please, 'cause I'm not singing to myself. You understand if it's not me, it must be somebody else. I'll let you guess. Oh, bravo, now you know that these songs are about you. I'm glad you figured it out. Oh, bravo, you saw my show, and now you see just what you lack. Girl, I know you want me back. No. May I have your attention, please, 'cause I'm not singing to myself. You understand if it's not me, it must be somebody else. I'll let you guess. Oh, bravo, now you know that these songs are about you. I'm glad you figured it out. Oh, bravo, you saw my show, and now you see just what you lack. Girl, I know you want me back. No. Oh, bravo.